Oh my goodness. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is for you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. My name is Zach Schomler. This is Strong Opinion Sports, episode 658. And joining me is my favorite co-host in the entire world, Nathan. Nathan, how are you?
I'm doing great. What a wonderful weekend ahead of us. It's a long weekend. I can't wait.
I assume we were texting about it yesterday. Did you watch the Colorado game that ended moments ago?
I did watch it.
Let's spend like 5 minutes on it, please. I would really like to hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, I thought we saw the same Colorado we saw last year. A team that could, move the ball for the most part offensively, struggled on defense. They were small. Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders being the focal points and the highlights. But then, I think I saw more guys contributing, tonight than I did all of last year. And then I think we still saw their inability to put a team away. And then you have these close games. And did they come out on top tonight? Yes. But I think a lot of positive, but then still some stuff that we saw last year already rearing its head.
Barely beating North Dakota State. It's not the end of the world, right? They're North Dakota State. They are like the legendary FCS program, but also like not what you hoped for, right? You hope they win by 30 points in that game. Like that would have been a statement. This was not a statement at all. It was like, dang.
Yeah. What, they went up 10 and you think from there, you score one more time because you were scoring at will. Then it looks better. Even 17 to 24 points, you feel a lot better than, a Hail Mary almost reaching the end zone. It was close. I was too close for comfort.
It was not a decisive victory. And what I saw was a Colorado team that's not very disciplined, that is actually really talented. There's good players all over the field there. And especially, again, Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, like you said, they stand out. I worry. I love Dion a lot. Like I'm a fan of, I enjoy watching the show, the chaos, whatever it is. I've been around a lot of football programs, even recently, that are really talented, that are not well coached. And I think we're seeing that very clearly here. I want to say that's wrong. I don't hate Dion, but man, like that's a team that had so many missed opportunities and should have put the game away many times. Even like that drive down, they get down to the third and goal, they throw a pick. I mean, it was a fluky interception off a guy's foot, but it's like those kind of miscues can't happen, man. Like they're just so many mistakes away from that. Should have been a 30-point game, and mistake after mistake and penalty and this and that lead to a close game that should never have been close. And that's unfortunately the undisciplined Colorado team, like you said, we saw last year. It's like, man, like I was hoping for better tonight, and we didn't see it.
The thing that I feel the most is emotionally undisciplined. And I think that's their biggest problem is emotionally. I don't feel like that team is very mature. And I don't necessarily want to say that's a reflection of Deion Sanders. But like we talked about during the college football episode, there's this element of how he approaches the media and how he views himself. And there's almost like a selfishness within the team, within each player. And I think that all these guys are trying to take on this really dope swagger that he has, but that's not for every player. And when you execute that kind of swagger wrong, it comes out as undisciplined. And I think that's the problem. It's like this, it's more so the attitude than it is the X's and O. And I think if they were to adjust that attitude and rein it in a little bit, as far as, focused on your 111th versus focusing on me as a 111th, then you'd see a little bit more structure and discipline and ability to pull away from teams.
I was watching, I hate the Untold documentary series. I hate's a strong word. I'm not a fan. Like 30 for 30 is head and shoulders, not even close, like way, way better than Untold, the documentary series on Netflix. I want to be very clear about that. I rant about it to Molly, my girlfriend. I'm like, dude, Untold does such a bad job telling the full story. Like the Gators documentary left out all the prison stuff and all the horrible, like they really leave out a lot of stuff. It's not very detailed.
So much stuff.
However, I did watch.
Cam Newton was on that team anyways.
Yeah. Like it's not 30 for 30. It's not a very detail oriented. It's kind of like if you gave a YouTuber a documentary and a camera and you're like, go do it. It's like not great. But anyway, I watched The Untold about Michigan, or like a half of it last night with Molly, about the sign stealing stuff with the guy. What's his name?
Connor Stallions.
Yes. And Connor Stallions talked about Bo Schembechler. Bo Schembechler, the legendary Michigan coach who gave a speech, I think it's called like The Speech, literally, about, you play for the team and the team. And this is the last time at Michigan you're going to play for a team, because in the future you're going to play for a contract. And unfortunately, the byproduct, I'm glad to see college football players get paid. I love to see all of it, but no one in any level of football, high school, college, or pros anymore, really plays for the team. And it makes me think of like the basketball teams that are really successful in the NCAA tournament compared to the basketball teams that have, really high level NBA talent. It's the guys that actually aren't the NBA talent that are more focused on camaraderie and being together as a team that have greater success in the NCAA tournament in college basketball. It's kind of the same thing we're seeing in college football, where everyone's about themselves. And I can't blame anyone trying to be about money and NAL and your future and setting yourself up to make money in the NFL and whatever. But the byproduct of all of it is we see so many selfish players all over the football world at every level of football. And it's that speech from Bo Schembechler about it's about the team, like really kind of got me. And I was like, oh, like that era of football is just gone, and it's disappointing and sad. And you can't blame anyone. I get it, but it's like, man, it really is a bygone era of football.
Yeah, very much so. And I think at those top programs, you still see that camaraderie comes together, and those guys are in the weight room together. They're practicing hard and the discipline, but we are running out of that old school mentality of, hey, it's not about you, it's about the team. And you, as talented as you are, we only need you to do, again, your 1/11th for us to be successful. And then we're going to ask the other 10 guys to do their 1/11th. And then if we're all on the same page together, then we're going to win football games. But it just seems like, no. Like, I got to not just do my 1/11th, but I got to do a little bit more, but just for me, so that I can get a little bit more money. Or I'm going to go to a smaller D1 school, try and ball out for a year and make it about me, and then transfer into a big school. I feel like that's what we're seeing a lot of now. So yeah, even you mentioned Swamp Kings, even that Urban Meyer style of just borderline beating teams together. I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, just gone.
Are you ready for the main event today? Like the reason we're here, which is going to be, this could be the longest episode we ever do. I hope it's not, but we got a lot on our plate today. Like we really do. It's a tall task. Can I give the long speech? I'm going to probably talk on like a long monologue for like 2 minutes explaining what we're going to do. Are you okay with that?
I'm going to let you go crazy. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to relax and let you do your thing.
Today, we're doing predictions for the NFL. And I did the work of going through every single NFL schedule, all 32 of them, picking every single game for the entire NFL season. Who wins, who loses. I keep very detailed track of it. It's a huge task. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of research, and I spend a lot of time doing it. And I don't know how to properly phrase it, even at my job. I'm a salesman. I haven't figured out how to tell people like, hey, the thing I'm sending you isn't final. Like I quote people a price, but the truth of the price I send them is, hey, I'm actually encouraging negotiation. I'm encouraging back and forth, especially this time of year where we're like a little slower and there's a little more dates available for installs. It's like, hey, well, honestly, I'd like you to actually come back at me with a price you find more acceptable, and let's have a dialogue back and forth. That's what today is. It's I made a bunch of picks. I made 32 predictions for how I think NFL schedules and records are going to go. We're going to talk about where I landed. I do put a lot of thought and research into this. I'm going to present you with my number I came up with for every team. We're going to debate it, talk about it. Is it right? Is it wrong? I think the number going in is not necessarily the number going out. At the end of, we'll talk about the Lions, for example. I think that I have them going 12-5. We'll start at 12-5. We'll talk about their schedule and go, hey, do you agree with the 5 losses I have, the 12 wins I have? The consequence, though, if you give a win back to the Lions or take a win away, you're giving a win to some other team or a loss to some other team, and it has a cascading butterfly effect on every other NFL team schedule. So I have got this little tiny perfect. It's a ton of work, schedule prediction I've made. And I want to go through every NFL team. And the reason we do this, I know it's a spiel here, but I want to set an expectation. I don't care about being right. I care about getting a number out there. I'd like to be right. I'm actually right a lot. I was right last year. We revisit a lot of my predictions, like the Packers prediction. Fucking nailed it, dude. However, I want to put a number out there that we can judge the rest of the year against, where like week 6, we go, well, we were sure wrong about and then insert like Denver Broncos or Kansas City Chiefs or whatever. But putting a number out there really, I think, is valuable. It's interesting. It's fun. But this is our starting point that we judge every team off of throughout the rest of the year. And my only question, Nathan, really is, do you want to start in the East or the South? Where do you want to start today?
The East or the South? Okay. Not even North? Okay. Let's start East. And before we get started, I just want to say that, number one, that's a lot of work. I did a level of prep like that, but definitely not to that magnitude to get prepared for this episode, talk about those wins and losses. And I think about those prediction episodes we had over the last month or so. And there's a lot of teams that got wins, but to me, there's even more teams that we had to take some wins away from after what we saw in the preseason, the way things have developed. So this should be a really exciting episode. Let's get into it. Let's start with the East.
Okay, we'll start with the East. I guess one more thing to say, and I don't mean to have this long spiel at the beginning, but we do have, this is our second to last episode before the NFL season kicks off. We've got tonight, and then we've got next Tuesday night. Season starts next Thursday night. I do want to say, like, if between now and the next time we record, you're like, hey, Zach, we should really change the Jets prediction. We should change, like, this is our starting point, and I really would like to actually next episode have some kind of like follow-up, like, anything you want to change from last episode and the consequences of it. I think that really matters, but I really love this conversation. I think it's going to be really fun, actually, to debate and go back and forth. And I guess the number one team on my list today then would actually be the New England Patriots. You want to start there?
Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get the bad teams out of the way early.
I've got the Patriots. I don't like this.
Get them out of here.
Dude, it's bad, man. Like, I gave them one win. They're 1-16 in my prediction, and the only win is not till the very end of their week 18 against Buffalo. Like, I really tried. I like looked over and over and over again, and I'm sure, like, I actually don't know that they're going to go 1-16. They're probably going to go like 3-14. They'll find a win somewhere. It's an NFL schedule. It's not perfect, but I don't know where to give them a win. I can't figure out. Like, their schedule is actually really tough. I think they are probably the worst team top to bottom in football. They're starting their worst quarterback, which I actually agree with. They're starting Jacoby Brissett at quarterback rather than Drake May. I want to get it out there now. I think that's the right move. I think it protects Drake May. I don't think you want to throw him to the Wolves. I think everyone can see Drake May's better than Jacoby Brissett, but they've got a terrible offensive line. They've got no weapons. It's really, really awful, actually, their offense especially. The defense is okay, but like, this is a defense that even Bill Belichick couldn't get a lot out of last year. I don't know what positive thing to say about the Patriots. They are a complete disaster. 1-16. What's your initial reaction to that?
That's what I had. The only thing I had different was the win was going to come in November against Tennessee. Even though it was at Tennessee, a former Bill Belichick / Gerard Mayo now defense, I think, is probably just going to rip Will Levis to shreds. But yeah, like you said, I don't see a lot of wins here on the schedule. They could sneak a team like Buffalo late in the season. They could surprise a team early in the year like Seattle. But yeah, again, there's not a lot to look forward to for this team. I think the guy that we highlighted, Matthew Judon, as far as like an anchor for that defense, he's now out the door. So again, not a lot of wins on the schedule to even try to give them. So one feels right. It just depends on what one that is.
Yeah, and for transparency's sake, like the games that were difficult, Arizona, I like looked at and stared at for like 20 minutes. The Titans game was tough. The Chargers game was a brief conversation in my head. I ended up giving them a pity victory against Buffalo, just assuming Buffalo's going to rest their starters week 18. But like Seattle, Arizona, and Tennessee were like the only 3 games that even felt winnable on their schedule. Like, truly, I know that's really dark. And the way this can get all screwed up, like the way the Patriots can win more than one game is if like Matthew Stafford gets hurt or Tua gets hurt, or like they play a team with a massive catastrophic injury, maybe, but they actually have kind of a tough schedule given how bad they are. I don't need to linger on this, but yeah, 1-16 feels right. I think even Patriots fans, unfortunately, they're probably going to yell at us like, we're going to have 2 wins. Like, but come on, you're splitting hairs. This is a terrible football team. And I think the longer Drake May can sit, the better. I just worry it's going to be a Justin Herbert situation where Jacoby Brissett punctures a lung like week 6, throw him out to the Wolves. But I'm given how bad the offensive line and given how few the weapons are, I don't mind like letting Drake May sit all year. Honestly, I just don't think, and I think actually having the number 1 pick would really benefit this team. Being awful, tanking, getting the quarterback a year to learn, and then building a team around him next year in the draft and with free agency, it's the right move. But I think we're in alignment. This is a terrible football team.
It's a bad football team, like you said. Tank, get the first pick, trade it to somebody who's desperate for a quarterback, so that way you can get more picks. Because there's definitely no quarterback that you're going to want to take next year that might supplant Drake May. Yeah, just let this season go. Be okay with it, Patriots fans. Be at peace. It's not your year. Your years are gone for the time being. And let's move on past this garbage football team.
I think one thing we're saying as I look ahead, this is going to impact every team, right? It's not a good year to tank, in my opinion. It's not a good year to try to aim for the number 1 pick if you're trying to get a quarterback. I really like the quarterbacks this year in the draft in 2024. You look ahead to 2025, like people are talking about tanking for Carson Beck. I'm like, is that where we're at? Like, that's the guy. Like, I just no offense, Carson Beck, but like he's no Matthew Stafford, he's no Jared Goff. You look at the quarterbacks have been Caleb Williams, number 1 picks recently. You're like, he's not even close to those guys talent wise, in my opinion.
No,
I just don't think it's a good year to aim for a quarterback in the draft.
No, you're definitely not aiming for a quarterback. That's why you just took Drake May. But go ahead and tank whatever pick you get, whatever top 5 pick you have. Just trade it away. Trade it away. Get some more draft picks for that draft, for the 2026 draft, and just again, you know that you have to reset things. Get yourself some picks. Maybe with those picks, you can then trade for another weapon or somebody on defense to start rebuilding things quickly. But the last thing you want to do is go out there and try and win 8 games. I mean, they couldn't even if they tried, but don't do it.
Well, no, for the sake of this conversation, like, and we'll kind of end with who I thought were the worst teams in football, but like the Giants, if Will Levis doesn't work out, they might be in the quarterback market. Tampa, maybe the Saints, although I hope the Saints end up with Spencer Rattler as their guy if Derek Carr doesn't work out. Like, really, the team is the Giants. They're the team that probably is going to need a quarterback the most after this year. And I don't think they're going to find anyone in the draft that's going to really fulfill that need, honestly. And I just want to, before we get into the 31 other teams, it's not a good quarterback draft coming up, in my opinion, personally. There's no clear, obvious guy. I think Cameron Ward could become that out of Miami, but I don't think it's a year where you're tanking for a number 1 pick, hoping to find a quarterback. Like the Raiders need a quarterback probably after this year, and they're not going to find one, in my opinion. You want to talk about Buffalo, the Bills?
Yeah, let's talk about Buffalo.
I have the Buffalo Bills going 9-8, and this was a really tough one for me. I went back and forth a lot, but to me, the Bills are going to finish 3rd in their division. I don't hate them. The defense is a question mark to me, although I like actually some of their young guys on defense. It's an opportunity for young guys to make a name for themselves. Josh Allen is he got rated recently like the most overrated player in football. I don't think he's overrated. I think he's actually really talented. But the weapons they have around him, it's very clear to me this team is not as good as they were last year. They went 11-6 last year. They're going to regress, in my opinion. It's a tougher schedule. They're not as good. Their best receivers are Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakur, and Curtis Samuel. I love Dalton Kincaid, their tight end. I'm not a big fan of their head coach, Sean McDermott. Honestly, I think he's kind of hit his ceiling as a coach. I think it's a year of regression for the Buffalo Bills, and I mean that with absolute respect. What do you make of that 9-8 prediction for Buffalo?
Yeah, I have them going 8-9, so I'm sure that we just have a win somewhere in there flip-flopped against each other. But yeah, I think you're right. There's a regression. That injury to Matt Milano out indefinitely, potentially the whole year, hurts this defense that we might thought could be the staple for this team and kind of help create an identity, but he's supposed to be a leader. The rest of the guys around him are young, not sure what we're going to get. And then the more I looked at that offensive roster, and I know we've got Dalton Kincaid, and I know we've got Dawson Knox and James Cook at running back. They were so Josh Allen dependent, needing him to make superhuman plays all the time, which he can do, and he will continue to do this year. Just in those one-score games, you don't have a guy like Stephon Diggs in the 2-minute drill, or you don't have Gabe Davis slash him over the top deep. And I think because of that, that regression is a little bit bigger than I think I initially anticipated.
Joe Brady's the offensive coordinator. I think it's possible he's the head coach at some point this year. Now, actually, no, let me be very clear. He's probably not going to be. I don't think Buffalo's not going to fire their coach, but that's what I would probably do if I was running Buffalo, in my opinion. Sean McDermott, I respect him. I just think he's hit a ceiling. He's just not been able to get them where they need to. Here's what's really difficult about this prediction. 9-8 honestly felt generous. I have them beating Arizona, but then Baltimore, Tennessee, Miami, Indy, the 49ers, the Rams, New England, and the Jets. Like, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to, catch the 49ers off guard, that they're going to beat the Rams, that they're going to beat Indy, who I think is a good football team. That's really hard for me to say. Like, 9-8 honestly feels generous. It could go way worse to me. I do have them beating, losing to a Seattle team in Seattle. It's a long flight. I just think you have games like that where you slip up, but their schedule is tough. Miami, Houston, the Jets twice, the Colts, Kansas City, the 49ers, the Rams, the Lions. It's actually a really, really difficult schedule in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say 9-8 because they have Josh Allen and he's really good. And it's hard for me to commit to them regressing that much. But man, 9-8 to me actually feels like I'm being really, really generous here.
Yeah. I think that they'll end up splitting those games with the Jets. I have them losing to the Rams. I have them still losing to San Francisco. But that stretch where they have to go to Baltimore, to Houston, to the Jets in back-to-back weeks, and then you kind of get a sleeper with Tennessee as far as like a game that you can, I don't know, go to sleep on. Don't really have to do anything because they're horrible. And then you, like you said, that long flight to Seattle. So they're not in great shape. I still have them beating Seattle. I have them splitting games with Miami as well, just because Miami just can't find a way to beat the Bills twice in a season. For whatever reason that is, in division, that's how things work. But 8-9, I think, is where they're at. Like you said, that 9 wins could be generous for them. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough year for the Buffalo Bills.
That stretch, starting November 3rd, November through the middle of December, they play Miami, then at Indy, who I think Indy's really underrated and actually really good this year, Kansas City. They've got a bye week to prepare for the 49ers. That's part of why I have them winning that game with consideration. Hey, they're playing the 49ers at home. They've got a week off to prepare for that. It's later in the year. Fair. But then they play the Rams and the Lions. So Miami, Indy, Kansas City, 49ers, Rams, Detroit. 6 games against playoff teams back to back to back to back to back. And 6 games in a row where I think they're not the best team, like pretty clearly, actually. They're going to have to punch above their weight to get to 9-8. I'm really uneasy with the Bills' schedule. It makes me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I think about how the team performed last year, and it took them till the end of the year to get hot and start finding things. They beat Dallas, which turned out not to be a great team. They beat the Chargers, they beat New England, and they beat Miami, who had the wheels falling off. So you can talk about momentum from the previous season all you want, but if they didn't have a schedule like that, they maybe weren't making the playoffs, right? If they didn't beat Miami, they were out, weren't they?
Yeah.
They were either the 2 seed or they were out of the playoffs. And this team just got worse on both sides of the football. So again, not confident that they can win more than, 8-9 games this year.
Yeah, they were 11-6, and the 7th seed in the AFC was 10-7 Pittsburgh. So man, like you're right. It was right on the boundary. They were like, so it's crazy how close the AFC was last year. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams had 11 wins. Tight. 2 of them had 10. Like, man, it was just all neck and neck there. I thought a good Bengals team actually got eliminated, 9-8 last year. Man, I think we're on the same page. I'm actually surprised. I didn't know we would be quite as much on the same page as we've been already with 2 teams in. But you want to talk about Miami?
We're smart. Yeah, let's talk about Miami.
I've got the Dolphins going 11-6, and it surprised me. I went through my process. I love the Dolphins a lot. I think they're really good. But but I go through. I look at every game. I try to be objective, and I like this team a lot. They got a good secondary. They got to stay healthy. That's kind of the theme of the Dolphins every single year. They brought in Jordan Poyer from Buffalo. I think he's excited to play Buffalo twice. Actually, I'm sure he's pumped about that. They went 11-6 last year. I think they're in the driver's seat in their division, but I do have 11-6. What's your initial reaction to that?
Yeah, I think they're in the driver's seat. I think you got the Jets in the passenger seat, kind of, chirping to them a little bit about, stopping at stop signs and what they're doing at green lights. But at the end of the day, I also had them going 11-6. Depends on maybe what games we have now. Again, I'm shocked we're kind of on the same page here. When I see these tough physical road games, I find it really, really hard for me to give the Dolphins a win. Again, going to Buffalo, albeit a little bit earlier than the season than typical, I feel like that's a loss. I feel like they lose to the Rams. I think Rams are going to be a very good team this year. I think they lose to Houston and then San Francisco, Cleveland, and the Jets. I think they have such strong defensive fronts. Tua is going to be frantic all day, and it's just going to be hard for him to deliver the football. That's the MO with Tua, right? You get in his face and he has a tough time. So I give them a lot of credit, and they're going to beat a lot of teams that they should beat. But I feel like we're going to run into the same story of they didn't win when they needed to, and they didn't beat, playoff teams throughout the year.
When you look at December, they played the Jets in Miami. They play at Houston in a dome indoors, which is beneficial. Then they play the 49ers. I've actually got them winning those 3 games in a row. Jets at Houston, then the 49ers. But then I think they go to Cleveland December 29th and get embarrassed by the lake in the cold outdoors in Cleveland. And then they go at the Jets for week 18 again, January 5th, dude. This team, the problem is a lot of the tough games on the road at Buffalo, at the Rams. That's a loss to me. At Green Bay, November 28th. That's a loss. At Cleveland, at the Jets late in the year. I think they lose at Indy. 11-6 to me is actually just, I feel really good about it. I think it's right. I think the game that really makes me nervous is that Green Bay Packers game where I think they're going to get probably run out of town. Honestly, I know that's brutal, but I really like the Packers running game. I don't like how Tua and this offense looks in cold weather, in the snow, with the ball that's you played in really cold weather games. I remember my last 2 high school playoff games, both of them were losses. We were throwing like a frozen brick around. It's tough to run the offense they run. I mean, look, they run the ball well. I'm not trying to hate on them, but most of the way they win is throwing at Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. And I don't see that performing well, especially I'm really nervous about that Browns game, man, against a really good front 7. They're going to stop throwing well. They're going to put pressure on Tua. It's cold. It's windy. That feels like an obvious loss to me. But again, I think we're on the same page. 11-6 feels about right.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks, and Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app. Use Prize Picks while you watch NFL games this fall because making picks makes watching games more engaging, and you could turn something like $5 into $50. Now, Prize Picks offers quick and easy deposits where you can even use Apple Pay. So put your skills to the test in daily fantasy. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS, code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy.
Yep, 11-6, and you're losing those tough road games late in the year. Again, lucky for them, they play Buffalo so early in the year both times. They don't have to deal with them late in the year and have Josh Allen spoil their season. I think we have Green Bay and Houston flipped as far as, that win and loss. But yeah, 11-6 feels really, really right for the Dolphins.
I think they're better than Buffalo. Let's make that very clear before we move forward.
So do I.
Yeah, it's not really a contest. I mean, this offense is loaded. They're going to make noise. I love their coach. I love Tua. Like, we haven't said Tua's name very much other than just like we're worried about getting hurt or throwing the football. But I love Tua. It's the only NFL jersey I own. They're going to be a ton of fun to watch. But yeah, we're on the same page here. How about the Jets? Do you want to hear my Jets prediction?
Let's talk about the Jets because I think we're on the same page here too.
Dude, I didn't expect us to be so simpatico going in. I've got the Jets going 12-5.
Same.
Dang, dude. Who are your 5 losses? Can I tell you mine? I've got the 49ers week 1, then actually Minnesota. Yep. I know that's a weird one, but I just think weird stuff happens. You're playing Sam Darnold, ironically. I think that would be a really interesting game. The storyline is so fun. I'm going to pick the Jets to lose to Sam Darnold, the Vikings, one of the only early victories for the Vikings. And then they don't lose again till late in the year. At Miami, they lose. Then they lose to the Rams, and they lose at Buffalo December 29th. Those are my 5 losses for the Jets. What are your 5?
The 5 I have is San Francisco. I have them losing to Houston. I have them losing to the Rams. I really like the Rams this year. And then I do have them losing their final 2 games to Buffalo. I'm sorry, losing at Miami, and then losing against and at Buffalo. Those are my 5 losses. So San Francisco, Houston, Rams, Miami, Buffalo. I think
4
those are the losses.
Our games are overlapped.
Yeah, Minnesota, I don't think that Minnesota's going to be able to do it. Who knows? Again, you have this uncanny faith in Sam Darnold, and maybe he's got it, maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
No. Let's be clear. It's actually not. I've got the Vikings are. Let me be very clear about the Vikings. I've got the Vikings going 4-13. It's going to be an awful year in Minnesota.
We'll get there. We'll get there. No spoilers.
We'll get to it. But my point is, I'm not a big Sam Darnold believer at all. I just think weird things happen. And part of this process I've learned over the years is you actually have to figure out how to predict the unpredictable. It's like every once in a while I throw a loss in there that you're like, no one could have predicted that. And I think when you look at the Jets schedule, they were going to have 5 losses. One of them is a wild card. Which random game are they going to lose? They shouldn't lose. How about losing to Sam Darnold in Minnesota? Why not? It's interesting. I'll pick that one. It would be a crazy storyline. It would make ESPN really happy on Monday morning. I just think there's going to be some loss we can't predict for the Jets. Which one is it? I'm probably wrong, but I give it to the Vikings, and we'll see what it is.
Yeah, I think, to me, more likely than them, than Minnesota, I think either Arizona or Indianapolis. I think those 2 teams are probably a little bit scarier. And I think, again, you got a great front 7 against a guy like Kyler Murray or Anthony Richardson. You're going to have a hard time bringing them down. And you got to be able to chase them all over the field and get them to the ground before they can make a big play. I think, if anything, those will be the games. Sam Darnold, he's just going to eat sacks and throw picks. So I'm on the same page. There's a game that they could lose that they shouldn't. And I think that those are the 2 more likely teams.
I'm falling for it again, though. Man, I think last year we never really got to see what could have happened. Let's be very clear. The Jets last year went 7-10 without Aaron Rodgers. They had a top 3 defense. I mean, this is a team that's like low-key loaded, actually, in my opinion. And they've got one of the best quarterbacks ever to do it. And you look at their schedule, so many games. I think they've got a better team and a better quarterback. And actually, weirdly, being 7-10 last year helps them because a lot of their games, any game that was, there's a couple games, I can't remember how they build the schedule exactly, but they're, you get kind of based on your schedule, you get a couple ones kind of free. And it worked out for them. Like Tennessee is an easy win. I think they're way better than Denver. And look, Nathaniel Hackett playing against the Denver Broncos, dude, they're going to come out swinging in that football game. I just think a lot of these wins are actually, some of them are like really big victories where the defense shines. They kicked the crap out of the Patriots twice. They beat up on Arizona. They beat up on Pittsburgh by a lot. They beat up on Denver. They beat up on Tennessee. Like some of these victories are going to be by a big margin, in my opinion, honestly. I love Robert Saleh a lot. And you add Aaron Rodgers to a team that was 7-10 and a top 3 defense last year. It's just a no-brainer to me. This team is actually one of the best teams in football. I know look, Jets fans are miserable people who have a hard time believing that because it's been so many years of torture. But I'm just doing it again. I believe in this team once again with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and again, I wouldn't be surprised if week 1, they make it interesting with San Francisco and perhaps win. I think San Francisco has invested so much mental energy in, are we or are we not going to have Brandon Ayuk? Christian McCaffrey's been in and out. Is he going to be fully healthy for week 1? He just lost the backup Elijah Mitchell. Now he's out. Trent Williams, he hasn't signed his contract. He hasn't been at camp. So all of those things taken into account versus, I'm not saying, the Jets have been perfect through training camp and preseason, but have at least been, from the outside looking in a little bit more focused. So and it's Monday Night Football too. Again, Aaron, it could be a crazy game I'm
like
so in.
Aaron Rodgers wanted to play for the 49ers. Like he grew up in Northern California, loving the 49ers. I mean, there's so many storylines here. And I want to say this, man, I don't know what it's like in New Jersey and New York. I mean, everyone knows like the local area is going to focus really heavily on their local team. But from a national standpoint, I haven't heard a lot of noise out of the Jets training camp. Like you don't see headlines. You just hear a team that, again, I'm sure if you're in New York, there's a lot of attention and it's really loud.
Right.
But for us on the West Coast, like, and I'm pretty tuned into like the national coverage of everything. Like I think I know what's going on. I just haven't heard or seen much from the Jets, which to me tells me it's probably a team that's got their head down and there's not a lot of distractions. They're really focused. They got Tyrod Taylor there. There's no conversation of the backup quarterback. There's nothing. It's just a team that's locked in, ready to go. We haven't even talked about what they've got at receiver. They've got, let's be very clear here. Garrett Wilson, who I love, but Mike Williams was an addition they made. Mike Williams, you could call him washed up. I'm not.
No.
But I would understand people that have that opinion of him. As I'm about to say,
sure.
I think he's a perfect Aaron Rodgers receiver. He's a veteran guy. He understands spacing. He's been around. Like that's exactly what Aaron Rodgers wants. A veteran who's been around for a long time. He doesn't need guys to win one-on-one coverage. He doesn't need the most athletic, gifted receiver. That's a bonus if they are. He needs guys to be in the right position and run the right route and understand spacing. Mike Williams is a perfect receiver for someone like Aaron Rodgers, who, again, you don't need to win physically. You need to be in the right spot. And that's what Aaron Rodgers thrives with. I think Mike Williams is like a low-key match made in heaven for Aaron Rodgers, and no one's really talking about it. Again, I think people think he's washed up because of how it ended with the Chargers and the injury. I just think he's a really talented receiver who is a perfect fit for Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
If this dude can stay healthy and you got him and Garrett Wilson on the outside, it's going to be really, really tough because who do you slide that safety to? That's going to be so difficult to guard, and they're so different in how they play the wide receiver position that, on a game-to-game basis, one of those guys could get more targets than the other. And like you said, what a great opportunity for Aaron Rodgers to just really sling the rock around. Both those guys can catch. Both those guys can get open. Mike Williams with the contested catches. Garrett Wilson can just break you off and make the contested catches. It's about to be bananas over there.
There's also not a team on their schedule. The Jets, I mean, we look at the Jets schedule. There's no team with a great secondary. There's no like standout to me like, oh, that's going to be a crazy matchup. Like, no, I think they're going to win almost every matchup across the board. You look at their 17-game schedule. I'm just like, man, I don't. Seattle's interesting, I guess. Like they got
I was about to say Seattle secondary might be all right.
Yeah, but like Seattle, do the math. Geno Smith, Aaron Rodgers. Who's got a better offensive line? Who's got a better defense? Who's better coached? I don't mean any disrespect to Seattle, but like that's head and shoulders across the board. The Jets are a better football team in every matchup you can come up with. Man, like I really like the Jets a lot this year. 12-5 is my prediction, and I feel like that's really accurate. I don't know if all 5 losses are right, but
drinking the Kool-Aid.
I really am. I really am.
We're drinking the Kool-Aid, baby. Sign me up.
Let's switch to the NFC East now with your favorite team in the world, Big Blue, the New York Giants. I got them going 2-15. It's going to be, pardon my French, fucking awful, dude. It's not a good year ahead for them. And they've got ugly losses coming. They're going to lose to Minnesota. They're going to lose to Washington. They're going to lose to Carolina, Washington twice. They're going to lose to Pittsburgh, a shameful loss. They're going to lose to Dallas. Their only wins I have them beating Dallas in Dallas, which I know that's kind of crazy, but I'll say it. I think it's going to happen. I think they shocked Dallas on Thanksgiving, and then they win their second game of the year the following week against the Saints. That's it, though. I think they lose a lot of games this year. I think Giants fans, again, they're going to argue for a win or two more. 4-13. What are you talking about? But like, dude, we're splitting hairs, man. It's going to be a really awful year, and frankly, losing games really benefits the Giants as they, I think, are going to have to find an answer at the quarterback position after Daniel Jones this year. What do you make it 2-15?
Yeah, I had 3-13, so not much better. I had them beating Minnesota, and I had them beating not Carolina. No, yeah, I have them beating Carolina, and I have them beating New Orleans. I see what you're saying about Thanksgiving Day matchup. That could be interesting. I don't know where the 3 wins or 2 wins are going to come from, just because it's not going to be pretty. even that game that they win, they are going to catch somebody sleeping. They're going to catch somebody off guard, and they're going to win when they shouldn't. So look out for teams coming off of bye weeks. Look out for teams that just played the Cleveland Browns. Look out for teams that just played the Ravens or the Chiefs, somebody who just physically beat them down. And then if they play them the week after, they'll have a chance to win. That's what they need. They need somebody exhausted.
There's more thought into that Cowboys game than I really maybe made clear. I really don't believe in the Cowboys offensive line at all. The running back room is a disaster. The offensive line is a mess. It's a big emotional day, Thanksgiving. And you're playing, like, what's the only good thing? Like, the number one thing, you look at the Giants, it's a disaster across the board. I love Malik Neighbors, but I love that defensive line. They are really, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, the front seven actually is like really interesting. Dude, and a team that can't run the football like the Cowboys, who's got a struggling offensive line. That, to me, I look at the Cowboys offensive line, dude, it's cheese that's moldy. It's way past its expiration date. You should have thrown it away a long time ago and moved on. I think, I don't know which game it is. I think the Giants get the Cowboys this year. I don't know if it's early or if it's late. I like late better because I think the Cowboys at home kind of pompous on Thanksgiving. They're banged up because it's later in the year. But I think the Giants steal a game from the Cowboys, and it's because of that front seven. The best thing the Giants have is their defensive line. You get a crazy catch or two from Malik Neighbors. You get a touchdown. You get a lot of pressure. You shut down the running game. That's how that game looks. You win an ugly one, like 13-9 or 7-6 or some weird, ugly game. But that's how the Giants are going to beat the Cowboys this year, in my opinion. And I can't wait for that to happen. And people come back to me like, dude, Zach, August 30th was like exactly right. He nailed it somehow.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that D-line is nasty, and it does kind of, I don't know if it makes you feel like how the Jets were last year, because I'm not sure if the Giants back end is the same as the Jets in terms of capabilities. But yeah, you think a team like Seattle, you get an immobile quarterback like Geno Smith, you could eat him up early in the year, especially if you don't have a win yet, and you got people fighting for their lives and for their jobs. They're like, hey, we cannot start 0-5. We need a win here. Pick any number of games on the schedule. Again, I think Minnesota and New Orleans and Carolina are the most likely wins. But definitely understand that situation against Dallas and wouldn't be surprised.
Look, man, if there was ever a year for Daniel Jones to prove he can play, it's now. I've heard excuse after excuse for years. He's really talented. Like, I want to acknowledge this about Daniel Jones. He's built like a superhero. He's massive. He can run. His arm isn't the strongest in the world, but it's not like some gimpy arm he can barely throw. Like, and this year he's got Malik Neighbors. Like he's got a beard. He's got Kay Williams, I think or Kay Adams. I think they're dating now, actually.
Kay Adams.
But like the last, anyone who's a Daniel Jones apologist, the last thing they had to say was, well, he never had a number one receiver. Well, now he does. Now it's like you got nothing left. If it doesn't work, every single excuse you could have ever laid out in front of Daniel Jones has happened. Look, I sympathize with Daniel Jones. It's been really bad in New York. No real number one receiver. Offensive line struggles. I don't lightly say he's bad. In fact, I would really like to see Daniel Jones like on the Vikings or something. It'd be interesting to see him on a team that's a little more competitive. I think it's fair to say, like, if we're going to defend Mac Jones a couple weeks ago
in a different color.
I just want to be as objective, and I try to always be fair and give someone benefit of the doubt. But I've been doing that for years with Daniel Jones, and I've lost patience. It's now or never, and I don't think it's going to happen, man, because I've been watching a lot of Daniel Jones for years. It's just not going to happen, man. 2-15 is a prediction, and I'm really skeptical of Brian Dable, too. I think he's got a long leash because he won a playoff game a long time ago, but I'm not a fan, and I don't like him as a person. Like, I thought Hard Knocks is a really bad look. I wouldn't want to play for him, and I'm fascinated to see if I think they're going to keep him after this year. The Giants, they don't make quick moves when it comes to firing coaches, but I'm really skeptical of Brian Dable. I don't know if you agree on that, but I'm like, I got a sideways glance at him like, are you really the coach we thought you were? Because why didn't it work with Daniel Jones? Why can't you make this guy into a star? Why can't it happen?
Yeah, I mean, did you see that interception that Daniel Jones threw in that last preseason game? I mean, it's just the decision making. It's not there. And unfortunately, you can't coach out that bad of decision making, no matter how talented he is physically. Yeah, bad ball club. Let's move on.
Well, let's pause there. The buck has to stop somewhere, right? Whether it's the GM, the quarterback, the coach. I don't really like John Mara, the owner. I think he's gosh, man, he's just, I don't know a word that's not super offensive to say. I'm so unimpressed with John Mara's lack of aggression and it's like a wet blanket. He's just not, there's nothing compelling about him. Like he's one of the most boring people in football. And that's the guy who gets final say of the Giants organization. Someone's got to take the blame. And Daniel Jones has struggled, but I wonder, like, is it him or is it his attitude? Did he make too much money? Is it the coach who just can't communicate? I really am a big believer that if you communicate the way the player needs to hear, you can succeed. And I really wonder what the room and the communication between Brian Daboll and Daniel Jones is like, because I just wonder if there's a disconnection there with the way they communicate and the way Brian Daboll teaches and Daniel Jones learns.
Guys like Justin Herbert and like Baker Mayfield, who else can we put in that class?
Josh Allen.
There's been a lot of guys. There's Josh Allen. There's been a lot of guys who have had worse and have managed to still be productive in some sort of way. Even if the team wasn't winning, everyone still considers Justin Herbert maybe a top 5 quarterback because he was able to throw for 4,500 yards and he broke all kinds of rookie records despite having a bottom 30 defense, which is insane, and a horrible offensive line. Like, at a certain point, we have to see something that says, oh man, like this guy can find a way to produce points, produce yards. And he goes out there and he produces nothing on a consistent basis. He's not accurate. He's not a great decision maker. He can use his legs, but he doesn't know when to use them. And in fact, when he has a free touchdown, he trips over him. I don't mean to be rude to Daniel Jones. If we're talking about where the buck stops, it's he has not developed or gotten better. And again, you can blame that on coaching, but to me, we're seeing all of the same stuff, and that's the decision-making and inaccuracy. And because of those things, he's unable to be a great NFL quarterback.
I'm not impressed when people succeed when they've got every advantage, right? I work in HVAC sales, so meaning I sell air conditioners and furnaces and heat pumps. When it's 100 degrees outside and you've got a broken air conditioner, it's really easy to sell you an air conditioner, right? When it's 13 degrees outside and snowing and your furnace doesn't work, it's easy to sell you a furnace. When there's high demand, it's easy to do that. The way you gain my respect in my personal business is how you sell in the shoulder season, the spring and the fall, when it's 65 to 70 outside and there's no real urgency. And if your furnace is broken, like, well, what's the hurry? Like, it's not cold yet. I'm fine. Or my AC doesn't work, but it's not going to be hot again until next June. So who cares? It's the people who succeed when you don't have everything in front of you that's really easy. It's the same reason you look at Tua and Brock Purdy with the loaded rosters they have around them and go, yeah, but like, what would they do without Tyreek Hill and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Jalen Waddle and all the great pieces they have around them? Here's my point. You really respect production. It comes down to production. And we've seen now a lot of Daniel Jones. It's been shoulder season for a long time. It's been 65 degrees and there's been no reason to sell a furnace or an air conditioner. There's no high demand. There's no need. He's not producing. And at some point you go, well, he doesn't have it. I know it's not everything in his favor. It's not the most opportune, great scenario around him, but you're right. Other players, Justin Herbert's a great example, have made it work even when the conditions around them weren't perfect. And if he was really a great player, we would have seen it by now. We've been waiting so long and it's not happened. I don't think we need to harp on this conversation too much longer, but I think we're both out on Daniel Jones, and that's why we got them going 2-15. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just ask one more question to close it out.
Yeah.
If you put Daniel Jones on the Niners,
no.
Are they?
No.
Okay, yeah. I don't even need to finish the question. All right, we're moving on.
Well, let's talk about it though. I think it's fun. The difference between Brock Purdy and Daniel Jones is how they handle big moments. You know, I want to say, we'll talk about this actually later when we get to the 49ers too, but to me, going into last year, 2023, there were a lot of questions about Daniel Jones, or about Brock Purdy, excuse me. Brock Purdy still had something to prove going into last year. Last year he did it again. And it's like, well, if you still hate and doubt Brock Purdy, I get it. Like, he's not the most talented player. He's got a lot of help around him. But like, he's shown multiple times now he can win. And he handles especially really big, high pressure situations incredibly well. We just wouldn't see that from Daniel Jones with the 49ers. He wouldn't handle those moments that we see Brock Purdy handle well. Like, I want to be very clear about something. Brock Purdy gained my respect tremendously last year, how he handled that. I went into the year skeptical, like, if he's good, we'll see. And I thought he delivered enough to make me go, yep, can't doubt him anymore. We've had so many opportunities with Daniel Jones to do that. He's never has done that. It's like, well, you got to give up at some point. How about the Dallas Cowboys? I have the Cowboys going 6-11. And look, there's two NFL teams this year that are going to be a massive disappointment, and the wheels are going to fall off. To me, it's Pittsburgh and Dallas. And I'm so out on Dallas, it's not even funny. The running back situation is inappropriate. To have Dalvin Cook and Ezekiel Elliott, are you kidding me? That's the best you can do. The offensive line, I said it earlier. It's
inappropriate,
dude. It's how can that be what you're fielding in an NFL roster? You brought Ezekiel Elliott back from the grave to play running back again. What are we doing? He left. You let him go. You brought him back. You got back together with your ex-girlfriend who cheated on you. It was terrible to you. It's crazy to me, actually, and I don't understand it. Jerry Jones has to give up. Like, I hope this is the wake-up call they need. They go 6-11. It's a terrible year. And Jerry Jones finally realizes, like, maybe I should hire a general manager. I'm so tired of this guy making decision after decision and running this team further and further into the ground. The running back room is a disaster. The offensive line is past its expiration date. It's like rotten meat in your fridge. You're like, dude, I know you were going to freeze it or kind of try something with it, but you just got to give up. It's over. They should have moved on from the players they had. Like Zach Martin, God bless him. He was at one point like an incredible offensive lineman.
Arguably the best in the league.
But that was years ago now. Like, he's not the same player. And he's just, Jerry Jones clutches the pearls and just hangs on to nostalgia in the past so hard. And it could not be more clear than the team he built this year. Dak Prescott, they're still got Mike McCarthy. It's just like the ghost of football players past. It's crazy to me. If you're really strong about 6-11, it's going to be a really ugly, bad year and hopefully a wake-up call for the Cowboys. What do you say to all that?
Yeah, I have the Dallas Cowboys going 7-10, so not too far off. I just don't see them beating any good football teams, and that's the problem. I think they'll beat teams like the Giants, although they may end up splitting it depending on what happens in Thanksgiving. I don't think they beat a team like Tampa. They're definitely not beating Philly. I don't even think they can beat Washington. They're like probably going to split games with Washington. I don't see anything on the roster that makes me think, oh, wow, I'm scared. You've got this issue with Dak, and he doesn't have his contract. You just got CD back. This running back room is inappropriate, as my friend Zach Schomler would say. The defense, I don't even know who's on defense outside of Micah Parsons. I think you have Stephon Gilmore still, who's old. You've got Trayvon Diggs. I think unless somebody on that back end got injured, I can't even remember. But that's the point. There's just not a lot to point to. And when you already have an issue with the head coach, as far as coaching and getting a team prepared and being prepared in situations where you need to win a game, whether that's a big third down, whether that's 2-minute drill, now you're talking about any of those 50-50 games, I don't think is going your way. So 7-10 for me for the Cowboys. I still think they have enough talent and they're in a weak enough division to win a couple more games. And then they'll sneak out some games against people like New Orleans and kind of, make their way through the year.
Here are the 6 wins I have. New Orleans, at the Giants, Pittsburgh, Carolina, Tampa, and they beat Washington once. They got a 6-game stretch. Detroit, 49ers, Atlanta, Philly, Houston, and then I have them losing to Washington at Washington. They're going to 0-6 in that stretch. They're going to lose to Cleveland. They're going to lose to Baltimore. They're going to lose to Cincinnati. They're going to lose to the Giants. They're going to lose to Philadelphia at Philadelphia. It's going to be a really, really ugly year. I'm not shy about it. I'll be honest about it. I hope it's a wake-up call. Weirdly enough, the defense isn't terrible on this football team. Their front seven's all right. They got some good players in their secondary. It just comes down to coach and quarterback. And in almost every game they play, like they got a lot of tough games. They went 12-5 last year. Their schedule is kind of loaded. Again, Cleveland, Baltimore, Detroit, 49ers, Atlanta, Philly, Houston, Washington, I think is better than people realize. Cincinnati, Philly, man, they play a lot of really good football teams. And in almost every game on that schedule, they got a worse coach, a worse quarterback, and a worse offensive line. End of discussion, dude. It's not going to happen. I'm really, really hoping, and I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm hoping this year's a wake up call for Jerry Jones to realize I gotta take my foot off the gas and back off and give control to someone else who's more fit to make decisions about signing players and offering contracts and building a roster, because the roster built in Dallas this year, their schedule's tough, their roster's worse. So a harder schedule, a worse roster, you go from 12 wins to 6 in 1 year, and I really think that's what's going to happen.
I'm aligned. Again, I think they get 7. But yeah, not a good ball club.
Yeah, I guess the thing about my prediction, I don't have them winning any tough games. And they're going to win a game.
0 tough games.
But 7-10 would be they beat one of these teams. They beat the 49ers or the Ravens or Detroit or Houston or Philly or Atlanta. They win one game against a team that's better than them. I'm open to that possibility. 7-10 is certainly possible, but I think my poor belief in what they have on the offensive line and the running back room and the quarterback room with the head coach, it reflects that I just don't think they're going to win any games that are a true challenge against a better football team.
Yeah, I agree. I think that 7th win comes from just beating Washington twice. I know you have them splitting those games, and that's what I have. But yeah, if they beat them twice, for you, that's the 7th win. So,
well, here was the thought process.
And it's not out of the question.
The reason why I had, because again, I really spent time. I look at every there's 600 or I think there's 257 games or some amount. I can't remember games every NFL season. Whatever 16 times 32 is, or 17 times 32 is, or no, maybe 17 times 16 is a number. Excuse me. I look at every game and I think about it for a long time. So I remember deciding the Washington victory over Dallas, and I thought, well, Dan Quinn is now the head coach in Washington. He was a defensive coordinator in Dallas last year. He's really familiar with the people and the personnel in Dallas. Oh, and by the way, I think Jaden Daniels is a really dynamic quarterback. I think he's going to be,
I agree.
Look, they're not going to win a ton of games, but he's going to make some noise. He's going to have some highlights. He's going to do some impressive stuff. I think you got a better coach in Washington than Dallas. I think you got a better offensive line. And I think you got a more dynamic quarterback who can handle the pressure that's going to be thrown at him by this Cowboys defensive line. That's why I've got Washington beating Dallas. It's the quarterback. It's the coach's familiarity. And I just think when it comes down to it, they got a better running back room. And you kind of go down the list of how you build a football team. I think Washington's actually slightly better. And their record, my prediction for Washington, does reflect them being a better team than Dallas.
Interesting. Do you want to get into Washington then?
Yeah, I got the Commanders going 8-9. So an 8-9 season. They don't win a lot of tough games. I think they're probably their biggest win of the year is going to be over Dallas. Probably Dallas. I have them actually beating Philadelphia. Philly had to lose some games somewhere, and I just think part of that decision was Philadelphia. They're going to lose a game you don't expect. That's what happens. You saw them start 10-1 last year and really slide. Every team slips up against a team you shouldn't. I've got Philly slipping up against the Commanders, but 8-9 is somewhere in the range. Maybe it's 7-10. Maybe it's 9-8. But they lose to Cincinnati, they lose to Cleveland, Baltimore, unfortunately Pittsburgh. But here's the thing: 8-9. It could be more, because again, I've got them losing to Arizona, which is weird, and I don't really feel great about it. I've got them losing to Pittsburgh, which is, I don't love that. I think they could easily beat Pittsburgh. They got a better quarterback and a more interesting coach. I got them losing to Tennessee, which they probably are better than Tennessee. You know what I mean? This could be a 10-win season for Washington, given how, honestly, easy their schedule is, in my opinion.
This is, I think, where we have the biggest chasm. I have them going 5-12. I think it's going to be a very competitive 5-12 because Jaden Daniels is so talented. That offense is going to be able to score points. At least I'm assuming they're going to be able to score points and move the football, play some complementary football. I only have them beating the Giants. I have them beating the Bears because I have the Bears at home. I have them beating Pittsburgh, although could be a sneaky game that they lose. New Orleans, and then I have them splitting that game with Dallas. So those are the only 5 wins that I have. I don't see them beating Arizona at Arizona. I think Tennessee, this is the one game that they win this year. It's in December. It's late in the year. Tennessee probably hasn't won a game yet. And I think this is the one that they finally win. get a little bit of momentum. Commanders may be looking at that bye week coming up like, oh man, we're almost there. We're almost through it. Yeah. Five wins to me, but a very competitive 5 wins. Like they'll look at the season and be like, oh man, like we're a field goal away or a touchdown away or an interception away from having 8 to 10 wins. But I don't think they make a leap to, 8 wins this year.
That Arizona game, the Washington offensive coordinator is Cliff Kingsbury, a coach who is really familiar with Arizona because he got fired by them as head coach. That's part of why I actually have Arizona beating Washington, is I think that's an emotional game where Arizona remembers him and Kyler comes out swinging. One factor too, they've got a rookie left tackle, Brandon Coleman, who I think is going to be a really good player in time. I've got them beating the Giants twice this year. It's a tough ask with a rookie left tackle. Beating Dallas is going to be a really big challenge. I've got them also beating Chicago. I think their secondary is interesting. I just, when I look at the roster, I really think Washington's the second best team in the NFC East. They're better than the Giants. They're better than the Cowboys. Not like way better, but I think a better team, better offensive line, more dynamic quarterback, better running back room. I really like Washington as far as, I just think they're second in that division when it comes to how they built their football team. The one thread that pulls at my head that I can't make sense of. They traded Jahan Dotson within their division to the Eagles, which I just don't.
That was weird.
I don't know what the heck that was. Was that them signaling they're not going to be good? Like, to me, they traded away a weapon that was going to help them. Was it they weren't confident they could sign him long term? Was there some discomfort with the new coach? Were they fighting? Like, we'll never probably know the real story there, but that was a very bizarre trade to trade him in division, a player that I think is actually somewhat talented. That made no sense to you too, right?
It didn't make sense. The only sense I can even try and make is that there were rumors that the Commanders were going to try and make a play for Brandon Ayuk, with the whole Brandon posting about, playing with Jaden Daniels again, reuniting from their time at Arizona State. That might be the only reason. Maybe let's clear out Jahan Dotson and then we'll, recoup some picks and then we'll be able to, buy Brandon Ayuk. That's the only thing I can think of. And I know it's not a great, what's the word I'm even looking for? It's not a great explanation, but that's the only one I can think of.
Actually, that's actually a really good theory. I think personally, like, you're going to have a problem in the 49ers organization paying people. It's just, the money doesn't make sense eventually. Like when Brock Purdy gets paid, how are they going to do it? There's no money left to pay him. I think what Philly has done a really good job of is recognizing, hey, we got a player's contract coming up. We can't pay him. Let's find value somewhere else. So they brought in Saquon Barkley. They brought in now Jahan Dotson. Like, they keep finding ways to reload and rebuild their roster with cheaper contracts and by making smart moves. I really think Washington, or that the 49ers probably should have dealt Brandon Ayuk for Jahan Dotson. You get a first round pick and Jahan Dotson for Brandon Ayuk. Like, look, is Brandon Ayuk better than Jahan Dotson? Yes. Is he so much better that he's worth all that money and a first round pick? Like, not really. I think you could have gotten a good haul for Brandon Ayuk. To me, it signaled that the 49ers are just trying to win right now immediately. They're like, we'll mortgage our future, kind of like the Rams did a couple of years ago. We'll deal with that situation later. Yeah. We're going to win right now. This show is keep Brandon Ayuk happy, keep him here. But I think for the long-term health of the organization, probably trading Brandon Ayuk would have been the right move. And Washington, again, that you're right. That's the only thing that makes sense. But I just don't know why they had to get rid of him. And in their division, it makes me really wonder if Jahan Dotson was deeply unhappy. We'll never know. And maybe they wanted to get rid of him. And this was the only deal they had. But it's going to hurt to play him twice a year. And I just can't make sense of it. But again, I stand by. I think Washington is the second best team in the NFC East. I love their quarterback, Jaden Daniels. If he can stay healthy, which he's small, dude. He looks like RG3 again, right? But if he can stay healthy, it's going to be, I think, a really big success, actually. I don't know. I don't know much more to say. I really like Washington. I'm weirdly a fan. And 8-9, it actually feels it feels right because you can't predict everything, but like some of the games I have them losing are games that I'm like, I don't know, man. Like they could have more wins than 8, honestly.
They certainly could. I'm trying to figure out how many games Justin Herbert won his rookie year.
What was that, 2019? No, 2020?
2020, 2020, 21. Let's just look up Chargers record. I don't know why I'm looking up his record.
Justin Herbert.
So they won 7 games in 2020. Huh. So if Jaden Daniels were to be as good in terms of production ability to throw the football around with a mediocre defense, maybe they do get 7 wins. But I'm still sticking with 5.
Yeah. You know, the thing I think that we aren't talking about at all. So the secondary is a weakness for Washington, right? So when they play, I think that the Bears game is really interesting, but the Bears have a really, really good receiving core. I think Cincinnati probably embarrasses Washington because of that. But I also don't want to discount Dan Quinn's ability as a coach. He's a really good defensive coordinator. He's a defensive mastermind, in my opinion. I think he's going to make up some of the slack and make up for some of the lack of talent in Washington. Again, I feel good about 8-9. Honestly, I think I'm really pat there. 8-9 for the Washington Commanders. But do you want to talk about Philly?
Yeah, let's talk about the only decent team in the division.
So this one I feel really uncomfortable about. I'm not going to lie to you. It's I got to give you a preamble because I feel weird, but I went through it and I even multiple times tried to I went through it again and again, and I kept trying to take wins away or add losses, and I honestly couldn't. And we'll see how you feel about this, but I've got the Philadelphia Eagles going 15-2. And I know I feel weird about it. I really tried. I really looked and I looked and I was like, man, I just think they're better than almost every team they play. I really like Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator. I think, again, you could question their defense, but I just really, really love Vic Fangio. I think this team is kind of like Ohio State or Georgia of the NFL, and literally people even how many Georgia players they have on their team is kind of crazy. But they're loaded, man. This roster, especially on the offensive side of the football, is unreal in Philadelphia. And to the point where one of the only question marks is their quarterback, who's been at times really good, Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, Dallas Goedert, still a good offensive line. Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator. Vic Fangio, a defensive coordinator. This could be, probably isn't, but it's in conversation. Definitely top 3 best teams in the NFC. What do you make of 15-2 from your boy Zach predicting the Eagles schedule?
I mean, I have them going 13-4, right? Which just means there's probably a couple of those difficult games on the schedule we're not seeing eye to eye on. I have them losing to Cleveland, Cincinnati, the Rams, and the Ravens. Those to me are their losses. I don't think that. I don't know. I don't see them. And it might be because I have such a sour taste in my mouth from last year. I just really, really didn't like the team that I saw. And I know that they've got new coordinators on both sides of the ball. 2 guys I think that are going to help make this football team better. Plus you bring back Saquon Barkley. I'm sorry, not bring in Saquon Barkley. Man, I have a tough time getting that thought out of my head. And Jalen Hurts, again, was great when he had Shane Steichen. Was not superb last year in terms of taking care of the football. I just want to see Jalen Hurts play because he's going to be the catalyst for this team. Yes, there's a lot of weapons around him, but he's going to be the catalyst. And then also that defense, their defense is not good. And it didn't get any better over the offseason. And I think Bradbury just had an injury as well. I'm not sure what his status is for week 1. I think their defense is what's going to cost them games more so than their offense. Which is why against a team like Cleveland, Philly couldn't stop a nosebleed last year. Cincinnati, the Rams, Baltimore, all teams that have, high-powered offenses. I think Cincinnati's offense is going to be absolutely disgusting this year with a healthy Joe Burrow. Yeah, I don't know. But 13-4, again, really, really good football team. And they very well could beat a Cleveland or Cincinnati or Rams or Baltimore. I just don't think that 2 games is all they're going to lose. I think they're more likely to lose 5 games than they are to lose 2 games, if that makes sense. And I don't know if that's an easy thing to say, but I think they're closer to losing 5 or 6 than they are to winning those tough games and only having 2 wins. I'm sorry, 2 losses.
Here were the 6 games that I stared at for a long time. Packers week 1, Falcons week 2, but then Browns, Bengals, Rams, and Baltimore. And I felt like, hey, they're better than Atlanta. It's early in the year. They're an established team. They beat Atlanta. They beat Green Bay. Like, they got a bye week to prepare for Cleveland. They got a better quarterback. I mean, top to bottom, I think they're like, I think they're better coached. I really like Philly over Cleveland, but it was hard for me. The Bengals game was really difficult. I stared at it for a long time. But then, honestly, the 2 that I felt the weirdest about, and the last 2 games I picked everything else, and I came back and circled back to at the Rams and at the Ravens. And actually, let's be very honest. Here is why I didn't have them losing to the Rams and the Ravens. If the Rams beat Philly, it made the Rams 12-5, which was like, it felt really high. I was like, I don't know. And then if the Ravens beat Philly, that makes the Ravens 12-5. And I was like, that also feels really high for a Ravens team. I think it's taking a step backward this year. So I'm actually comfortable saying 13-4. Like, that makes sense to me. We can have that make like that. You could convince me very easily that happens. But the consequence of it was like, hey, I just can't give the Ravens 12 wins. I can't give the Rams 12 wins. That feels too high. And so I stuck with what I had. I really think their schedule is favorable, though. A lot of their tough games are at home. They play Cleveland at home. They play Green Bay at home. They play Atlanta at home. Like, their only 3 tough games on the road are at Cincinnati, at the Rams, at Baltimore. And I think they're better than Baltimore. They're more established than the Rams, who are good, but they're really young. The Cincinnati game was tough, man, given the secondary weaknesses, given all they got. But I think they run the ball really well against both remember, the Rams lost Aaron Donald. The Ravens don't have a great front seven, and the Bengals don't have a great front seven stopping the run. I think the running game is the part we're not counting against in those games. They could run the ball really well and win all 3 of those football games. So I'm going to meet you in the middle.
But
I'm going to say
Kellen Moore's not going to run the football.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
think that's
Kellen Moore has learned to
possible.
run the football.
You got
You'd
Saquon
like to
Barkley.
think so. You'd like to think so.
Although, again, they've got Jahan Dotson and Devontae Smith and AJ Brown. I don't know, man.
Dallas Goedert.
I think they're kind of. Do you agree they're kind of loaded in Philly? Like, it's like they're really good.
For the last 4 years, they've had one of the best rosters in the league, and you could make the argument that it is the best. Again, I don't think the defense is great. I think you got Kellen Moore, who doesn't love to run the football, and just Nick Sirianni to me is such an asshat. I don't know. I like on the same, not necessarily the same wavelength as Mike McCarthy, but in the same sense, I don't trust him to make the right call other than the tush push. And because of that, when it gets to a close game, I don't think they dial up anything to win.
Well, if we gave the win to the Bengals would go 13-4, right? So again, I'm going to stick with, I don't know, maybe we'll say they're going to go, I don't know what games, but maybe you're right. Maybe the Eagles do go 13-4 rather than 15-2. Like, 15-2 feels really high in today's NFL. But the rest of their schedule is so light. Who else is gonna beat them other than whether it's Green Bay, Atlanta, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Rams, or Ravens? Everyone else in the schedule feels like a no contest. Really, like, they're way better. They're way better than the Saints. They're way better than Tampa. They're way better than the Giants, the Jaguars, the Cowboys, Washington, Carolina, Pittsburgh. Like, a lot of these games don't feel competitive to me for Philly. It's going to come down to these couple really close games and really difficult games. But yeah, I think either way, the takeaway is, hey, Philly's going to be really good this year.
No doubt.
And by the way, be like way better than everybody else in their division, like to the point where, again, they lost the division last year. So the streak is going to continue of the same team winning that division 2 years in a row. Hasn't happened since like 2001 or something. But again, it's going to change hands to go from the Cowboys to Philly.
No doubt. Or Washington. You never know.
Get out of here, man. I like Washington. I don't like Washington that much. How about let's go from the East to the West. Let's go out west to, this team is not actually in the West. Do you know which team is out west with the division, but it's really in the middle of the country? Do you know what team I might be talking about out quote unquote west? Does Nathan know his geography?
Kansas
is the question.
City.
Yeah, dude. Missouri, last I checked, or Kansas, either one, not exactly west. It's certainly west of like Pittsburgh or New York. In fact, the Northwest Territories, back in the day, like long time ago, Indian days, Ohio actually was part of the Northwest Territories. So like, I think a lot of our country is oriented towards the East Coast, and everything west of the East Coast is west. Anyway, I got the Kansas City Chiefs going 14-3. And by the way, winning the Super Bowl for the third time in a row. I think they are going to be the first team in NFL history to three-peat. It's a team that just won a Super Bowl and got even better. They added Xavier Worthy in the draft. They brought in Marquise Hollywood Brown from Arizona. They directly addressed their number one problem, which was their receiving core. They got the best quarterback I've ever seen in my entire life, a guy that you know actually pretty well, Andy Reid. They won a Super Bowl and got better. I really confidently feel like this team is the best team in football, like by a mile. I can't believe anyone allowed them to get Xavier Worthy or Hollywood Brown. What do you say to all that? 14-3, winning a Super Bowl for the third year in a row, Kansas City.
I have them 13-4 for one reason. I have them, or two reasons, I should say. I have them splitting games with the Chargers. The Chargers, for some reason, have always given them a tough time during Pat Mahomes' career with Justin Herbert. So I feel like they end up splitting one of those games, probably more than likely the one where they're in LA. And then I actually think they lose the last game of the year to Denver. Division is going to be wrapped up. They're not rolling out anybody, worth getting injured. So that's, two losses that are on the schedule. I think they lose to San Francisco. It's going to be the San Francisco revenge game. We've seen this script play out so many times. And then I do actually think they lose to Cleveland in Cleveland. And then the rest is smooth sailing.
I like that Cleveland game. I can see that. Cold weather, tough game. It's a slugfest. They run the ball, really well in Cleveland.
I wasn't sure which it was going to be. It was either going to be the Bengals early in the season, but I know Pat wants to beat Joe so bad and he's going to make it happen. But it was between them early and Cleveland late for that loss.
Yeah,
it's hard to say.
Here are the three losses to me. I think you're right. They lose to the 49ers. Again, they're going to lose to the 49ers when it doesn't matter. In what month? October. Great. But the 49ers feel really good about themselves, be really happy. I agree, actually. I think they do also lose Week 18 at Denver. You're probably resting your starters at that point. Denver's all fired up. You're at high elevation.
Denver's probably fighting for a playoff spot.
Yeah, probably. It's competitive, right? In fact, I have Denver as the second best team in that division. But in that conversation as well. And I actually really like Denver's chances this year. So, but the other game I have them losing, my third loss, was actually at the Raiders. You gave it to the Chargers. I'm pretty confident that they're going to beat the Chargers twice. I think they're just way, way better across the board than the Chargers. And the Chargers have no weapons to really challenge a team like Kansas City this year. But the Raiders, you said Chargers, I said Raiders. In this division, there's always a weird loss the Chiefs have. And I really like Antonio Pierce. They've kind of given them problems before. I think at the Raiders is a tough game. So that's the game I had them losing, but I have it circled. There are three games I had circled. They have winning all three, but are tough. Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Houston. Here's the thing about all three of these games.
Yep.
They're all in Kansas City, right? Like they gave them a gift. All their three toughest games are all at home in Kansas City. And that's interesting to me. You're right. Joe Burrow does have kind of the number of Patrick Mahomes, but
I don't think game one's in Kansas City. That's one of the NFL international games, I believe.
You're right. Well, I guess my point remains, though, it's not at Baltimore.
But they get the home game. Right. It's a neutral site, which kind of takes out that kick. And they've already won in Baltimore, so it's not like it's a problem for them either way around. So
yeah. I guess that's my point. They don't play any. Their toughest games are not on the road. Is especially my point here.
Yeah,
I think at Atlanta is an underrated tough game, but I think they're way better than Atlanta just across the board. I don't need to linger on this, man. There's not a lot to say. I've doubted Kansas City before. I've been skeptical of them before. I've even called them boring. I'm actually this is the most excited I've been to watch Kansas City in a long time. Xavier Worthy's going to be a treat. And as a guy I love football, I love X's and O's, and I think Kansas City is going to be their offense, dude. It's going to be just humming this year. I think they're going to have their most successful year in a long time. I could very much see Patrick Mahomes leading the league in passing, which he hasn't done in a while.
Most successful year in a long time after 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. What would be a shame is if they had this historic year and then lost the Super Bowl.
Fireworks.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
it be a shame though if they had
I'll say?
Yeah, go ahead.
If they had an offensive resurgence and Pat throws for 45 touchdowns and all of a sudden they don't win who was it, the Patriots?
Peyton Manning did that too. Remember when Peyton Manning broke a ton of records and lost to Seattle?
That was a shame. Badly too. It was embarrassing. One win though I might have to add, and this is just because I'm looking at it now. Andy Reid off of a bye week. I can't remember what his record is, but it's immaculate. And they do have the Niners off the bye week. So maybe you got to give that one to the Chiefs. I'm saying that one hypothetically. I still think that the Niners win that football game, but something to consider.
Yeah, if that happens, you land exactly on my prediction, 14-3. You get there differently, but I think 3 losses about right for the best team in football by a mile. And the clear favorite to win the Super Bowl, Kansas City, a team that I am very much excited to watch. But do you want to talk about Denver, a team that is very interesting to me, kind of fun?
They're going to be a feisty ball club, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, man, I don't know that Denver wins every game this year or anything, but I think they're going to be, even the games they lose, they're going to be competitive and really interesting. I really like Denver. I like Bo Nix. I like Sean Payton. It's an improved football team. I've fallen victim to the Denver Broncos before. I think years and years in a row now, I've believed in Denver and it's blown up in my face almost every time. This team though, to me, the Denver Broncos in 2024 remind me of the Green Bay Packers last year. Going into the year, you got a young quarterback, you got a young team, you're trying to grow and trying to build, you're well coached. I think they're going to battle really hard for second in their division. That would be a victory for them. And to me, the Packers overachieved last year. I saw them being a similar team to this where they're young, first year starting quarterback, they're trying to grow, and I thought it would take longer for the Packers to win. I think it's going to take longer for Denver than what Green Bay did last year. I think they go 7-10 this year. But even some of those losses, those 10 losses, some of them are really close and marginal losses.
Yeah, I think you're right. I have them going 7-10, but then I just had to adjust that to 8-9 because I forgot I had them getting that win to Kansas City to end the year. I forgot I had them getting that win. But to me, I see this team beating teams that they should beat, that they have potentially a better roster than, and they're better coach than. But yeah, 500 just feels right. I think it's going to be a really exciting way to get there. But I do think that they're just going to struggle against those tough defenses. I don't think the offense is super stellar. I know that Bo Nix is back there, and from what we've seen in the preseason, he's going to be a more than capable guy. The receiving core with Cortland Sutton, Tim Patrick, Troy Franklin, I'm leaving out a guy. I think they're going to be solid.
Tim Patrick.
But they cut Tim Patrick? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't – the bottom line is I don't think they have it. Ooh, that's big pickup for Detroit. It's another big body. The point is I don't think they have enough offensive firepower to score points, to really bail your team out. And I don't think they have a strong enough defense to, have consistent takeaways and get you the ball back. Now, their defense, I think, did a great job of making things ugly last year. And I think that that's going to be their formula to win this year. It's got to be limited possessions for both teams. It's got to be ugly, and you've got to score late, and that's going to be their recipe to win games. But again, against those stronger, more physical, tough defenses, your Pittsburghs, your Kansas Cities, Baltimore, Cleveland, Cincinnati late in the year, I think that's where they're losing games.
I don't think this offense needs to have, I don't know, a Tyreek Hill, a true, like, incredible number one receiver who's great against one-on-one matchups. I think they're going to be, especially with Bo Nix, man, I think they're going to get the ball out really quick. It's going to be a lot of spacing. It's going to remind you of what the Saints offense used to look like, where it's about timing. It's about being in the right spot, about running the right route. It's about efficiency and smart football, and not about being better physically. I just think it's going to be a really, like, what's the right word here? I don't actually know. A really interesting offense to watch because of the way that they succeed. They've also got a really deep running back room, which means that they can sustain. It's not like the most talented running back room in the NFL, but it's pretty evenly distributed talent wise. Meaning, if a guy gets hurt, another guy can step up, and if that guy gets hurt, another guy can step up. They're like 3 or 4 deep in the running back spot. They're going to run the ball a lot of play action, getting the ball out really quick. Bo Nix is going to be fun to watch, man. I really think that. To me, the ugliest stretch is November to the end of December. At the Raiders is tough. Then Cleveland's a really tough game where I think they get their butts kicked. I think Indy's way better. At the Chargers is interesting, but I think the Chargers do win that game. And then at Cincinnati's tough. I think that's a slide at the end of the year for them. But I've got them winning 4 in a row. Raiders, Chargers. At New Orleans is going to be a huge victory for Sean Payton. Then Carolina. Really the big question to me, Seattle week 1 and Pittsburgh week 2. Like, if those games could go either way. Again, like 7 and 10
those are winnable games.
10
those
and
are
7.
Winnable games.
Yeah, oh yeah. And again, I've got them 7 and 10 with 3 or 4 one-score losses, but that could be victories. That could be 10 and 7, not 7 and 10. I think it's really marginal the way this team wins or loses games this year in Denver.
Yeah, a bad way to say it is like the Vikings were a couple years ago. This is strictly by way of one-score wins. You're very close to, again, having a 7-10 season or a 10-7 season if the ball bounces your way. I do still think that, 8 wins is the ceiling, and I feel like I'm generous, and maybe it's the Oregon homer Bo Nix and me kind of giving them this many wins. But I did notice that a lot of the losses I have for them are going to be on the road. They've got some tough road games this year. So yeah, I think they'll beat teams that they should beat. I think they'll play well at home, but those road games are tough.
I want to say this, and I've never really talked about this part of Denver before, but my girlfriend, someday wife, is from Denver. She grew up there. And so she knows really well what it's like. She's an athlete, runs a lot, what it's like to go from Denver to another lower elevation city. It's a huge advantage. Like, when you leave Denver and you go to another city that's at a lower elevation, you feel like incredible. You can breathe really well. Everything's easier. And then when you go away towards Denver, it's really, you need oxygen masks. Like, that elevation really does make a difference on your lung capacity and how much weaker you feel. I've never really talked about that part of the Denver Broncos organization. I think it's, now that I know someone who's from there, and I've really heard like stories about, especially like leaving Denver, you go from Denver to Miami, you're like, dude, I feel great. I feel awesome. And I've just
what is this oxygen?
Yeah. Like, it's literally easier to breathe. And I just think that, that's a part of the Broncos that we never talk about. Like, it's kind of overlooked in the sports world, but dating someone who's from there really changed my perspective. Like, oh, that's a huge advantage that might be like really good to key on. If I was a coach or a Peyton Manning type quarterback, like, I'm like, man, I want to play there because of that advantage alone. My point is that in close games, that little margin does matter, in my opinion, and helps them eke out a win or two at home or on the road. That advantage we never talk about with Denver, the elevation, I think plays a role somewhat this season, in my opinion.
I believe it.
How about the Raiders, man? You're really down on the Raiders. I got the Raiders going 7 and 10. 7 and 10.
If you mention Gardner Minshew as a reason that they're able to go 7 and 10, I'm going to lose my cool. I'm going to absolutely lose it. I'm going to be happy for Devontae Adams because that's who Gardner Minshew is going to throw the ball to. But there is nothing to write home about on this team other than the fact that their defense got hot at the end of last year. Please.
Here's my justification. It's actually not Gardner Minshew. I think they're going to I think after this year, the Raiders are going to be looking for another quarterback. I'm realistic about Gardner, although I think he is kind of a Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Well, we know they're going to be looking for another quarterback.
But I think he's like Ryan Fitzpatrick, where there is a charm to him. People like no one hates Gardner Minshew in the locker room. Everyone who plays with him, you love him. You like to be around him. He's like even if he's not great, no one has a problem with him in the locker room. Everyone wants to like him, wants to play with him. And I think he actually could not be a more perfect quarterback for Antonio Pierce, a former linebacker. Here's what I think this team looks like this year. They're going to fight hard and they're going to win games they shouldn't. They're going to play really good defense. They got Max Crosby. They got this attitude. They got a coach who I think just is going to set a really fun tone. 7-10 is actually a step back. They went 8-9 last year. But they got Brock Bowers, Devontae Adams, and Gardner Minshew. And I don't think they're going to win because of Gardner Minshew. They're going to win because of the culture. But I don't think Gardner Minshew is going to be a problem. I think he's going to be a footnote that we don't really acknowledge much. Like he's serviceable. He's good enough to keep us in games, and we win because of our great defense. And really, you'll not like this at all. But October 13th, 20th, and 27th, they beat Pittsburgh. Then they win at the Rams, and then they beat Kansas City. That's like the highlight of their year. And at that point, they would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3. And then they fall off the wagon from there on. The only games they win after that are Atlanta and Denver.
So how many total wins is that?
I really am. 7-10 is the final prediction for the Raiders, in my opinion. That's including a week 1 victory at Chargers. They beat Carolina. Those are the 7 wins I have. Denver, Atlanta, KC, Rams, Pittsburgh, Carolina, and the Chargers. I'm being generous. I'll acknowledge that. But I think, again, my prediction here is they're going to win games they shouldn't. They're going to punch above their weight because of the culture they've got with their head coach. I don't know that he's like the head coach for the long term. I think he is the head coach that's going to draft the next quarterback with the Raiders. He's probably got 1 or 2 more years left with the Raiders organization before they go, look, we love you. You're like Ed Orgeron. We think you're awesome, but we're ready to set a right culture here and move forward. But I don't think anyone's got hatred towards Antonio Pierce after the year. I think he's like a lovable loser that goes 7-10.
the Ed Orgeron thing, he talks about that when they said, hey, we're going to fire you. He said, great, where do I sign and where's the exit? Or in which door do you want me to walk out of? Listen, this team's going 3-14. They're beating the Chargers week 1. We are in alignment there. But then they're beating Carolina and they're beating New Orleans. And to me, that's it. Everyone else, I think, is too offensively talented, and they are not offensively talented enough to win those games. And they're going to have an okay defense. Again, they got hot at the end of last year. I don't think that they had a strong schedule to kind of close out last year. I think we talked about that in the episode. They lost to Minnesota. They beat the Chargers. I know that they beat Kansas City last year, kind of caught them sleeping. And then they beat the Colts. They lost to the Colts and they beat Denver. They weren't necessarily playing anybody that they really had to stop. And their defense all of a sudden got this crazy, oh my goodness, like Max Crosby. And I know that they picked up Christian Wilkinson too, or Wilkins. Regardless, there's not a lot of wins on the calendar for them this year. And again, I think they are limited, so limited offensively without Josh Jacobs. You're not going to have a run game to support any sort of throwing of the football. And again, the defense, it's not like it's a top 5 defense. It might be a top 12 defense, and that's not going to be enough for them to win games. You can't win on the power of friendship. I like where you're going with the culture, and Antonio Pierce is a great guy, but you're not winning on that.
Their offensive coordinator is Luke Getsy. You might remember Luke Getsy is a guy who failed to develop Justin Fields as the offensive coordinator in Chicago. I don't want to shy away from that. Now, I think you look at Justin Fields, what he looks like with Arthur Smith, and you wonder, was it Justin Fields? Is it the coach? Like, whose fault is it really? I don't know, man. 7-10. The way I landed on this, look, it could be 5-12. I'm not going to shy away from that. It could be 4-13 for this Raiders team. It's not a team I'm like really excited about, but I am banking on them winning games they should not win. It's the culture that I think is going to grow under Antonio Pierce. Grow is the wrong word there. they're just going to be fun to watch, man. They're going to fight really hard. It's going to be really competitive. I think they're going to punch above their weight. And you agree on that or you don't. And I understand why you wouldn't agree on that, but that's kind of where I land with this Raiders team. I just think they're going to surpass expectations. And I'm choosing to believe that.
Yeah, just Devontae Adams should have got out when he could. We saw how he was reacting, watching or when we watched quarterback, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's much more for him. I do think, again, Gardner Minshew is an upgrade to me from Aiden O'Connell. There's no question to me that that's the case. But again, Gardner Minshew has stinkers. And I haven't seen one of those, 4+ touchdown games from him in a while. We didn't see it last year with the Colts.
But remember, again, I try to be really fair about Gardner Minshew. I love him. I went to college with him. I think he's awesome. But to me, they almost made a playoff game with the Colts last year. Like, Gardner Minshew is not a superstar at all. He's serviceable. He keeps you in games, I think. Honestly, I don't think he wins you games, but he keeps it competitive more than people realize, in my opinion. And I just think when you look at what happened with the Colts last year, how close it was to them making a playoff game, I think it's a similar situation with the Raiders, honestly, like truly.
In a bad division that didn't really have anybody running away. You had the Jacksonville Jaguars.
But how good is their division outside of Kansas City? The Chargers have no weapons. The Broncos are building. Like, I don't know. We'll agree to disagree here.
But the rest of the AFC is still so good. And again, just on their schedule, I don't see the wins for their NFC matchups with Tampa Bay or with Atlanta. The wins that they're going to be getting are New Orleans, Carolina, and that week 1 against the Chargers. I'm sticking to 3 wins. If they get 4, I'll buy a beer.
Fair enough. Talk about 4 wins. I got the Chargers winning 4 games. I have the Chargers going 4-13. The 4 wins are Tennessee, Denver, New England, and yours truly, the Raiders. They win 3 games at the end of the year. Look, I think it takes a while for this team to get going, and the Chargers, man, are just they have no offensive weapons. The running back room is empty. The cupboard is bare. Your best weapons are Joshua Palmer and Ladd McConkey, dude. Like, not horrible, and I love Justin Herbert, but they're building the offensive line. They've got literally 4 names they care about on the defense: Nick Bosa, Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, excuse me, Asante Samuel Jr., and Derwin James. They've got a good pass rush if they're healthy and don't fall apart, but how often is Joey Bosa injured? Khalil Mack is aging. Derwin James, I love him. He's often hurt as well. Like, I think Chargers Denver is like a really interesting matchup, but 4-13, even with an elite quarterback and a really good head coach, it just takes time before Jim Harbaugh's stamp can get really put on this football team.
I think it's just going to happen a lot quicker than we think. I think we have the Raiders and the Chargers flipped. I do think that Harbaugh is going to turn this team around quicker. I think that the Chargers have 9 wins. I think their losses come from Pitt, from Kansas City, from Denver, from Cleveland, from Cincinnati, from Baltimore, from Kansas City, and then I think they lose at Las Vegas late in the year. But to me, Justin Herbert has endured so much as far as, less than competent coaching. He's finally got a competent coach, right? He's going to have a run game that Jim Harbaugh wants to be successful. Not this cheap screen game that we had with Austin Eckler, right? A legitimate run game. You've got Gus Edwards. You've got J.K. Dobbins, who, when healthy, was averaging like 6 some odd yards per carry. He was an absolute monster in Baltimore before he kept getting injured every single time. Josh Palmer, totally get that. Ladd McConkey, all right. Quentin Johnson, okay. I think Brendan Rice is going to surprise people a lot this year. Again, son of Jerry Rice. I'm really excited about him. And then on defense, all they have to do is be more than serviceable. And Justin Herbert's already proven that he can win games with a bottom 30 defense. You give him a top 15, 16, 17 defense, that's, to me, just a couple more wins. And that's why I think that the Chargers are going to perform better than the Raiders this year. I think they're going to be more aligned directionally, having that full cultural reset like both teams are having right now. I just think that the Chargers are going to do it better. And I think it's simply because they have the quarterback to do it.
I like their tackles. I think their interior offensive line scares me. The running backs are Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins, who have a lot of miles on their bodies, a lot of mileage there. I think I saw Haskins. I believe he played at Michigan. Am I crazy? No, he did. That's a Jim Harbaugh player from the past. That's our fourth string running back. I'm just not like here's what this team really reminds me of. Actually, there's not a lot of separation with this receiving core. Joshua Palmer, Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnson, Brendan Rice, DJ Chark. But there is some quality route running, in my opinion. There's some quality, like maybe separation through being technical as a receiver, not through like size and speed. What do you make of that?
Ladd will get away from you.
You think?
He's a 4.3 guy. He ran it at the combine. I think you're right though. There's not a guy on that receiving core where if I were to send out, my number one corner, I'm not worried for him. You know what I mean? If I'm Kansas City and I got Trent McDuffie and I got him one-on-one with Josh Palmer or Quentin Johnson, I'm not like, oh man, like we might have to roll that safety over. So I get what you're saying with that. But I think what we've seen from Jim Harbaugh teams is they're not wide receiver focused in the first place. It's quarterback centric, delivering the football, and it's running the football. And I think that's why they're going to win more games as well. They're going to be able to keep the ball away from teams like Kansas City. They're going to be able to keep the ball away from Las Vegas, a team that already doesn't have a strong offensive rhythm. And again, like that's why they're going to win. Justin Herbert's going to have his best year yet, and they're going to do amazing.
The games that scare me. Carolina, here's the games that I have them losing that make me really uncomfortable. Carolina at Carolina early, at Pittsburgh early, at Arizona week 7, and then New Orleans week 8. So if they beat New Orleans, the Saints would then instead go 3-14. If they beat Pittsburgh, the Steelers would then instead go 5-12. If they beat Carolina, Carolina would then instead go 4-13. Like it's not unreasonable to say they'll go 8-9 instead of 4-13, or even 9-8. I mean, I think it's close, and it really just depends on how quickly you believe Jim Harbaugh can instill his system and get going. I could very easily be talked into an 8-win season for the Chargers. Just given, you're right, like is there a superstar receiver in my opinion? No, but is there quality at receiver? Yeah. Is Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins going to set the world on fire? No, but they are solid. And then you've got an elite, like superstar, truly quarterback at the helm. I'm worried about the offensive line. I don't love their interior offensive linemen, honestly. And the health of the defense concerns me, but you can very easily convince me that they go, instead of 4-13, 7-10, 8-9, even 9-8. I guess here's what really I think the point I want to make here. I'm very you can convince me otherwise. Denver and the Chargers is the big question mark to me. Who's better at the end of the year? Who ends up with more wins? Mm-hmm. I do think Denver ends ahead of the Chargers, at least this year. Maybe not next year, but this year for sure. But I do have the Chargers beating Denver week 16 at the end of the year. By the end of the year, the Chargers are going to be a very different football team. The question is, do they succeed early, or does it take them a while? I've got on my prediction the Chargers taking longer to get rolling and really get going. But by the end of the year, they're a very different football team than they are week 2 and 3. Sounds like you just think they're going to win earlier than I do.
Yeah, and I think that's the case. Again, you've got Vegas, you've got Carolina, you've got Pittsburgh. Those are winnable games. Kansas City, you might not win, but then you got a bye week. And then you got Denver, Arizona, New Orleans. So I think you have a chance to really strike some positive momentum before you have to play Cleveland, right? And before you get into that tougher middle part of the schedule. And then you close soft with Tampa, Denver, New England, and Las Vegas. So I think that because they have somewhat of a soft start, you get that early bye week, and then you have some tough, challenging games, get you some calluses, and then you kind of cruise your way through the rest of the season. But yeah, I think it sounds like I just have a little bit more faith in Harbaugh getting things moving in the right direction quicker than you do. Again, I look at Michigan in how they were able to win football games. Did they have a running back drafted or a receiver drafted in the first round?
Not early, not those early years, but they did win quickly in Michigan.
Right, and I'm talking about this most recent national championship year is they didn't. And yes, they had J.J. McCarthy, the first-round quarterback.
Blake Corum.
But he wasn't asked. Right. Blake was great. I'm not denying. I'm just saying if you look at what the team had, yes, they had NFL talent, but it's not like they didn't have the featured guy where everyone was like, oh my goodness, like this guy's no question first round. Because even JJ McCarthy had questions. People were like, oh, is he even a first round guy? And it took massaging and convincing and analysis and him on the whiteboard to earn that spot. Anyways, yeah, I just have faith that the Chargers are going to get things moving quickly. And again, I think that comes from Justin Herbert's ability to learn a new offense and just be a leader on that team. But yeah, you're right. It's between them and the Broncos. Which team is going to be playing better football at the end of the season? I've got them going 9-8 and 8-9 respectively. Could easily be flopped.
I really wonder what the audience is going to feel, because if they feel anything like me, they're convinced that you're probably right. I think you actually got me. I think you really your argument makes a lot of sense, and kind of like a sales pitch almost. Like, yeah, like no, that reasoning makes a lot of sense, given the way that they won in Michigan, given the way Harbaugh's system works, given that they're not like superstars really anywhere other than Herbert, but they're quality in a lot of places. I think players like Brandon Rice and DJ Chark are like really sneaky, like contributors that like make some plays here and there and have some catches on third down. They're like, oh, whoa, like look at these guys contributing. And the ball is going to be really evenly distributed in this offense for sure.
I think so.
You kind of convinced me, man. Honestly, like I could see 8 wins for this football team, 9 even possibly. Yeah. I think you're right.
Again, you got to flip the Raiders.
Than I thought.
Yeah, no doubt.
You want to talk about the NFC West?
Let's talk about the NFC West.
I've got Arizona going 5-12. To me, like the front seven is awful. I would challenge them running the football all day long. Like I would just run and run and run and run and run. Kyler Murray hasn't played in every single game since 2020. On offense, they got Marvin Harrison Jr. and then not much else. I like their 1-2 punch at running back, James Conner and Trey Benson. They went 4-13 last year. I have them going 5-12, taking a step forward. Let's be clear, Cardinals fans. I don't hate you. I think you're better than they were last year, marginally, but and I think they got some good guys in their secondary. But I've got their victories coming against Washington, the Chargers, at Minnesota, Seattle, and the 49ers Week 18. I don't know. I don't see many more victories. I think I was really as generous as I possibly could be. Like Carolina, maybe, but like, man, I don't. And then I guess it's the one win I gave the New England Patriots, right? Or did I? Actually, I might be wrong here. This might be a mistake for your boy Zach, because I think I had them losing. So maybe 6 wins. I guess they beat New England as well, and go 6-11. So, like, hey, Cardinals fans, I don't hate your team. 6-11 is not terrible. What do you say to that, Nathan?
Yeah, I've got them going 7-10, so not too far off. I think a little bit better than I think the 5-12 you were initially talking about. I think this offense is going to be good. I know that front 5 isn't necessarily strong, but you've still got Kyler Murray. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr. Michael Wilson, I think, is going to surprise people. He's a cat out of Stanford. The amount of back shoulder balls and physical contested catches this dude would make was unbelievable at Stanford. Being kind of a Pac-12 football watcher, it would just be frustrating to see him on big third down plays come down with those catches. I think he's going to surprise people. Of course, you drafted Maserati Marv, so I think you've got a strong receiver duo there, both rookies, which is kind of surprising. No, I'm sorry. Michael Wilson should be going into his second year. I believe he was drafted in 2023. Yep. And then you've got Trey McBride. He should be coming back. He had a great season kind of ending last year after Zach Ertz got injured. He kind of stepped up and really started to make some plays. Defense to me is the bigger question mark. We know that Josh Gannon had them playing at a physical high level. Is hard to say, but they played hard and it looked like they knew what they were doing, and they got better as the season went on. Again, yeah, I have them going 7-10. I see, a number of different wins. I think they've sneaked Buffalo in week 1. I think Kyler Murray's going to have an absolute day coming back. Then outside of that, I think they just win the games that they're supposed to win. They beat Chicago, they beat Seattle, they beat Minnesota. They beat Minnesota, they beat Seattle again, they beat New England, Carolina. So I think a lot of their wins are the games that they should, because they're going to be better. And then they'll probably sneak a game off of somebody, maybe like a Green Bay, or maybe they'll split with the Rams. But yeah, again, they're certainly going to take a step forward, but this is not going to be a team that, all of a sudden is like the Texans last year, where you have, 10 or 11 wins.
Yeah, I think the wild card here is Kyler Murray's health. Again, he hasn't played a full season since 2020. And I think even in that season, he played in the last game of the year, but then Chris Streveler, like the CFL quarterback, played a lot of that final game of the year. I don't know. Yeah. I can't remember if he got hurt or what happened there. Like, injuries are a problem for Kyler. I don't mean that disrespectfully. Like, he just doesn't stay in the field. And that could really throw a wrench into everything. On top of that, their schedule's not easy. Buffalo, Rams, Detroit, San Francisco, the Packers, Miami, Chicago, the Jets. The second half of the year is a lot easier. They play Seattle twice. They play Minnesota. They play New England. Again, I want to be very clear. I have them at 6-11. I had a mistake there with the New England game, but I think 6-11 is about right. I mean, I really think I'm probably spot on here. They're not the worst team of football at all. I think they're building towards the future. I like their young receiving core. I think what they need is help in the front seven. And I just think when they play teams that when they play Detroit, they're going to get absolutely hammered. When they play the Rams are going to run the football all over them. That Chargers game is really ugly. That Lions or the Packers game is ugly. The 49ers games are ugly. Like, teams that run the football well are going to obliterate this team in the trenches, and
they're going to eat them up. Eat them up.
Yeah, man. It's ugly.
Yeah. 7-10, you're kind of getting me to go the other way, taking a few wins away, maybe 6, maybe 5 wins. But again, I think this team does look better. And again, having Kyler Murray back, having a good quarterback takes so many of your problems away. And if he can stay healthy, you're going to have a better chance hanging around with some of these teams, as opposed to just getting blown out. But yeah, you play some tough fronts in San Francisco, in New York. Man, should be a good and exciting season for them.
I've got the 49ers going 12-5. At 12-5 could be 13-4, depending. I've got them losing week 18 to Arizona at Arizona. That's assuming that their seeding's all wrapped up and they're like, hey, we're going to rest our starters going into the playoffs. I mean, it could go either way. It's 13-4, 12-5, something like that. I think they are first in their division. They are the number 1 or number 2 seed in the NFC, depending. It's a loaded football team, man. There's not a lot I can say that isn't already said or known about the 49ers. They've got Christian McCaffrey. They just brought in Brandon Ayuk. Ricky Pearsall got drafted. Everyone seems to have forgot about him somehow. Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, a loaded defense. My prediction here assumes Trent Williams is going to get the contract situation figured out. That really is a difficult thing here. But I know I lost you, didn't I?
Yeah, you froze for me. I heard Brandon Ayuk, and that was the last thing I heard.
Yeah. My prediction assumes that Trent Williams is going to play this year. They signed Brandon Ayuk. They still have to figure out that contract situation with Trent Williams, which is that's a big thing hanging in the balance. It's the best tackle in football, honestly, in my opinion. And he wants to get paid, which is kind of insane. How, given his age for a left tackle, that's kind of wild, honestly. But I think, again, somehow people forgot about Ricky Pearsall and a loaded football team. I really want to say this. Brock Purdy answered questions to me last year. Like, anyone who doubted him last year, I thought was justified because of the way he kind of came out of nowhere, did well. But last year, he followed it up with a really good second year, led him to a Super Bowl. They lost, but they were right there hanging in the balance. I think this team is so good that they've got money problems, right? They can't pay everybody. There's so much talent. To me, they're the best team in the NFC, them or Philly, and I think they're better than Philly. They have an edge on Philly. They're significantly more dangerous than a team like Detroit with more more weapons on the offensive side of the football. I don't know, man. I think they're headed towards, we could see a rematch of the Super Bowl again, honestly. Chiefs and 49ers back-to-back years. And I think Kansas City's better than the 49ers again this year, but it's close. Do you have any follow-ups or feedback to me on 12-5?
I also have them going 12-5. Again, we might have a couple different games. I don't have them losing that last game to Arizona, although it is plausible. But I do have them losing to Green Bay. I have them at Green Bay. I have them losing at Buffalo. I have them losing at Miami. And then I have them losing against Detroit. And where'd my last loss go? Or maybe I have them. That's on me. I have them going 13-4. That's a little error on my side. But yeah, I think to me, the question for this team, though, is going to be the defense. I think I alluded to it earlier, but this team is not particularly healthy. They lost Eric Armstead up front. So now in the past couple of years, you've lost DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead. Of course, you still have Nick Bosa. You brought in Leonard Floyd, but you got Dre Greenlaw. He's coming off an Achilles injury. When's he going to be healthy? Fred Warner's kind of always been bothered by his knee. Is he going to miss any time this year? Talanoa Hufanga, he's coming off an ACL injury. So when I start to look at this defense and you've got a new defensive coordinator in there as well, that to me is going to be it's going to be a question mark. Now, I don't think they're going to play bad defense. It's not like they're all of a sudden going to be bottom 20, but a top 5 defense this year, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. I see it somewhere sitting in the top 10 to 12 range. And man, that's going to be kind of their Achilles heel. And in some of those games that they should win, maybe they don't.
I had them losing to the Rams early in their week 3. I had them losing to Buffalo at Buffalo. I think it's a game where Josh Allen's just going to shine and make some plays. And you don't win every game where you're the better team in the NFL. It's really close and competitive in football. I think Buffalo is not as good as the 49ers, but I think given the quarterback, given you're on the road at Buffalo, it's late in the year, you won a lot of games in a row. At that point, they would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-1. You lose to Buffalo at 11-1. Like, that's not a crisis at all. I have them losing at Miami. We agree on that. The big one, here's the big shocking. I don't know if it's shocking. There's some gamesmanship here. Week 17, they host the Detroit Lions in San Francisco. Now, do you give it your best effort knowing you're likely going to play this team in a couple more weeks in a playoff game? No. And I think Dan Campbell, being the guy he is, the aggressive, a lovable meathead he is, wants to win this football game. He gives it everything he has. I think the 49ers actually pull back the reins and are kind of vanilla in this football game. They take an L here so they can win 5 weeks later in a playoff game against Detroit. I feel really confident in that, actually. I don't think you throw everything you have at the wall here against the Lions week 17.
I would say that, but I think that this is the game for the 1 seed. And you want that bye. So for that reason, I think these two teams are going to have to show up. I don't know how, but somehow I ended up with the Detroit Lions being, the number 1 team in the NFC. But again, last year, they're a couple plays away from running away with it against the 49ers and somehow weren't able to close it out. So I still have that thought in my head. And like I've talked about, those battle scars, you come back stronger. I do think that Detroit got better this offseason. And I think that Detroit is going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. I know we're talking about the Niners here, but yeah, that game to me is going to matter. Monday Night Football, it's going to be one of the biggest shows of the year. And I think that Detroit wins it.
Yeah, I
don't think anybody's holding back.
Well, I think that's fair. I've got Detroit going 12-5 as well as the 49ers. I think Detroit wins this game, week 17, and I think it's possible the 49ers get them in the follow-up game weeks later in the playoffs. I think this game means more to the Lions, given the revenge situation, given they want to win this game. But I think this is a meaningless game in the course of, hey, we're heading towards the Super Bowl. The bigger game is weeks later in the playoffs, which they're probably going to rematch and fight each other again. 12-5 could be 13-4. The really interesting games I've got circled. I've got them beating Kansas City. I've got them beating Green Bay in Green Bay. And then this Jets game week 1 is just a toss-up to me. Like,
it's so hard. It's so hard to read.
I do think the 49ers are better. I think the 49ers have more weapons. They're a more complete football team. But they've also had a lot going on this offseason. They're not, I mean, Brandon Ayuk hasn't been practicing. He's not been, I don't know, man. I just really I've got the 49ers beating the Jets week 1, but it really was hard for me to make that decision. It was really, I had to pause for a long time and stare at the wall, be like, I don't know. It's really close. So I got 12-5 for the 49ers. I'm right there. 12-5, 13-4. I don't think they're like 15-2. But it's pretty close to accurate, this 12-5 prediction.
Yeah, again, there's a few toss-up games in there, one of those being the Jets. Again, I think they're the number 2 seed in the NFC, and they're going to pick up right where they left off. But we do have to ask, and we do have to think about Christian McCaffrey's health. We know that historically, whoever was the quote-unquote RB1 from previous years typically follows it up with a lackluster season due to the volume that was put on their body that previous year. It's really, really hard to recover. I can't remember how many touches Christian McCaffrey had, but I think he had like north of 1,800 scrimmage yards. He was just a monster, and he touched the ball so much. And I think it was in effort to get him the MVP, which to me, it should have been between him and Tyreek Hill. But again, you've got so much wear and tear on your body. He's already got that calf strain. Calves turn to Achilles, and I pray that he stays healthy.
I don't know much about their third string running back, Isaac Guerendo, the rookie out of Louisville.
He's a big cat.
Yeah, I didn't watch much Louisville football. It's a weakness for me. I don't really know this player very well. He could get some carries. He might end up mattering a lot actually to this football team. Jordan Mason, I do know he's pretty solid.
Yeah,
but this could really throw. I mean, we saw when Deebo Samuel got hurt last year. I remember what game? It was a really meaningful game they lost. I believe it was the Browns game. Yeah. And like injuries, even a game or two could play a role and end up making this 12, 13 win season, an 11 win season, a 10 win season.
Yeah.
Because they've got Brock Purdy. I love Brock Purdy, but in almost every game they play this year, they don't have the best quarterback, in my opinion. When you play Jordan Love, when you play Kirk Cousins, when you play Jared Goff, you play Tua, you play Matthew Stafford, you play Aaron Rodgers, you play even like Caleb Williams and Bo Nix. Like I don't think Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in almost any of those games.
Right.
You need to get full strength with all the people that you have around you. We saw Brock Purdy against a really good football team without all of his weapons lose to the Browns last year. Now, I'm not hating on Brock Purdy. I love Brock Purdy. I'm actually a believer in Brock Purdy. Is he a $220 million a year quarterback? No. So he needs help. And I think that could play a role this year. Go ahead.
I would like to pose a question.
Yeah.
If you were to swap Brock Purdy and Bo Nix, how many wins do the Niners have with rookie Bo Nix this year?
About the same.
About the same?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
How many wins do the Denver Broncos have? Based off of the prediction that you had, now you got to plug in Brock Purdy.
Oh man. I mean, they're actually really.
Are we saying that Bo Nix is the truth? He's a future MVP and Super Bowl quarterback?
No, but I think
I'm just exaggerating.
I think his mobility and size make him marginally better than Brock Purdy. I think the thing about Brock Purdy that really, I just think it's really important to acknowledge. He is so good at big moments, man.
Dude's
like
big time,
ice cold, like not intimidated, and really, I really respect Brock. I just don't think I've said that enough. Like I really respect his approach. He has maximized every opportunity he's gotten. Yes. You can't take anything away from him, man. I really, really admire like the kid who walks in and goes, any opportunity I get, I'm going to be happy with. I'm going to make the most of it. And that's exactly what he's done. Like you can't find a moment to be like, he wasn't prepared. He wasn't ready. He didn't work hard enough. Like he just does everything he can control really, really well. He's not a generational talent, but neither was Tom Brady. Frankly, neither is Joe Burrow. Like I love Joe Burrow, but like, is he Patrick Mahomes? Is he Josh Allen talent wise? No. Is he Lamar Jackson running the football? No, but he does everything he can control really well. I don't think he's the most gifted athlete. He's not the biggest guy, but he does what he can control really well. I really respect Brock. I think like it's kind of a toss up between Bo Nix and Brock Purdy, but I trust Brock Purdy more than I trust Bo Nix. Not that I don't trust Bo Nix, but I've seen it with Brock Purdy in big moments multiple times. And that matters to me. It really does.
Yep. Love it.
In fact, I would even argue, like, does Brock Purdy make the Miami Dolphins better? Like, is he an upgrade over Tua?
That one is interesting.
Right? It's weird.
I
It's like,
love that. Okay.
Yeah. Like,
we should just have a whole episode that's just the swap segment. If
fun.
you swap so and so, what would it look like?
Here's another fun one: the Raiders with Brock Purdy.
It's just so hard with how much talent they don't have.
Is Devontae Adams happier though? I don't think so.
No, because Gardner Minshew's still going to sling the rock to him.
Yeah. I think Gardner Minshew's better for Devontae Adams than Brock Purdy would be. I think Gardner Minshew's kind of he's going to close his eyes and throw it deep a couple times that Brock Purdy wouldn't do. He's more disciplined, which actually means fewer opportunities to go get the rock in a weird way. Like, okay, let's talk about Seattle. Seattle, we'll do Seattle, then we'll do the Rams. Like the Rams are more interesting, but let's get through Seattle quickly. I got the Seattle Seahawks going 8-9. And this was hard for me as well. I actually really love their coach. I've heard really good things. I know some people that know him. He is a really wise coach. He brought in Leslie Frazier as assistant head coach, which reminded me a lot of when Sean McVay hired Wade Phillips to be his assistant head coach, to bring in another guy who knows the league and has been around and even coached, I believe it's a head coach, Leslie Frazier at some point was. It's a wise hire, man, to go get Leslie Frazier, who walked away from football for a year after Buffalo. The offense fascinates me. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba, coached by Ryan Grubb, the former Washington Huskies offensive coordinator, who did so well with a lot of talented receivers. Geno Smith is not bad. He's not great, but he's serviceable. And really, I think another guy who, like these guys, man, people are so flippant about NFL quarterbacks. Geno Smith has made some throws in his career that I'm like, dude, I could never dream of making that throw. Like for the guy on the couch, it's easy to criticize Geno Smith, but if you know football, you're like, hey, like he's done some really impressive stuff in his time in Seattle. I think 8-9 is exactly right because they're not loaded. It's not great. Like they lose to Detroit, Miami, but they win games they should. They win a game or two they shouldn't. I think beating Buffalo is a big victory for them.
Yep.
But I feel pretty confident 8-9. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I have them at 7-10, so kind of in that same area. I could be convinced to go, one more win. I think that's interesting that we both picked that Buffalo game. Having Buffalo at home for them to win that game. But yeah, I just think that you've got the Rams and the Niners in division. I think that both of those teams beat you both times they play. You're losing to Green Bay. I got them losing at Chicago late in the season as well. So yeah, like they're to me a weird team, but like they've kind of got a tough schedule. Like after the first two games and you play Miami, then Detroit, you get a break with New York, then you play San Francisco, then Atlanta, then Buffalo, then the Rams, then San Francisco again. Finally, you get a breather with Arizona, and then you got to play the Jets, and then Arizona. There's not a moment for me that this team can catch momentum. And that's what I think that a team with a new head coach needs, is the opportunity to string a few games together. And because they can't do that, I see them losing more games than they win.
Yeah, it's close, man. The game that really made me pause was Chicago.
Yeah.
That was like,
going to be interesting.
That's a good matchup,
in the
right?
year.
Yeah. At Chicago.
Yeah.
That felt like a coin toss to me. I was like, this is really tough. I have them losing to Arizona week 14. That was another one that was like, I just think it's an in-division game. It's a rivalry game. You got a first-year coach against a coach who's established. That was a tough one for me. And then even like beating Denver week 1 felt really risky. Like I just don't know that that's a given. I think they might, like for Denver, that's a dream week 1 game. A team with a new coach, with not an established program. Like Denver couldn't have asked for a better game to play week 1, a winnable game for sure for Denver. I have Seattle winning that game week 1, but it's really close. I think right in the pocket, 7-10, 8-9, 9-8, somewhere in there. I think they do have a losing season. I think it's not going to be 9-8.
I agree. I think it's going to be a losing season. I think they're just, another year from getting themselves a good quarterback. I'm not sure how, whether that's maybe they pick up Dak Prescott in free agency, who knows, and they pay him a bag. But yeah, the bottom line is I don't think that they have enough talent on both sides of the ball. I think their defense is going to be better than people think and surprise a few people. Tariq Woolen apparently has had a great camp. You've still got Witherspoon, who you picked up previously. If he can get back on track, he didn't close very well last year. But yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting team. If you can keep Kenneth Walker healthy, and you've got Zach Charbonnet as well, like two bruisers, you get that run game rolling and you open things up for DK, for JSN, for Lockett. Yeah, there's potential to win games. But again, I don't see a stretch for them to really start clicking and feel good about everything that they're doing, right? You got to have that moment of buy-in of like, oh my goodness, like everything we're doing is working. Like if we're starting to see the results. When you play a schedule like that, they're going to expose some things that you're not doing well. It's going to make you be like, bro, fuck, like we can't block this player. We can't run this player. Like, bro, we're just getting murdered over here. So losing season incoming.
I wonder if Ryan Grubb is going to work, the offensive coordinator. Guy came up from college. It's possible it's a one and done. Like, hey, that didn't work. We fire the guy, move on. I mean, that could be a possible scenario here that works out that way. It's just not the same game, college and pros, and the level of detail and the how do I say this? Like, you have Geno Smith, a veteran quarterback, he's been in the league a long time. I wonder if Geno Smith is kind of like, hey, why don't we have more detail here? Why is there not more answers to certain stuff? Like, I wonder what was said between Mike McDonald and Ryan Grubb in the hiring process. Like, I just wonder if the Ryan Grubb thing is going to work or not. It could go great. It could also be a one and done, like not horrible disaster, but definitely a year where we're like, yeah, let's move on and find someone else for next year. Yeah. The interior line is rough. I love Charles Cross, their tackle. Abraham Lucas, their other tackle, is also good. Like the tackles are getting better, but Abraham Lucas has got to stay healthy. To me, it's kind of a gutted, rebuilt team. I mean, they really are kind of starting over. And I look ahead, like the future of this football team. I love Cameron Ward going to this team after a year in Miami. I think he's not going to be the star he could have been if he'd gone to Ohio State or something. So I think you might be able to steal Cameron Ward with an early second round pick next year. Let him sit for a year behind Geno. And then there's some interesting stuff rocking there in Washington. Again, a guy who went to Washington State, got a built-in fan base there as well. I don't know. I just think the quarterback situation is not solidified long-term in Seattle. I think Geno actually ends up kind of somewhere like Matt Hasselbeck was, where you're like, we like him. We don't love him. It's okay. Like, he's definitely not the worst we could have.
Wait, didn't Matt Hasselbeck take him to a Super Bowl?
Yeah, but was that because they had Sean Alexander and a lot of talent around him? Or you know what I mean? Like, Jimmy Garoppolo went to a Super Bowl too. Like, let's not act like that's the end all be all. He didn't win that Super Bowl.
I know.
So I think they're better than Arizona. I think they're 8-9, 7-10. 8-9 is what I want to say, but 7-10 makes sense to me as well for Seattle.
Yep.
Now the Rams. The Rams are, and after we do the Rams, we'll be halfway done, 2 hours in. It's going to be a long, long show. I got the Rams going 11-6, which feels low to me, actually. I think the Rams are like really, really, really underrated good. This team is young and talented. Kyron Williams and Blake Corum is an awesome running back tandem. They're possibly, to me, like the fourth best team in the NFC. It's not a tier one team. It's not Philly. It's not Detroit. It's not the 49ers, but they are right there behind those three teams, in my opinion. And maybe you could convince me their defense is better than the Eagles. I'm worried about their interior defensive line. I worry teams are going to run the ball well against them, but they did bring in Jared Verse out of Florida State. Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. This team is awesome. Matthew Stafford is kind of at the end of his career. There's going to be a time soon where they got to think about their next quarterback. I don't know. It's this year. It's probably more like next year. But this team is building towards another Super Bowl, whether that's with Stafford or the next quarterback. I don't know, but it's young. It's talented. They can win. What do you say to 11-6 for the Rams this year?
Yeah, I had them at 12-5, but I had a very tough time picking out that 12th win because I had them splitting games with Seattle, but I was just talking about Seattle and they're losing both times to the Rams. So that fifth, I'm having a tough time with that 12th win. But to me, the teams that I know that they do lose to is they lose to Miami, they lose to Philly, they lose to San Francisco, and they lose to the Jets late in the year. I think that there's somewhat of a wear down history that the Rams have had towards the end of seasons as far as the health of their team. And I just think that the Jets are going to be so hungry and they're going to be so physical up front. It's going to give Matt Stafford some serious problems delivering the football. But this to me is a sleeper team. I think that they are so good. And if it's not the Super Bowl this year, then it's probably within the next 1 or 2 years. I think Stafford's still got 3 years, in my opinion, if he can stay healthy. Right, he's got the neck and the shoulder and the ankle and all these other things. If he stays healthy, this team is going to be unbelievable for the next couple of years.
Week 1, they play at Detroit. I think they win. What do you think?
Yep, that's a win for them.
Yeah, I think they start 4-0. I don't think they lose until they host Green Bay, who's going to run the ball really well. And that's a close game. The other game that's really interesting is the Jets at New York, Week 16. Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers. It's almost like a flashback to the NFC North a couple of years ago. It's a really fun game. I think it's close and could go either way. I think the Rams the Rams beat the Jets, in New York. The 5 losses I have, they lose to Green Bay. They lose to the Raiders. I know that's weird, but that happens. You lose to Philly, you lose to the 49ers, and you lose to Seattle. Those are your 5 losses. Look, man, they are a breath away from being 12-5 and maybe even stealing a division from the 49ers. Like their schedule is easier than the 49ers by a lot, in my opinion. And they're right there. They're neck and neck. Like the Rams could steal the division from the 49ers, and it's pretty close, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And it looks like we both have them splitting those games, kind of, home and away, each one taking their home win respectively. So yeah, if Arizona surprises one of them, or if Seattle surprises one of them, all of a sudden the division has a completely different look. So again, the Rams to me are going to be better than people think defensively. Offensively, they're going to be rolling. They've got Puka, they've got Cooper Kupp, they've got Kyron Williams, they drafted Blake Corum, they've got Jimmy Garoppolo on the bench. They are absolutely stacked.
So Jimmy Garoppolo is suspended. So is Alaric Jackson, their left tackle, for 2 games. Now, that Week 1 game, Marcus Davenport and Aiden Hutchinson are the pass rushers. Now, Marcus Davenport, he first round pick formerly in New Orleans, didn't quite work. He had a pretty okay year with Minnesota last year. I think he pairs really well with Aiden Hutchinson. My point is this. I think the Lions pass rush could cause problems Week 1, especially with a backup left tackle. I think it's going to be Joe Noteboom at left tackle, who's played that position before for them. But keep in mind, you're not going to have your starting left tackle for the first 2 games of the year. I don't think it affects the Arizona game as much. He's got a really bad front 7, but that Detroit game with that Alaric Jackson is a different game than with their starting left tackle in the lineup.
Yeah, I think that is a factor. But from what we see from the Sean McVay offense, you've got the pre-snap motion. They move you a lot laterally before they come with that inside zone. And so they also get rid of the ball quickly. Like they want the ball out of Stafford's hands, whether that's to Kupp, whether that's to Puka. And then occasionally then you get that sprint out, or you get that play action, naked boot going out the other way. I think that McVay is going to do a great job of keeping Aiden from getting upfield, right, and minimizing his effect on the game. And again, I don't think they have other pass rushers who are going to really be able to make up for that. And then we've talked about it before, that the Lions back end just isn't very strong. So that's why I think that the Rams are going to feast big time on Week 1. I think it's going to be a pretty high scoring game. It's going to be fun to watch, but I do think the Rams win. And I think Goff probably throws an interception that he shouldn't throw in his typical fashion.
Dude, we talked about it, but the Week 1 games are unbelievable. NFL
There's
Week 1.
some really good Week 1 games.
What about Blake Corum? Like, what kind of impact do you think he has on this Rams team? I think Blake Corum, Kyron Williams is a really good, effective 1-2 punch for maybe the next 2-3 years, honestly, until they're kind of the wheels fall off. And again, running backs age faster than any other position in football. But for the next 2-3 years, they got a really good backfield, in my opinion.
I'm not sure how Blake Corum's going to do in the league. I know that he didn't necessarily have that breakaway speed, but his vision is excellent and his movement in the hole is excellent. And the moves that he makes at the first level to set up the second level, I think, is so great. Obviously, they see it in him, which is why they drafted him and why they have them playing behind Kyron. But if Kyron has another ankle injury like he did last year, or gets banged up or bruised up, I feel supremely confident that Blake Corum, if he had, 18, 20 touches, he could have 150 plus scrimmage yards. Again, he's not the breakaway speed guy, but he is a guy who can get you the first down. He's great catching the football out of the backfield. He's a serious weapon.
You want to head down south? Talk about Atlanta?
Let's head on down south.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to go to football games. Now, the Game Time app makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to the start of any sporting event, and they've got killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets. And here's what Game Time does for you. Number one, you can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, comedy, concerts, theater, and more. They have flash deals where you can save even more with exclusive in-app deals on select seats ahead of the game or event. There are zone deals where you save even more when you choose a section and let Game Time choose the seats for you. They have all-in pricing where toggling this feature shows the total upfront with no surprise fees at checkout. There are seat views where you can get a panoramic view from your seat in the app before you buy your tickets. And Game Time has the lowest price guarantee, or Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. And Game Time has ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CLNS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply again. Create an account and redeem with the code CLNS for $20 off your first purchase. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. I have the Atlanta Falcons going 12-5 this year. And look, they are, to me, like far and away the best team in their division. It's not even close. They're going to run away with their division. They're going to win easily. I actually really love this team. I think they are. I hope I'm not wrong. I've loved them for a long time and kind of been waiting. And there's a lot of skepticism of Kyle Pitts. There's a lot of skepticism of Kirk Cousins. They seem like they're having fun. It's like a fun building to be in. I like Raheem Morris, their head coach. Zach Robinson is the offensive coordinator. They got Darnell Mooney, Drake London, Bijan Robinson. If Kirk gets hurt, Michael Penix Jr. looks like he can play already, really well. Uh-huh. It's a solid defense with good coaching, a strong offensive line. They've got the easiest schedule in the league, by a significant margin. 12-5 is a record they're going to walk to, honestly. And they could be the number one seed in the NFC just by default because they win so many games against bad teams. Honestly, for real. I don't think they're deserving of the number one seed. They're probably more like the fifth best team in the NFC, but they could be that number one seed because of that. What do you make of Atlanta this year?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to probably start 1-2, if I'm being honest. Mm-hmm. I think that they lose to both Philadelphia and Kansas City. But then I think after that, they just go on an absolute tear. I think that they do lose to the Chargers. And then I think that they split with Tampa Bay as well. So that's 4 losses, 13-4 is where I have them. But man, this is, like you said, there's going to be a lot of no win in the NFL is easy, but there's a lot of wins on the schedule for this team. And from what we know of Kirk Cousins and from what we know of the talent that's on the roster offensively and what they've added defensively in the offseason, this team, like you said, should win the division going away.
I would even go as far as saying this is the best opportunity Kirk is ever going to have to win a Super Bowl. Outside of that one year they had in Minnesota, they were close. I mean, I think this is a better, they've been gifted this golden opportunity. It's almost unfortunate it's year one, but their schedule's incredibly easy. They could be the fifth best team in their conference and be the number one seed, which is going to give them home field advantage. Look, Kirk gets a lot of flack. He's a really good quarterback, man. He delivers.
Very good quarterback.
He puts up points. I do have them losing to Tampa. They lose to Philly and Kansas City early. I have them losing to Denver instead of the Chargers because they got a bye week to prepare for the Chargers.
That's
I think that it's close. So I think it's a similar team. I have them losing to the Raiders. You could convince me they beat the Raiders and lose to the Chargers. I'm pretty open to that. Mm-hmm. But that's 5 losses. That could be 4. That could be 3 even. Man, it's a really, really, again, New Orleans, Tampa, Carolina, Seattle, Dallas, New Orleans, Chargers, Denver, Minnesota, who's terrible with no quarterback, New York, the Giants, Washington, Carolina. Again, like, man, they are just a team that's going to roll through a lot of bad teams. If they can beat teams they should, they're going to easily be 13-4, 12-5. Again, like, I really think this is Kirk's chance to win a Super Bowl, and it's never going to get easier and a more direct line to the Super Bowl than this year they've got with Atlanta.
Yeah, and it's crazy that the regular season is going to be easy. This reminds me of the Dallas team a couple years ago that was just mashing everybody, right? And then they got body bagged by the Giants, right, in the wild card. Or not the wild card, the divisional. Or was it the wild card? Regardless, you had a pretty easy schedule. You beat up on everybody. Then all of a sudden you ran into somewhat of a good team and you lost. And I think that's ultimately what's going to happen here with the Falcons. They're going to be looking great, feeling great, and then you're going to bump into the Niners, or you're going to bump into Philly, or you're going to bump into the Rams or the Lions, and you're just going to be like, oh, fuck, man. We're not as good as we thought we were. And that, to me, is what's going to kill this team. But yeah, you're right. There's not going to be a cleaner path in this year. I just think that once you get to the end of the path, to get to the real sweet stuff, you're going to run into some serious, serious problems.
How bad for the reputation of Kirk Cousins if they go 14-3 and then get body bagged by Detroit or, some real contender in the NFC, the Rams even. I mean, that's a very likely path. I mean, I think Atlanta fans would be happy just to have some success and do well.
Right. Love to see it.
But that losing that way could actually lead to a swifter switch to Michael Penix Jr. than we even see. That could be, hey, we think we're Alex Smith and we need to get to Patrick Mahomes kind of scenario where, like, we just hit a ceiling here. I don't know, man. I don't know much more to add. I just really think it's the best chance Kirk is ever going to get. And what's fun about it, though, is it's all in he's got the power to make that happen. And look, by week, by the playoffs, they have a bye week. If they're the number one seed, like, they could be better by the end of the year too. That's another factor. Like, if they really get their act together, maybe they do start, punching up their and playing well against a team like Detroit, against the 49ers. So maybe they're a different team in the playoffs by the end of the year and they've progressed the whole way. And by that point, it is a Super Bowl shot. But to me, what I'm trying to say here is that it'll be fun to see Kirk Cousins with everything going his way. If he can stay healthy, God forbid, like, have a real shot at a Super Bowl and have, the controls in his, he's got the power to win or not. And I really like that. Like, if you don't win this year and you're Kirk Cousins, you can look in the mirror and say, like, I had a shot and I blew it. But it's at least you had the shot. Not everyone gets that opportunity to have a team like this with a schedule like this. And it's going to be a defining moment of Kirk Cousins' career, like, by a lot, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it is going to be very legacy defining, because if you can't do it, it's back to the same old, Kirk Cousins can't win, big games when it matters, blah, blah, blah. So this certainly means a lot, not just for the Atlanta Falcons as far as a franchise kind of returning to life, but it does mean a lot for the legacy of Kirk Cousins. And I still think that they are probably another offensive piece or two away from being a true Super Bowl contender. But with their schedule this year, they should have no problems moving through. And if they can stay healthy, they're going to look great.
Kyle Pitts is still a question mark. I mean, honestly, he gets a lot of criticism, and it's like he hasn't done anything to gain my respect, really, in the league. We've been waiting and waiting, and it's not happened.
No, not at all.
Here is why. I remembered why I had the Raiders beating the Falcons week 15.
You've got the Raiders. I forgot you said that kind of at the top of the show. You had the Raiders beating teams that they shouldn't. Anyways, go ahead.
It's Monday Night Football, dude. That's the funny thing. Like, I was trying to remember, like, what it was. So I was like, oh yeah, it's Monday night, dude. That's why I had them losing a game they shouldn't lose. We've just seen Kirk oddly struggle, and I was just like, you know what, like, let's throw a dart at the wall and see if it lands. Screw it. I've got the Raiders beating the Falcons Monday Night Football, December 16th. It's funny to me. It's like, well, we'll see.
I can see it.
The Saints, the New Orleans Saints. I've got them going 4-13. They lost so much of my respect last year. I thought this last year, It was the Saints division to lose. Kind of like the way we look at Atlanta this year. We go, they're the clear best team. They should win.
Yep.
New Orleans had that situation last year and didn't take care of business. And it was just a really big gut punch. I'm going to have a really hard time believing them. They're likely third of their division. They could be last. Like it's them or Carolina. And it's a really interesting conversation, honestly. I'm really curious how this year goes for especially Chase Young, who just got brought in. He's been good in training camp, but he's not had a great career so far. I'm not a big. I like Derek Carr as a person. I really don't believe in their coach Dennis Allen. Alvin Kamara is 29 years old. I like Chris Olave, but that's about it. Like I just don't. It comes down to like I don't have faith in this team. What do you say?
I don't have faith in this team. So to me, I've got two scenarios. I've got the 4-13 scenario where Dennis Allen is for some ungodly reason, some inappropriate reason, retained through the end of the season. And then I've got a 7-10 team who starts to get it together and play more competitively after they fire Dennis Allen, they bench Derek Carr, and they move on to Spencer Rattler as the future. Now, who the wins are for 7-10, I've got no idea. That's just kind of how it works when you get a new coach, but they beat somebody like Washington and the Giants late, maybe sneak one up on the Vegas Raiders or Tampa. So that's kind of how I see it going. I think they've got a couple of clear-cut wins, one being Carolina, even though that's in division. Maybe they beat Carolina twice, and then they beat the Giants. But that's really it. There's not a lot of wins on the schedule for this team. The kitchen cupboard is empty when it comes to offensive talent outside of Kamara and outside of Olave. And if you've only got those two guys, you're going to have a really tough time moving the football. Stack the box, bring a safety over to Olave, and the game's over.
I wonder if Derek Carr will still be the quarterback by the time they play his former team, the Raiders, Week 17. That's a real question mark.
I think that after the bye week, if you've only got one, maybe two wins, I think you're switching Spencer Rattler. That'd be the perfect time to say, hey, you know what? We're going to close out the season with this guy we drafted. We're moving in a new direction. At that time, Dennis Allen's fired. Derek Carr sits the bench, and then he goes to New York next year. I don't know.
That's an interesting scenario. Like Derek Carr to the Giants is interesting. I would wait till after the Rams game to bench Derek Carr. Let's give Spencer Rattler his first shot against the Giants Week 14. That's a better, the bye week is a great time, but I'd rather get through the bye week. You practice Spencer Rattler with the ones a lot during that bye week, but then you end up playing. You protect Spencer Rattler. Don't play the Rams. You're going to be a great football team. And then you finish the year Giants, Commanders, Packers who are good, but then Raiders and Tampa. 4 games you can win out of 5 with Spencer Rattler. Games. Yeah.
And the defense is still okay. It's not like they have a horrible defense. You still got Marshawn Lattimore, even though he's getting a little bit older, both him and Cam Jordan. So there's just not a lot on this team that gets me excited. Nothing's making me, oh man, I got to turn on this game to watch the Saints play football. It's like, oh fuck, they're playing. Is there a different game? Is there a different game on?
Carolina Week 1, who wins? I've got them beating Carolina simply because they got a new coach in Carolina. A lot of things have changed, but it's close in my opinion, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's close, and I think Carolina, and we'll get to them in a second, have some more offensive weapons than people realize. Yeah, it's a coin flip for sure.
Another interesting game, actually, weirdly, is the Dallas game at Dallas. I just think I have no respect for Dallas.
Week 2, yeah.
Yeah, like that'd be an interesting. Like if you start 2-0, you beat Dallas and Carolina. Like it's a weird, interesting point, and then it just falls off the wagon after that. But I really wonder if they can beat Dallas. I think that's a winnable game for them, just given where Dallas is as a franchise, almost a program.
as a program.
Carolina. Now I've got the Panthers going 5-12. Now this division we're going to blow through. Honestly, it's after Arizona. It's not that interesting to me. Carolina's trying, man. I mean, they've been trying for a long time. They got a new head coach, Dave Canales. To me, they're just trying to not be the worst team in the NFL, and also try to not be last in their division. If they can be third in their division, that's a huge victory. I worry for Bryce Young. They're trying to help him with their offensive line. It is a little better, but they got rid of Brian Burns. That's not great. They were a top 5 defense last year, but they're worse than they were last year. But they brought in Deontay Johnson, who I like. They brought in Xavier Legette from South Carolina, who is, I think, underrated. Like a really possession receiver, a big dude, goes get the football. Andy Dalton is the backup, who's basically a coach to Bryce Young.
The Red Rocket, baby.
Really a question mark is, can Bryce Young be the second best quarterback in the division? Honestly, can he be better than Baker and better than Derek Carr is fascinating to me. What do you make of Carolina? I got him 5-12.
I just had them right there at 4-13, so in the same neighborhood. I think they'll be more competitive than they were last year from start to finish. I think that's what we want to see from this Carolina team is, are you playing better at the end of the year, both defensively and offensively? I alluded to it earlier. I think they're better than people think on offense. I'm not saying that Chuba Hubbard is, a great RB1, but he's talented. They got Jonathan Brooks. If he can get back to being healthy, I think he's going to be ultimately like their future starting running back. And you've still got Miles Sanders back there, a guy who proved that he can tote the rock in Philly. Deontay Johnson. You still got Adam Thielen, the security blanket. Jonathan Mingo. I think there's a lot of the offense is definitely going to be better this year. And I think we're going to see a much better version of Bryce Young. Again, I just don't see a lot of wins on the schedule because I don't think collectively they are a great football team. However, it's going to look a lot better than it did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hope Bryce Young gets more than just this year. Look, man, it's a bad look.
He should get a scratch here. They gave Zach Wilson a scratch here. They can give him a scratch here.
To draft him over CJ Stroud is pretty brutal, given how good CJ Stroud looked. It kind of reminds me of when Tua went ahead of Justin Herbert, honestly. And it's like, ooh,
that never made sense to me. Never made sense to me. I also thought Herbert was the number one quarterback through and through in that draft class. Maybe I'm an Oregon homer, but that's just how I felt.
Yeah. I just think that, to me, it's a very similar situation to Tua in Miami, where the coaching staff wanted the other guy. And it kind of creates a toxic situation where you don't get the quarterback you want. And I think it was best to move on from Frank Reich. Like, you hear a lot behind the scenes that David Tepper, the owner, was the one who pushed for Bryce Young and made that pick happen.
Yeah.
I think Bryce Young, it's just not really fair to judge him to CJ Stroud, given what he had around him and that whole situation. I don't want to make excuses for Bryce Young. Excuse me. Like, I want to be fair to him, but I think it's fair to evaluate him based on this year and see how he does. And then if they're bad this year, they're like 4-13, like you said, you get another draft pick to build around him. And then we really get a fair shot. And then 3 years in, it's not working with Bryce Young. Then at that point, you really have got a clear read on what's going on. But I want to be slow to judge Bryce Young rather than quick here.
I do. I certainly do too. And I know that he was running for his life last year. He took a lot of sacks, and he's not necessarily the biggest guy to see over and find all those passing lanes to get rid of the football. I can't remember how many, but I swear I saw this dude throw at least 5 pick sixes. Throwing really, 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 really high school JV level footballs. And I'm hoping that Dave Canales can, I don't want to say like coach that out of him, but we cannot see him throw that pick six to the flat anymore. He threw that a number of times last year. Like this, he has to find a way to be a better decision maker, which is what people credit him for in Alabama. He had a quick release, good decision maker, and threw with accuracy. And I feel like we saw none of those things last year. Again, let's be slow to judge given the absolutely chaotic situation that Carolina has been in. But yeah, I still just don't see a lot of wins for them on the schedule.
I wonder what his offseason has looked like who we met with, who we talked to, who we got advice from. He's a smaller quarterback who's got to use passing lanes differently than someone like Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
And I really wonder, did he meet with Baker Mayfield? Did he meet with Jordan Palmer? Who did he talk to? Who did he lean on for advice? Who did he watch film with? That's going to really impact his year. He had an opportunity this offseason to watch a lot of film, to answer some really tough questions, to take accountability for some bad plays, and see, how do I fix this? I think if you're a really person who's willing to be coachable and willing to take accountability and lean into what you did wrong and learn from mistakes, anyone can get better at anything, literally anything, not just quarterback, but anything. If you take accountability and you really are self-reflective. I just wonder what that looked like for him. How self-reflective was he? How honest was he about his mistakes? How much did he look for maybe outside opinions on how to do differently than he did last year? If I were him, I would have been watching film with everyone who would watch film with me, getting as much advice as I could, chasing on people like Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, Tony Romo, saying, hey, like, can you talk to me? What can I be doing? Really finding mentors to help him. And if he did that this offseason, remember, he's a Heisman Trophy winner, meaning he's got access to like anyone he wants. Really, like there's a fraternity and a brotherhood there.
Yeah.
And I hope he used it. I really hope he used his platform to seek mentorship and advice from other people. And if he did that, I think we could see a much different Bryce Young this year than we did last year, honestly. Because again, mistakes and film can be used to learn a lot of lessons.
Yeah. I'm actually going to look that up after this. I am really curious how he spent his offseason because he's a quiet guy. He's not like, the gym selfie guy. Oh, I'm always working, blah, blah, blah. He's just like, all right, showed up for another year. And you're right. I'm curious how that looked.
He reminds me of Marcus Mariota and like Kyler Murray kind of combined. Just quiet and but works. Like I really think he does work his butt off. And people love him. Like no one ever has anything bad to say about Bryce Young. And he's not going on podcasts and running his mouth. I respect that approach. And so I'm curious what he does this year. How about Tampa? I've got Tampa going 6-11. Baker is not the problem, in my opinion. I think Baker is not the best quarterback in football. He's not terrible. He's solid. They got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, two receivers that are slowing down. I do like their offensive line. They got good safeties. They're suspect at corner. The pass rush is weak. And I think Todd Bowles is probably in his final year coaching in Tampa. What do you make of Tampa this year?
I honestly had him going 10-7.
Really?
I did.
Why?
I felt like what they're returning offensively still with Godwin and Mike Evans is strong. I thought they brought in Bucky and they still have Rashad White. Like I think they're offensively sound. I think you're right. Like Baker's not the problem, but to me, the issue is the defense not playing well. Antoine Winfield, of course, is an excellent safety, arguably one of the best safeties in the league. But again, to me, he's been playing at that level for 3.5, 4 years now. He's getting a little bit older. I think there's 10 wins by nature of their division. I think they beat the Saints twice. I think they beat the Panthers twice. So that's 4 wins right there. I think maybe I'm wrong here. Then they beat New York. And then I have them beating. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's 5 wins.
Here's what's concerning to me.
Yikes. Yeah.
I worry they let a good coach go, right? Dave Canales is head coach of the Carolina Panthers. He's an offensive coach. He worked well with Baker Mayfield. You let him leave the building. Kind of reminds me when the Bills let Sean McDermott stay as head coach and let Brian Dable walk out, and Brian Dable went and won a playoff game with the Giants. It's like, did the better coach that maybe should have been your long-term guy leave? And if you fire Todd Bowles, you're going to be looking for an offensive head coach. You just let one walk away. I don't know. It's really hard for me to swallow. I go like, that seemed like it might have been a mistake. And that's a storyline to track as the year goes on. Like, did the Carolina Panthers succeed with Dave Canales, and did Tampa let him walk away and then have to replace Todd Bowles? You know what I mean? Tampa's respectful. They're not in a hurry to fire people. They don't do that. They don't operate that way. But I don't know that Todd Bowles is the answer long-term there. And I think they let a good guy leave. And that doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, I think that they've just had a wash of the last 2 seasons. I know that last year was kind of electric the way it ended, and there was a lot of, positive momentum, but I don't think that they took any steps to get better this offseason. And that's kind of what it comes down to. Like when I look at the depth chart, again, you're right. They've got Mike Evans and Godwin. I think they drafted Jalen McMillan, which was a great pickup. I'm trying to look back on why I had 10-7 right now. I think, again, offense is going to be fine, but I think the defense is going to let them down in a number of situations this year.
The first 5 games, Washington, Detroit, Denver, Philly, Atlanta. I've got them starting 0-5. They didn't win until they played New Orleans week 6. That's brutal. I think the Denver game is winnable. The Washington game is winnable, but Washington has a similar defense and a more dynamic quarterback. Denver, I think, just has a better offense, and I really like Bo Nix. What do you make of the start to the year? Do they start 0-5, or what do you think happens there?
I think that they start probably 2-3. I do think that they beat Washington again just because of coaching continuity. First game of the year, jitters. You've got Washington at home. I think that's a win. I don't think Washington's defense is anything to write home about. And then again, you've got Denver at home as well. Similar situation where a defense that's not necessarily that scary. You've got an offense that's likely going to be still trying to find their footing. And I think that you put those things together, and that's 2 wins easy. I think they do get kind of beat up pretty badly by Detroit and by Philly. And then, they beat Atlanta. I'm sorry, not Atlanta. They beat New Orleans.
I think they find more wins at the end of the year when they play the Giants. They play the Raiders, the Chargers, Carolina. I think Dallas is an interesting game where they could win. The problem, though, is Dallas has a good front seven, and Tampa has no pass rush. They don't have much going on in their front seven to get after the quarterback. I think Dak sits really pretty and wins that football game.
Yeah.
6-11. We're right in the same spot. 5-12, 6-11. It's not a great year. I don't think you replace Baker after this year. I think you have to address other problems. I think head coach is the first thing you address. I don't hate Todd Bowles. I respect him. He's a good man.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of good stuff. I just don't think he has the. It's an offensive league, man. I think you can get away with a defensive head coach when you got a veteran like Baker Mayfield, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, here's where I could be wrong. If the offense is better than we think, and maybe their veteran receivers play better than we think, I mean, it's not out of the question. They could win some games that we have losses. They could beat Carolina. They could beat Dallas. They could beat New Orleans. They could beat Denver. They could beat Washington. And then you're in a conversation where they're competing with Atlanta for the division, but they didn't walk away with the division last year. They kind of eked it out. And I think they're worse than they were last year. So to me, it's kind of a no-brainer, 6-11, something like that, and second in their division. Maybe third. It's really down to who's better, Tampa or Carolina. I think Tampa is better than Carolina, but it's a conversation for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm going to completely walk back that 10-7 that I had. Maybe I messed it up and it should have been 7-10. But like I said, they had kind of a magical end to last season without playing really sustainable football the entire year. And again, they didn't necessarily get that much better.
I'll tell you what. Hey, week 4, they play Philly, who they beat Philly in the playoff game last year. Philly is going to hammer Tampa. It's a revenge game. They're going to remember that. And I think they win by like 40 points. I think Philly comes down hard on Tampa this year, week 4.
Tampa it's going to be a high scoring game then, because I don't think Philly's back end can handle Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Jalen McMillan. They're just going to look lost.
I can't wait to see how Philly does, and we'll find out who's right about Philly. Like, you and me have a different view of Philly, and like I don't know which one of us is right.
I've just got the bad taste in my mouth. I can't unsee how poorly that team, not even necessarily poorly, but how strangely that team played without an identity last year. And I'm interested to see between Fangio and Kellen Moore who brings an identity, because obviously it's not Sirianni that does. Anyways.
Well, they fired both coordinators. Let's talk about Philly for a second, because when they went to a Super Bowl, they had Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon, 2 like superstar guys who are now head coaches on other teams. And I don't know if Nick Sirianni gets fired after this year in Philly. It's a whole conversation. Like, then what do you do? Because you can't go get Jim Harbaugh. He's gone. Like, the great coaches are kind of taken. What do you go get Brian Kelly at LSU or something? Like, I don't know. I don't know what you do. I'm not really sure what the next move would be at head coach for Philadelphia. Maybe it's Kellen Moore. Maybe it's Vic Fangio. I don't know. I think they've got, similar to what they had when Philly went to a Super Bowl, they've got 2. Look, I don't know. I'm not going to call Kellen Moore a superstar offensive coordinator. He's not Shane Steichen, but he's definitely an upgrade over what they had last year. And they've got Vic Fangio as a great defensive coordinator, and I would say a pretty good offensive coordinator. I know we disagree on that. My point is, they've got better coordinators than they had last year, and I just don't think they're going to fall apart like that, because they will find identity given the changes they made with the coaching staff.
Okay, I can agree with that, and I hope that does happen for their sake. But in the event that it doesn't, I'm calling Brian Johnson. I'm saying, hey, B-Dog, name your price. Tell me what you want, and I'm getting him.
Brian Johnson in Detroit.
Detroit, yeah.
Ben
the
Johnson.
Detroit offensive. Oh, did I say Brian?
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't Brian Johnson a coordinator on their team last
year? That was the
yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Call him back.
Yes,
the guy going to be fired.
No, definitely Ben Johnson.
No, that's a great dude. That would be. You know what I would do actually. Like I would just pay Mike McDaniel like $200 million and say I want to win games. I don't care. I'll poach
pay your buyout.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
and then some. Like I just go get the best coach. You just pay anything to win. I think I don't know why that doesn't happen more. Like why we don't see NFL teams be like, well, because they did with Gruden, right? They did with Sean Payton. Like that's been done before and didn't work. But I'd love to see an NFL team like Philly be like, look, we're close. We seen a coach to get us over the top, and fuck it. Put all our chips on the table and we're sending it. We're going to buy a Super Bowl.
Hey, Bill. Yeah, Bill Belichick. It's possible.
Dude, that would be a beautiful disaster. Houston. Let's talk about Houston. I have the Houston Texans going 12-5 this year. 5 losses. Chicago, Jets, Jaguars, Dolphins, Kansas City. 5 losses to respectable teams. This includes wins over Indy, Green Bay, Buffalo, Jaguars, Indy twice, actually. Detroit, Dallas, Baltimore. Like they're going to win a lot of good games. They're going to lose some good games. I feel really good about Houston this year, 12-5. You got a look on your face. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I've got them going 12-5 too, but I don't know how on earth you have them losing to Chicago in week 2. What, week 2 at home? And you think Chicago is going to go in there and win? The Jets, Jacksonville, Miami, Kansas City, we got that right. And then I just have them losing to Detroit late in the year. I think Detroit's going to be playing the best football in the league come the end of the year next time between them and Kansas City. Yeah, I don't see them losing to Chicago in week 2 at all. I think, Caleb Williams is going to be running for his life.
And making plays.
Is he going to be making plays or is he going to be getting sacked and throwing picks?
Do you see some of the plays he made the preseason where he was like...
Yes, I did.
Dude, yes, I don't know.
Have you heard of Daniil Hunter's not letting you run?
Look, let's be clear.
He's snatching you.
If the Bears win, it'll shock the world. I think regardless, that week 2 game, Houston, Chicago is a really fun, like 45-42, almost like I expect that Chiefs Rams game from like 5 years ago in 2018 or whatever it was, that when the Rams wore the yellow uniforms. I think it's going to be that Monday night game where Samson Ebukam had 2 touchdowns. I think it's going to be just like really, really electric. And I think it's going to be that game week 2, win or lose for the Bears. It's going to grab everyone's attention and make people go, whoa, Chicago's different. I really think it's going to happen. I feel pretty strongly about that. I think it's going to a surprise, including you, a lot of people. And I can't wait till that happens. And I can look at you and be like, dude, I told you.
It's going to be a 17-35 win for the Texans. Write that down.
How we are what, like little over like 16, 17 days away from that game.
Yeah.
2 weeks, baby. Can't wait, bro. Dude, I think it's going to be awesome.
17-35. You heard it here first.
Well, you know what? So let's say they lose. They beat Chicago instead, right? I have them beating the Colts twice.
Same.
I don't know about that. I really don't. I think Colts are really good. I think they win. At least one of those games is really close. And maybe they're 12-5 with a loss to the Colts instead of the Bears.
Yeah.
But I do think. I want to be very clear about this. Houston got better. They added Stephon Diggs. They've got another year of CJ Stroud. I don't expect a step backward. A lot of times a quarterback has a great rookie year. It isn't quite the same in year 2. This is a team that went 10-7 last year, won a playoff game, and got better.
Significantly better, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce. They got a 1-2 punch at running back. I think it's their last year probably with Bobby Slowick as the offensive coordinator. I think the question is, where does the year end? I think they're 12-5. They're 11-6. They're a playoff team, going to make a run. The question is, does Stephon Diggs allow them to beat a team like Kansas City in a playoff game? That's really what it's going to come down to, honestly. And I think they have got a shot. I think this is a team that's got a shot at a Super Bowl. It's their last shot with Bobby Slowick. I think he does get hired as head coach somewhere after this year. Maybe they can convince him to one more run like Ben Johnson just did with Detroit.
Yeah.
But I feel really good about this team. Honestly, they're going to improve. They're going to win a lot of games. Like I've got them again. I've got them beating Detroit. I've got them beating the Packers, beating Buffalo. That's going to be really fun. Stephon Diggs beating Buffalo at home. They win a lot of big games here this year. They beat Baltimore. Like, this is a team I respect a lot. 12-5. Like, they're one of the best teams in the AFC. They're not Kansas City, but they're right there. And the question is, can they beat Kansas City when it matters most? But I think they're going to be. Stephon Diggs makes a huge impact, and I think really gives them a shot to win a game like that in January. Or, and it's going to be close for sure.
Yeah, I just think that they're impossible to guard with those three guys: Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Stephon Diggs. And then again, you have Dalton Schultz. Like, that's four guys that could be, ones and twos on other teams. And again, you've got a guy like CJ Stroud who can see the entire field, has the arm strength to get the ball wherever it needs to go. Exceptional again. And then on that defense got better. Again, the addition of Danielle Hunter, like, that is so big for their front to get more pressure on the quarterback. I do think they beat the Colts twice. I don't know what Anthony Richardson is, and I know that he made some freakish plays, but he wasn't necessarily accurate, when he was throwing the football. And I think that it's going to take him some time to start seeing the field how he needs to, because he lost a whole year, right? And then he has to rehab the shoulder. And I think it's just going to take some time for, the machine to get warmed up. But again, he wasn't particularly accurate in college either, which can sometimes be an indicator that you're not going to be that accurate in the NFL. But yeah, we'll get to the Colts later. But yeah, 12-5 is good for this Texans team. And, maybe they could beat Miami. That's not out of the question. They could, beat Jacksonville twice. That's not out of the question. So there's certainly more wins available to these guys.
The O-line. So first of all, they lost Jonathan Grenard, who was their sack leader last year, 12.5 sacks. They brought in Danielle Hunter, but they add Danielle Hunter. They lose a really effective guy getting off the quarterback from last year, Jonathan Grenard. I think it kind of ends up being somewhat of a wash or something like that. It's not a direct comparison. And one's a DN, one's actually an outside linebacker. So it's not quite a direct comparison, but yeah, I think you get more pressure on quarterbacks one way and you lost some another way. The O-line is not like a home run to me. I don't think it's not terrible. I think it's probably better than what Joe Burrow has, or even better than what Lamar Jackson has. It's not the worst offensive line. It's also not the best. It's somewhere like a low B, maybe like a B rating, something like that. At 80 out of 100, something like 80%, a B, whatever you want to call it. There's, I guess what I'm saying is there's something to be desired. And so if they run into a team, man, there's not a lot of great pass rushers they're going to play this year, honestly. Like, Kansas City might be the best pass rush they played, or Dallas. I think it'd be Dallas. But in the playoffs, they play a team like, man, I know they handled the Browns last year, but I wonder what that matchup looks like with the offensive line they have. Is that ever a concern? As I say that out loud, again, they did demolish the Browns last year, so maybe I'm worried.
But they did also lose to those same Browns a couple of weeks earlier in the regular season. Yeah, I think I wouldn't say the offensive line is a problem. It's middling of the pack, but the great thing that you have is you have receivers that can win now.
Yeah.
Right? So you've got guys that can get open instantly. They can get open one-on-one. They can get open against zone. And so those problems that you have where it's like, oh shoot, if I don't get the ball, out in 2.5 seconds, I can't throw the ball. These guys don't need to, run complicated route concepts and wait for plays to develop. Like, these Stephon Diggs just says, hey, I'm going to be open right here. Nico Collins just throws the hand up. He's going way the fuck by you. Tank Dell is like, just give me it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But no, it's kind of like when the Bengals had a bad offensive line and went to a Super Bowl. It's just like, we got better guys. We're throwing the ball quick and we're fine. Yeah, and it's a better offensive line than Joe Burrow had that year too, like by a lot, actually, honestly.
Yeah, and that's why they ran that screen game so well with who other than Joe Mixon, right? Just get the ball out, just slow down that pass rush. Sometimes the screen game isn't necessarily about, getting yards. Sometimes it's about getting those DNs and those D tackles to stop just sprinting straight up field, because they got to be worried about that ball dumping right behind them. So I think Slowick gets that. I think the offense gets that, and they'll put themselves in the best possible position to win.
Dameon Pierce ran for almost 1,000 yards 2 years ago in 2022. I think their 1-2 punch is interesting too. That helps the running game a lot. It helps everyone wins when you got two running backs you can switch back and forth between. I think Joe Mixon really helps them.
Yeah.
I just man, this team is loaded. Here's my question, really. We kind of will put a bow on the Houston Texans segment. What can go wrong for this team other than injuries? That's an obvious one. But what maybe is where could they have problems, I guess, that you could see this year in Houston?
Running the football. I think that Mixon's old. Pierce, yes, he almost ran for $1,000 a couple years ago. I don't think either of those are excellent runners of the football. So on that 4th and short, that 3rd and short, where you're like, hey, we need one run play. We need you to get 2-3 yards. I don't feel confident that they have a guy that can do that. So I think that they're going to opt to throw on a lot of those downs. And if it's a game where you need that clock to keep going because you're trying to ice the game, or maybe it's a little windy, it's a little rainy, and throwing the football is not as reliable, to me, that's what could go wrong. And that gets very nitpicky, but I don't think they have a guy that they can give the ball to 16 to 20 times a game, and have him have over 100 yards. I don't think that their offensive line or their offense in general is structured like that. So if you run into, a Baltimore late in the season, Kansas City late in the season, dudes who can, really, plug up the front, it could be a very scary situation, and, not feel confident that you can get that first down. Again, nitpicky, but Mixon and Pierce to me aren't pure runners of the football.
Yeah, man. It's just going to come down to a playoff game against Kansas City or a Super Bowl against the 49ers. It's something like that. It's going to be, can they win that game? And I think they've got a shot this year. A better shot than they had last year, honestly. And they're right there. Let's be very honest about Houston. They are in the pocket. They've got a shot. And that's all you really need sometimes. You got a shot with a guy like CJ Stroud. And this, nothing's guaranteed in the NFL. We don't know what the future looks like. They lose Bobby Slowick. Stephon Diggs is not a young spring chicken. This might be the best shot we get for the next 5 years. Kind of like Josh Allen had a couple years ago in Buffalo, a really good shot and kind of blew it.
Yeah.
This is that moment where it's hey, it's year 2. Who cares? Time to get it done. And we'll see if they do it in Houston. But they've got a shot. And that's sometimes all you need in life. How about the Colts? I have the Colts going 10-7. I almost said 11. 10-7. It could be 11-6. I think they're really, really close. I had a couple of games like Miami, Houston week 1. I went back and forth on. Ended up having them lose Houston week 1. And then the Jets game at the Jets week 11 was another tough one. It's really close for me. I think the Colts are a lot better than people realize. Maybe I'm alone in that, but I love Anthony Richardson. He's, to me, we've talked about it before, a top 5 talent in football. He's just really, really special. They've got Michael Pittman Jr., Josh Downs, Adonai Mitchell, a really good offensive line. I like their front 7, Jonathan Taylor running back. They win in the trenches. I really, really like their general manager, Chris Ballard. I think he's done a lot with kind of a tumultuous time with Andrew Luck retiring and a lot of stuff out of his control being, tough, and Anthony Richardson even getting hurt last year. Look, man, I think the Colts are a contender. They're not Houston. They're not a Super Bowl contender, but they're way more of a player in the NFL than people realize. And they're competitive.
Yeah,
they're going to challenge the Jets in New York in that game.
Yeah, they can contend for 3rd in the division. No problem. They've got that ability to do it for sure. No, see, here's my deal. Until I see otherwise from Anthony Richardson as far as accuracy, I'm going to have a tough time giving them any more than 8 to 9 wins. I think they lose to Houston. I think they lose to Green Bay. I think they lose to Pittsburgh. I actually think that he's going to get ripped up by that Pittsburgh defense. They lose to Jacksonville. They lose to Miami. They lose to Houston again. They lose to Buffalo. They lose to the Jets, and they lose to Detroit. I think their offense is going to be solid. Obviously, Shane Steichen's got all these weapons at his disposal. But to me, I don't see enough from Anthony Richardson outside of the Justin Fields highlight tape type stuff where, sure, it looks great when you string it all together, but can you string together a football game? And that's 2 very, very different things. He hasn't seen the field in, almost a year now. He missed out on it, really an entire year of NFL development, not getting those snaps. That concerns me.
I would push back. I think in a weird way, getting hurt was good for him because it gives you a lot of mental reps and it forces you to watch and watch and watch. And watch a guy like Gardner Minshew who's hit or miss and makes mistakes. I think you learn from the most mental reps. Honestly, I think in a weird way, it's good for him. I know I'm the only one saying that. Here's what I'm going to say to you.
There's no doubt that it's not good for you, but if you can't hit the field and, throw the football during practice and practice what you're seeing him make those mistakes on, like that's the benefit of sitting, right? Yeah. Is okay, I saw those mistakes happen in game or in practice, and now when it's my turn, I'm not going to make that mistake. So you go a whole year without even having a chance to try and like do it yourself. I don't know.
Maybe I'm just a guy who learns by watching. I mean, I like, again, when I trained for sales, I spent 3 months shadowing people and I saw what to do and what not to do and had really strong opinions on, hey, I think this is what they should have done in those moments. And I mean, I had the most sales in my company this summer once I was finally unleashed, right? I did really, really well because I learned. Unleashed. I spent 3 months learning. I think Anthony Richardson, man, depending on his learning style, I guess what I would say to you, man, like you're waiting to see it from Anthony Richardson. I respect that. I'm ahead of the curve. I believe in him. I really do, and I'm willing to say I'm picking a side here. I think he's going to be really good, and I don't mind being ahead of it. I don't mind being the first person to champion Anthony Richardson, but I really believe in the kid, and I think he's going to be outstanding. And I think that it's a moment where you got to decide: do you believe in him or not? I do, and I'm in, and I'm really really convicted in that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll own it. I'll talk about it. But I just think it's never wrong to believe in a person who's incredibly talented, who's got good coaches and good people and support around him. Everything that could be good around him is like he's got good support, a good running back, good coaching, good GM, good offensive line, good front seven on defense. Like he's got support like that a lot of quarterbacks do not have early in their career. And then also, by the way, like talent like no other, man. And maybe like I even fall for it when I watch Joe Milton throw the football. I'm like, dude, I love talented quarterbacks. And Joe Milton is not Anthony Richardson, but it's like you watch Joe Milton throw the football and you're like, whoa. So maybe I'll fall for it a little bit with falling in love with the guys, but I'm willing to say, like, look, man, I think they beat the Packers in Green Bay week 2, and that's going to grab everyone's attention. And then the defining moment of the year is when they beat either Miami week 7 or when they beat Detroit week 12. And by the week 12, you beat Detroit, you beat Green Bay, you beat Miami. People are going to notice and go, oh, shnikes, man, like this team is better than we thought. And I think those games are going to grab attention from people. They do not have a Monday Night Football game this year, and that's a shame. But I think when you win a couple big games against good football teams, it's going to grab people's attention. And I think this is the year people go, oh, this Richardson kid can play.
Yeah, I think that, there's an opportunity where he shows that he can play. I'm going to sit on the wait till I see it. There's just nothing from his college tape, nothing from last year, nothing from this preseason. Again, that makes me think he can deliver the football with accuracy. There were a number of throws in the preseason, so take it for what you will, where he's standing in a clean pocket, he's got the guy, and he sails it, or he throws it too far out wide. And I don't know whether that's mechanics or whether he's not confident in really letting it fly, which I don't think is the case. But again, accuracy is such a big deal in this league, and your legs can only make up for it, so much.
You are inaccurate when you're thinking, right? When the more time goes on for Anthony Richardson, the more reps he gets, kind of like you talked about, you getting reps in the field, the game is going to slow down and you're going to be thinking less and reacting more. He's going to get more accurate the more he plays. I really believe that, because the reason you miss a flat route is because you're hesitating. There's a slight moment of like unsureness and uncomfortability. Once he starts snapping through decisions, he's going to be more accurate. I really believe that.
But not everybody starts snapping through the decisions.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. It's hard to match up what you're seeing pre-snap, what you're seeing pro-snap, and knowing where the ball is supposed to go. Again, I think Shane Steichen's going to set him up for success and use his skill set to the best of his ability. We saw the best version of Jalen Hurts with Shane Steichen. Again, a lot of potential for Anthony Richardson. But I don't think we're going to see enough this year, again, to make them any more than an 8 or 9 win team. I see a lot of mistakes from trying to do too much, costing them games.
I just disagree. I think we had a superstar in the making, honestly. And I think, man, like if you told me a couple of years ago, hey, you're going to have a better version of Jalen Hurts, like a more talented, bigger, stronger, faster, bigger arm, running Shane Steichen's offense, I'd be salivating at the mouth. And I still am. I mean, I think we just disagree here. I think he's the truth. And maybe I'm early. Maybe I'm a year early even. But I think eventually he's going to be a superstar in the league. I really believe that.
I'd be happy for him.
I don't mind being even a year early, because if it's not till next year he hits, I'll be like, look, I was the first one to believe in him, but I did. And I'd rather go down believing in the kid than doubting someone. I learned my lesson from Justin Herbert, honestly, too. I think maybe some of the pain of that there, too, is like I didn't believe in a guy's ability to improve, who was incredibly talented and had good support around him. And I just don't want to make that mistake again, especially like the leap from college to the pros. Herbert at Oregon was really held back by Mario Cristobal. I think we both agree on that.
Yep.
And then you look at what the coaching that he had at Florida, Anthony Richardson, it's like, well, I think you could say the same thing for him. And so he's going to go to the NFL, get better coaching they had in college. A really good coach in second, I really respect. And I just think, look, time will tell, but the more this kid plays, the more he works with Shane Steichen, the more he's supported by a really good organization, the better and better he's going to get. And if I'm a year early, I'm a year too early, but eventually you're going to see this kid develop and deliver. And I really believe that.
All right.
Tennessee. I have the Texans going 4 and 13. Oh, Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee Titans. 4 and 13. Their wins: New England, Washington, Jacksonville, and actually a game at Indy. I've got them winning. Not a lot. It takes a while. They don't win till week 9 against the Patriots. They start 0 and 8.
Yeah.
Dude, their schedule is actually brutal early on. Chicago, Jets, Packers.
Quit throwing Chicago in there like they're a bona fide like.
Well, they're going to annihilate Tennessee team. Week 1. Am I wrong? I mean, look, dude, they're way better than Tennessee. Can we at least acknowledge that? Like, Titans start Chicago, Jets, Packers, Dolphins, Colts, Bills, Detroit. That's a really awful way to start a year with a new coach. I feel bad for Brian Callahan, honestly, the new head coach of the Titans. They were 6-11 last year. You got a rookie left tackle, J.C. Latham. I think they're better. Like, you look at the receiving core, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, Tyler Boyd. Like, it's an improvement. I don't know if their run game's going to improve. I think the defense is solid. It's really just all going to hinge on Will Levis. It's the whole entire year is about him developing. And, they're rebuilding as a franchise. It literally all comes down to him. And I don't think he's going to do it early on. I think it's going to take a while, if at all. 4 and 13 feels really comfortable to me. What do you say?
I had 2 and 15, so you're a little bit kinder than I am. You're right. That first win does come in New England. I think maybe they catch Minnesota lacking.
So Minnesota had to win a game somewhere too, like
you know what I'm saying, but I don't see wins anywhere else. And if I were to give them a win, maybe it's the Chargers or maybe it's the Colts. Two teams that are working through some things. Colts with a new quarterback, and not new quarterback, but a developing quarterback in Anthony Richardson, and the Chargers having a complete overhaul. It does all depend on Will Levis. To me, again, the biggest thing for a quarterback is accuracy. And he was not accurate in college. He's not accurate and didn't display accuracy in the NFL. And unless that changes, yes, Ridley can be open. Yes, D-Hop can be open. Yes, Tyler Boyd can be open. But can you get the ball to him? And that's going to be the big question. And then can they catch it? Calvin Ridley had an issue with drops last year. He was dropping the football left and right, free touchdowns. Tyler Boyd and D-Hop are definitely sure-handed, but neither of those guys to me scream separation. So now that separation's smaller, the window is smaller to throw to already in the NFL, and you're going to ask Will Levis to try and put it in there. And, for his sake, I hope that there's the development. I don't think he got a fair look last year again because the team wasn't great. We knew Vrabel was out the door. So hopefully we see something, but the rest of the team's just not very good defensively or offensively, in my opinion. And so that's why I don't see a lot of wins.
I want to frame it this way. The defense is okay. Good, not great, like kind of average, mediocre, but like 15th, 16th in the NFL, something like that, middle of the pack. So they're not terrible. Let's be very clear about that. And then I think I want to really give credit to Tennessee. Like they did really I think the best they could have possibly done to support their young quarterback. Brought an offensive coach, Brian Callahan, who worked really well with Jake Browning last year in Cincinnati. Like they did well with Jake Browning as a backup quarterback in Cincinnati.
Accurate AF.
Yeah, but I think what's missing here is the talent. Like Will Levis is say what you want, like really talented. He can run, he can throw, he runs people over, he's physical, he's got a cannon for an arm. What does that matter? I don't know, but my point is he's talented, and if you can mold him with good coaching, like that dog will hunt. They also look, it's not a great situation, but they brought in a left tackle, J.C. Latham, so they drafted to support him. They brought in Calvin Ridley, Tyler Boyd, DeAndre Hopkins. I guess DeAndre Hopkins, I think, was already there. But my point is, they're supporting him as best they possibly could, given the situation they were in. I don't think they could have done much more to try to give him a healthy environment. You look at what C.J. Stroud had last year in Carolina, it's not even close to how much better Will Levis has. What I'm trying to say is this: they did what they could, and it's certainly a serviceable opportunity. So it's a fair shot. Meaning, if Will Levis is bad this year, no one can say they didn't support him. No one can say that, well, the wrong coach, no good receiver, no left tackle. No, they drafted to support him. They put receivers around him. They got an offensive head coach. They really tried. And if they move on from him, it's because he had an opportunity and didn't make the most of it. But it's a really good opportunity to evaluate Will Levis, which I love. It really is. Yeah. And I think he actually has some talent. The question is, can he hone that talent and be coachable? But it's interesting, a fun case study almost on when you support a young quarterback and give him a good situation, how does they respond? We'll see.
Yep. If they can't beat Minnesota week 11 and he's still the starter, then forget about it.
Yeah. Who's our backup? I'm trying to remember. The backup quarterback in
Mason
Tennessee.
Rudolph. Woof.
Yes, man.
Woof.
I think they almost give Will Levis 2 years, really, because the draft isn't great. And I just think they're going to give him 2 more years. Honestly, he's on a rookie contract. He's cheap. There's not going to be a better option in free agency unless you want Derek Carr. You know what I mean? I don't think I think it's a longer lease than we realize, just given the draft next year in Tennessee. I think he's going to get 2 more years really to see what he can do. And then if in 2 years it's not working, you can draft someone serviceable to replace him. But I really think, given the availability of the draft, Will Levis gets this year and next year probably.
That's fair.
The Jaguars. I have got the Jaguars going 10-7. I'm curious what you would say. Here's how I'll frame it, though. Their schedule's really, really tough. Miami, Cleveland, Buffalo, Houston, Colts, Chicago, Green Bay, Philly, Detroit, Jets, Houston again. It's actually a really. I think the Colts are better than people realize. I've been the Colts twice. I think they're going to be better than they were last year. I like their pass rush. Javon Walker made a lot of progress last year. Josh Allen's awesome. I really think their team is better all around than last year. They added Brian Thomas, and they won 9 games last year. I've been winning 10 this year. It's a step forward. They're a better team. The problem is, this is just a really, really difficult schedule. What do you say to that?
Yeah. To me, I'm going to get back to their 2023 schedule real quick. I have the Jacksonville Jaguars going 12-5. In division, I have them splitting games with Houston and splitting games with Indy based on the home game, respectively. I have them losing to Miami, losing at Philly, and at Detroit. That's just going to be tough. Those are going to be tough games to win. And then I do have them losing at home to the Jets. Now, I look at their 2023 season last year, losing to Cincinnati, Cleveland, Baltimore, and Tampa Bay, 4 straight losses. You beat Carolina, and then you lose to Tennessee just really out of nowhere. We know that the team was falling apart somewhat physically with Trevor Lawrence's injuries to the offensive line, receiving core with Christian Kirk being somewhat available due to either hamstring or groin, Calvin Ridley dropping footballs. Evan Ingram really came on. So I'm saying all of that to say, if they just have a slightly healthier team this year, I think they're going to be in a much better situation to close out a lot of the tougher games. But just ultimately not fall apart the way they did last year. I don't think that they beat any superb teams last year, which is kind of what scares me about this prediction. But to me, this is the 4th year of Trevor Lawrence now. And it's time for him to step up. You still got Christian Kirk, you've got Travis Etienne, you brought in Gabe Davis, Brian Thomas Jr. Offense is going to be fine. I think their defense was probably middle of the pack last year. I just think that this is the year that Trevor Lawrence can help elevate his team beyond, that 500 range sneaking into the playoffs. And, if it wasn't for a meltdown against the Chargers a couple years ago, right? Or I'm sorry, that was the other way around, where they came back.
They caused the meltdown.
Yes, that's the not the Justin Herbert. That's the Trevor Lawrence that we need to see, is the guy that rises to the moment. Now it's your third year with Doug Peterson. I feel like all things are pointing in the right direction for them to take a step, not only in terms of winning games, but winning against good football teams. And again, that to me depends on the health of Trevor Lawrence.
They got some names on their defense I like. Andre Sisco, Devin Lloyd. They brought in Eric Armstead actually to help their pass rush too, like their defensive line. So 10-7 is an awkward moment for them because it's not quite bad enough to fire Doug Peterson, but it's not what they expect. I think, honestly, I think they expect to be good. Yeah. I think they expect to compete with Houston and try to win their division. It sounds like you kind of believe that's going to happen. What do you do if they're 10-7? They're just kind of, they don't quite make it. They're not terrible. Like, what do you do there? If I'm right, like what happens?
I think Doug Peterson then gets to midway through next year, or midway through the following year to see how that team is continuing to do. And if they sputter and they have a bad start in 2025, then yikes, he's out. But I don't see them firing for a 10-7 season, because if they do go 10-7, they're probably first or second in the division, likely second, and there's a good chance that they have a playoff spot. If you don't make the playoffs, though, I think that's more of the concern. Even if you sneak into the playoffs at 9-8, say the things really, really go your way this year and you make it in at 9-8, I think Doug Peterson's safe. But if you were to miss it even at 10-7, I think that's more concerning. Do you get what I'm saying? To me, it's more about making the playoffs and getting a playoff win than it is about that record at the end of the year. Because you've already been to the playoffs with Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson. Now you need to keep winning playoff games. And you've got the quarterback to do it. You've got a guy.
You're a former D1 receiver. What do you make of Brian Thomas Jr.?
I think he's going to be the best rookie wide receiver this year. I think he's going to be met with probably the most opportunity this year. I think about, the guys who were taken before him, Marvin Harrison Jr. He's going to have Kyler Murray, but kind of like the team isn't as good, in my opinion. Malik Neighbors, he's got Daniel Jones throwing him the football. Roma Dunes has to split with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift out of the backfield. Like, he's got to fight for his opportunity. And so I think that leaves Brian Thomas Jr. His biggest competition is Christian Kirk, who's not frequently healthy. And you've got Trevor Lawrence, again, a guy who can sling you the rock to all different parts of the field. He can play inside. He can play outside. He makes contested catches. He can break you down and get open. That's why I think he's going to end up being the most recognized receiver from this class. At least this year, right? We don't know what's going to happen in the next couple, but I really think that he's going to have a big season.
The Jaguars paid Trevor Lawrence ahead of schedule, actually. Before everyone else kind of got paid. Before Tua, before Jordan Love. Like, they were the first team to really pay a quarterback this offseason. And it kind of surprised me. I was like, that seems weird and early. But then you look at the amount everyone else paid for their quarterbacks, and like, well, actually, like, that was wise. They were hedging their bets.
Really good about that.
They're like, we're gonna pay him now before the price gets too high, and we believe he's gonna work. It was a vote of confidence, actually. So that tells me the building believes in him, and they expect Trevor to be their guy for a long time and do really well. I would love to see him deliver on that promise and really earn the money. I mean, look, he's won a playoff game. I'm not trying to hate on the guy, but it's like, it's time. Like, you've got a really good team around you. You got a good coach. You've got a good situation. And it sounds like you believe in that. You believe it's going to work. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I believe it's going to work. And like you said, it's just time to take that big boy step. He's been taking steps. He's been getting better. But again, cut down on the turnovers. Let's not fumble the football, whether you're losing the fumble or you're getting back on top of it. Let's take care of it. Let's throw a few less picks. And again, let's get this offense humming.
Now, let's also acknowledge he had a lot of drops last year that weren't his fault. And so
he did.
And Brian Thomas Jr. is not going to drop those passes.
He's catching those passes. He's taking them to the crib.
Yeah. I'm going to
draft Brian Thomas on your fantasy team, like 7th round probably.
I'm going to stick, man. You know, one of my early picks last year was Calvin Ridley. Like, I really thought he was going to be a home run.
Oh, same. I had
thought
a Calvin Ridley, Trevor
stud.
Lawrence stack. I thought it was.
Yeah.
Now, did I make the championship? Yeah, because I find a way to make my team work. But we didn't win. That's fine.
You're probably not playing in a 16-team league either.
I am not. I'm not.
How do I say this? I'm going to stick with 10-7. I think part of that's because I think the Colts are better than you're giving them credit for, and I think going to challenge them. This division is fascinating, man. You've got 4 young quarterbacks. I think the Titans even like are supporting the young quarterback. Like, man, a lot of quarterbacks would kill for the support Will Levis has gotten in Tennessee. I think the Tennessee Titans are last in this division, but still interesting and gonna fight. I'm really interested to see how it shakes out because it's kind of like the NFC or the AFC Northwest a couple years ago, kind of a bloodbath. I think the AFC South is the new, like, really probably most competitive division in football. Honestly, we were like, I don't know, anything could happen here. Like, any one of these teams, I think, could come out on top. And I think there's a clear 2 best teams. I think the Jaguars and Houston are the 2 best teams in this division. But like, the Colts are better than people realize. I think Tennessee could cause some problems and make some noise if things go right for them and players develop like they could. It's just a really interesting division, the AFC South.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's talk about the AFC North. So south to north. We'll start with a team that I've got a very strong opinion on, and almost, I hate the word hot take, but like I'm really ready to come out firing on this team, and I want to be. Let's protect myself early. Sounds
like it's about to be the Ravens, but go ahead.
No. And Logan. Hey, Logan, listening. Logan, if I ever hire an editor, Logan would be the guy I hire. Logan runs like the fantasy football league and really helps me a lot with the Discord. Like, Logan is a character in the community of Strong Opinion Sports. Logan knows why I'm going to say this, and you, Nathan, you know why I'm going to say this. Yeah. I am careful how I talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers because it's a city that means a lot to me and a place that I want to get beat up. So please do not kill me, Pittsburghites. Pittsburghers? I don't know if the right word is there. I shouldn't know what you call them.
I believe it's Pittsburghians.
Is it Yinzers, maybe? I don't know.
Pittsburghians.
Hey, Pittsburgh, don't kill me. I actually love your city, and I want to see the black and yellow do well. I'm a big fan of Pittsburgh as a city. Please do not kill me. Now, that being said, I've got the Steelers going 6-11. please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I think this is the year it falls off the wagon, man. I really don't believe in here's what it comes down to. I actually don't hate the Steelers roster. Actually, I really like some of the pieces they have. There's 3 names that I really do not believe in Pittsburgh. It's Russell Wilson, it's Justin Fields, and it's Arthur Smith. Did you watch the preseason? Russell Wilson didn't look good. Like, I was waiting, and it didn't work. And I think, look, I love TJ Watt. I actually really respect Mike Tomlin. When I was briefly an offensive coordinator in high school football, like I watched a lot of Mike Tomlin wisdom, and I really like his approach to coaching. And like, here's a great clip of him saying, like, I hate when coaches run from the responsibility of coaching. I think Mike Tomlin could be a philosopher. Like, his books would be really good if you wrote books, and I'd love to go to like coaching clinics with him. I really respect Mike Tomlin, but I do expect the first losing season in the Mike Tomlin era, 6-11. And it's not for no reason other than I don't believe in the offense at all. I've got no faith in those 3: Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Arthur Smith, especially Russell Wilson, man. Like, I was hoping and waiting. And I even, we talked about this a lot going into the season and the weeks leading up to this. Like, it could go well. They're going to throw the ball deep, and they got good, receivers that are interesting and whatever. You're giving a benefit of the doubt. But then I watched the preseason and was like, this is not working at all. What do you make of my 6-11 prediction for the Steelers? I got more to say, but let's let you say something first.
I've got 6-11 as well. I think I actually texted you this too, which is funny. Like, yeah, this is the year I think it finally does fall apart. Going from Matt Canada to Arthur Smith is like going from Arthur Smith to Matt Canada. Like, just what are we doing? What is the absolute purpose in bringing in a guy who showed absolute inept ability in getting the offense his side of the ball that he's supposed to be a specialist in, to just move the football in general? He did nothing that made Russell Wilson or Justin Fields comfortable at all during this preseason. The offensive line just looked atrocious. It was like the security at your local fair. They're just like, do you have any weapons on you? No? All right, see ya. You know what I mean? It just, so bad. But this defense is still scary, though. Let's be very, very clear.
Yeah.
I don't want to say they're old because they're not necessarily old, but Cam Hayward, if he can stay healthy this year, that'd be great. TJ Watt, Patrick Queen, Alex Highsmith, Dante Jackson, Deshaun Elliott, Minka Fitzpatrick, Joey Porter Jr. Like these guys, like the defense, again, like per Tomlin, is going to be great. But again, do you want to endure another year of an inability to score the football? And they've gone through this egomaniacal cycle of we just got to keep getting to 500, never have a losing season, blah blah blah. What good does that do you? You haven't been able to get anybody to succeed. Ben Roethlisberger, you hung on to him for probably 3 years too long. You haven't been able to get a receiver that's stable in the door. I know that George Pickens is an excellent talent, but I think more on the one-trick pony side of things. I don't see another year of making it to 500. I can't remember how many one-score games they won last year, but they won a bunch of one-score games. Like that football is not going to bounce your way again the next year. Like that's just how football works. And so, granted, they went 10-7 last year, I think.
Yep, 10-7.
Yeah, you're not going 10-7 again if you won, 6 one-score games. That's going to look a lot uglier. And for that reason, 6-11. And I feel bad for a guy like TJ Watt, who's just absolutely laid it out there for this team year after year and has had to watch an offense just not score the football. Sorry for the rant, but just it's sad.
No, it's a good defense being wasted.
Wasted.
And I think, first of all, I actually like their offensive line. Not like I don't love them, but I think they're building and like heading in a good direction. A lot of young players on offensive line. So I think there's a world here where a couple key changes, i.e., quarterback, offensive coordinator, get changed, and like you're in a really good spot with this team. But I actually I made it very clear. And hey, message to the Yinzers in Pittsburgh: don't kill me. In fact, come find me in January, and if I'm right at 6-11, like I want you to like apologize because I know there's going to be a lot of hate for this. Like the Steelers are a fan base I love because they're passionate and they're massive. They're everywhere. Like across the country, you find Steelers fans. How do I say this? Like Mike Tomlin's a great coach. Like I admire him, and for like I'm not kidding. Like for real, when I was a coach briefly, like we talked about Mike Tomlin a lot. We drew a lot of inspiration from him. He's a coach I admire tremendously. Like his philosophy, the way he does stuff. Well, let's also be honest. Like he has failed to find an offensive coordinator. Like
yes.
The problem with having a defensive head coach is you got to hire an offensive coordinator, and good offensive coordinators that are good at their job are going to leave to be head coaches elsewhere. You're not going to attract a Ben Johnson. You're not going to bring Bobby Slowick to be your offensive coordinator in Pittsburgh. A guy who's worth their salt is going to leave to be an offensive coordinator. Here's what I'm saying, and this is a really awful thing to say, but Mike Tomlin, since Big Ben left, has not got it done on the offensive side of the football. He's a great coach that I admire, but he hasn't hired an offensive coordinator that's been effective at all. And that like is a massive problem. He can't find a Robin to his Batman. The quarterback's been a problem. The hiring the offensive coordinator has been a problem. And I don't see it being fixed either. Unfortunately, and again, I know this is like sacrilegious now. The actually only like solution I see is to move on from Mike Tomlin, because you got to get, frankly, you need Bobby Slowick. You need Ben Johnson. And how do you attract that guy? You make him head coach. Yeah. Maybe you can pay them like $20 million a year and say, look, we love Mike Tomlin. He's our guy. You're going to be Robin to Batman, and we're just going to pay you to shut your mouth and follow him along. But a guy who's got an opportunity like that, a Bobby Slowick, a Ben Johnson, who's got the talent they have as a coach, isn't going to play second fiddle to Mike Tomlin. It's just like you run into a dead end where you're like, look, we've reached the farthest we can go with Mike Tomlin. I know that's awful. Yeah. I love him. I really do. But you've hit a dead end. It's just not going to go anywhere now.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but that's the case.
Yeah. Does that make sense? I feel bad because I really respect him and love him.
No, I mean you can't keep going 500 and hanging your hat on it. That's just dumb. Yeah. Oh, I didn't. And not a losing season. Who gives a fuck? You're losing still. A lot of games you're losing, and you've got dudes busting their ass. And again, you can't get any sort of competent offense. That's a shame.
Have you ever, I think you have, been in a situation where you are, in fact, I know you have been in this situation. I have too, where you do everything you can, like everything. And no matter what you do, no matter how much work you put in, it's not going to work. It's so demoralizing. Yep. That's what I think this defense is in this situation where like TJ Watt, Deshaun Elliott, Minka Fitzpatrick, Cam Hayward, like these guys put their bodies on the line and really like warriors bleed for this defensive side of the football and just year in and year out don't get the support they really deserve given the effort they put in. It's shameful. It's not acceptable to me. And the only answer is to bring in Bobby Slowick or Ben Johnson. Like I really like. I'm convicted, and I'm sad to say that. I don't know how you move. I don't know how you fire Mike Tomlin. Like, what do you do? Like, he's an icon in Pittsburgh, and deservedly so. He's like a legendary, great coach. But like, at some point, you have to acknowledge, like, hey, it's we've kind of hit the end of this. It's like, when do you fire Joe Paterno at Penn State? Like, at what point? I mean, there were some obvious reasons, but like, maybe it's a better example out there.
What an interesting name.
But it's a coach. Maybe it's because they're both in Pennsylvania. But it's a coach who like coached for too long. Like you reach the end of it and you're like, well, when do we how do we step out of this? I don't know. But I don't know how you do that gracefully in Pittsburgh and honor him because he deserves respect and honor if you move on to Mike Tomlin. But I don't know how you do that in a clean way while also acknowledging like, hey, buddy, we love you. It's not getting done though. Like we need to win and we need offense to score points and you're not doing that.
Big time.
Cincinnati, man. I got the Bengals going 12-5.
This is my hottest take.
Here's my concern is Jamar Chase. This contract situation is weird and I don't get it. I don't know. You got a solid offensive line, better than the Ravens. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. He added Mike Gesicki at tight end too. I remember I forget the name of the guy now. When they went to the Super Bowl, they had a really good tight end. He ended up going to the Jets.
Hayden.
No. What's his name? It's a weird name. I blank on it now. But he was like solid. Mike Gesicki. Who?
Tyler Conklin?
No.
No. He said he went to the Jets. I don't know.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. The name doesn't matter. My point is the year they went to the Super Bowl, they had a really good tight end. Mike Gesicki is actually like a better tight end than that was. He's reliable. He's a playmaker. I think he's going to be kind of a security blanket for Joe Burrow, kind of like the year they went to a Super Bowl, actually. You got Zach Moss at running back, who's awesome. Joe Burrow's back healthy. They were 9-8 last year with a backup quarterback, Jake Browning, playing and without Joe Burrow. They got Joe Burrow healthy. I think they are a little better than they were last year. I think they're better than the Ravens. I got them 12-5, but I'm curious what you think. I think to me, before you go, the Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow matchup is massive. Like how those two teams are going to be, one of those two teams is going to win this division. I got the Bengals. What say you?
Man, I'm having a tough time between the Bengals and the Ravens, but I am going to give the nod to the Bengals this year. To me, it comes down to we're finally going to see a year of Joe Burrow being healthy, and healthy for the full season, right? Not coming in partway through from an appendix or, he had the calf strain last year before ultimately the hand kind of fell apart. I do have them losing to Cleveland and Baltimore. So they are splitting those games, and then Kansas City. But I do have those other teams losing a few more games, which I think is why they end up being the number one seed in the AFC North. I've got them going 14-3. I just think this is such a good ball club, especially offensively. Again, the addition of Jermaine Burton, the addition of Iosovas, I think they're going to be great, again, on that offensive side of the football. Their defense is going to be able to do just enough. And I think this is a year where you see a more polished version of that Super Bowl team.
So the key, the game I just couldn't decide on. And I ended up going with Philly, but that Philly game where they both have, I think, really loaded offenses. And I think you're right about Philly's secondary. And we know the Bengals have a really good, passing offense, great receivers. They're going to strike James Bradbury or Jamar Chase. Like, hey, not a conversation there at all. So to me, like, the Bengals are 12-5 or 13-4. I gave them a loss to Pittsburgh week 18, assuming they're resting their starters. So that takes them from 13-4 to 14-3. So like the Bengals are right there. And I think it solves a problem earlier. We felt like Philly had too many wins. So let's give a win to the Bengals over Philly. Then the Bengals are 13-4, 14-3, something like that, depending on the Week 18 game. And that would soundly, squarely, and confidently give the Bengals the division in the AFC North. But that game really matters. It comes down to who can score more points. I mean, obviously, but like I think that Philly Bengals game is like a borderline like game of the year. Not really. I mean, there's better games, but like that's one of those games where like I circled that for sure. I cannot wait
for a great game.
Week 8 in Cincinnati against the Eagles. Now, the deciding factor there, I think the Eagles run the ball better, but the Bengals have a better quarterback, and so like it's just. I don't know. I just went round and round and round, like for like 45 minutes, literally like staring out my window. Like, I don't know what to do here.
I will say this, though. The week prior to this game, the Bengals are going to be playing the Browns. You know that's going to be a physical, tough game. And then the game before that, Philadelphia is going to be playing the Giants. Arguably going to be a patsy. So I think it may come down to who's fresher. Fortunately, Cincinnati gets them at home, but yeah, I could certainly see that game going either way. But I'm pretty in on the Bengals this year. I didn't think I was going to be, and I started looking at it, and I like them. I like them a lot this year.
Also, like, which quarterback has had the most success against Patrick Mahomes?
Joseph Burrow.
Yes, and so kind of like Houston, right? This year comes down to can you win a playoff game against Kansas City, and also can you go home field advantage? I think they can. Like, given their schedule, the Bengals could actually have a better record and maybe even be the number 1 seed in the AFC. You know, if Mahomes gets hurts an ankle for a game and can't run, and like I don't remember who the backup quarterback is. Carson Wentz has to play in Kansas City, right? Like,
don't sleep on my boy.
But like you're looking at a situation where like you can steal a game, and then the Bengals are the number 1 seed, and they host Kansas City. That's a big difference in the AFC title game in Cincinnati versus in Kansas City. So, man, like the Bengals have a shot. Like they're a Super Bowl contender. They're right there. It's going to come down to me in the AFC. It's going to be Cincinnati, Houston, or Kansas City, and it's real close, man. And I think Kansas City is a better football team with more weapons and a better defense, but it's so close, man. And if anyone can take down Mahomes and stop that three-peat, it is Joe Burrow. And I would be like, I love Joe Burrow. I actually like Cincinnati a lot too as a city. I'd be so happy for them to see them win a Super Bowl. It would be like incredible. Like it'd be like watching the Mariners win a Super Bowl. It would be like, oh my gosh, like can you believe the Mariners finally won a World Series? It'd be that kind of emotion for me. And so I'm rooting for that, honestly, as like a fun storyline. But I think Kansas City probably takes a cake here and does win in the end.
I think so as well.
I've got the Ravens going 11-6. I think they regress. The Ravens went 13-4 last year. Here's a problem. You know, they brought in Derrick Henry at running back, which I think is like a dream to me. I don't care how old Derrick Henry is. You give me a chance to watch Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson in the same backfield. Like that's going to be so much fun. I think as a football fan, it's just awesome. Yeah. Like you do that on Madden all the time. They lost their offensive tackle, Morgan Moses. That's not great. I'm skeptical of Rashad Bateman. And the front seven's not the same. I love Justin Matabuke, but after that, I don't know. I like their secondary at least. I think that really matters. Like that helps that matchup against Cincinnati. They've got a really good secondary in Baltimore, but playing defense is difficult. And in a close matchup between receivers or corners, it goes to the receivers every time because of the way the rules are set up in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the Ravens going 11-6. Do you want to hear my 6 losses for the Ravens?
Yeah, I am curious because I do have them going 13-4. So I'd imagine we've got a couple that are the same, but you might have them losing a few more that I don't.
Kansas City week 1, they lose at Kansas City.
Yep, that's a no-brainer.
They lose at Cincinnati.
We got that.
They lose at Cleveland. They lose to Philly.
I did not have them losing at Cleveland.
They lose to Philly, and they lose at Houston. And then the one we haven't talked about, the 6th one, week 4, a really interesting game.
I have Buffalo.
Yeah, and Josh Allen.
I have them losing to Buffalo.
Yeah, I think Josh Allen. Look, man, I've got the Bills having a tough year, but they got to win some games, and I think they're gonna. Like Josh Allen's a superstar, man, and that's gonna be a fun game, Lamar versus Josh Allen. But I think Josh Allen gets him here. So that's the 6 losses: KC, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Philly, and Houston. if you're going to lose 6 games in the NFL, that's not bad, man. Like,
yeah.
But unfortunately, like that's also bad. Like you got to win big games, and I don't think they're going to get it done this year, given what they have and the regression they're going to make.
I have them beating Philly, and I have them beating Cleveland this year.
Twice.
Again, those games could go. Those teams, yeah. I think that they're just the wrong matchup for the Browns this year because of the way they run the football. It's going to minimize the way, what's his name? Myles Garrett really gets after the pass rusher and Zadarius Smith. And I think they're physical up front. So that's just how I feel there. And then I think that they get caught sleeping, maybe not sleeping by Houston, but I think Houston, again, their receiving core is just so strong. You're a little bit late in the season. Maybe some guys are banged up, and I think Houston takes advantage.
Here is why the Ravens lose at least one game to the Browns. It's the Browns running game and the Ravens front seven. I know they got a good secondary. I'm not worried about Deshaun Watson throwing the football, but I think they run the ball really well, especially late in the year. You play week 8 at Cleveland. Nick Chubb's going to be back by then. And then you're like in a really tough spot where a good Browns team that runs the football really well puts up some yardage against the Ravens front seven that's not the same as it was last year. That's why I got the Browns winning a game. And remember, they play week 8 and week 18. You're going to have a healthy Nick Chubb by one of those games at least.
Yeah,
man, I think that one of these games the Ravens lose to Cleveland.
You might not have a healthy Deshaun Watson though.
So you beat the 49ers with PJ Walker,
Yeah, but they didn't have Deebo Samuel or Trent Williams that game, I don't believe.
And the Ravens have nothing at receiver. What do the Ravens have at receiver? You know what I mean? Like
Zay Flowers, Devin Duvernay, I think they drafted a pretty solid cat. Let me see here. Rashad Bateman. They don't have Devin Duvernay anymore.
Nope.
Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar. Oh, Tez Walker.
Sure.
Tez Walker's a sleeper guy for me that I think that can make a difference in that receiver room.
In time.
But yeah, you're right. Maybe they're, I don't know. Lamar Jackson is just so good to me. And he just is so dynamic and he changes the way that the game is played. And I think, again, minimizes some of what Cleveland can do. And then now you've got your own physical bruiser to come right back at him with Derrick Henry.
Yeah. So last year, they beat the stuffing out of Cleveland week 4, right? But then they lost. They lost week 10 against Cleveland in Baltimore, actually. And in that game last year, Lamar had 2 interceptions, got sacked 3 times. He ran for 41 yards. He was a leading rusher. They couldn't run the football at all. Baltimore couldn't against the Browns week 10 last year. And no, there's no receiving threats. I think this defense stifles what the Ravens can do. I'm really confident the Ravens lose one of their games minimum to the Browns defense. And not to the Browns. Let's be clear. To the Browns defense. If Deshaun Watson can just not shit the bed and fumble the ball away or throw a bunch of picks, I think the Browns win one game at least against the Ravens this year. But we agree, they don't win the division and they take a step backward, right?
Yeah, I don't think as much as they take a step backward as Cincinnati's going to take a step forward.
Okay, fair enough. The Browns. I've got the Browns going 11-6. The 6 losses are Jacksonville, Philly, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Baltimore.
Yep, that sounds about right. I guess, I actually do have the Ravens beating them twice. I'm off by 1 here. But yeah, I think that's right. And kind of like you said for the Ravens, if those are your losses, those are some pretty good losses in the NFL. Football is hard, man. Football in the AFC North is just hard.
The game I can't wait for, there's not a lot of games I'm excited to watch. The Browns are okay. They're not compelling really anymore. They're not a darling story like they used to be when they had Baker Mayfield and hadn't won a playoff game in 20 years. But the game I'm excited to watch because it's going to be a beatdown, I think. Week 1, Dallas at Cleveland. I think Dallas gets their asses kicked with a bad offensive line and a crappy running game. And frankly, an outmatched offense against a really good Browns defense. I think, especially early in the year where defenses shine a little more as offenses get clicking, I'm really convicted that Cleveland wins by 20 points week 1 against Dallas. And it's an eye-opening moment where Cowboys fans like throw, their hat on the ground, throwing roads through their TV, like they're furious, and realize like, I don't think Cowboys fans are that excited for this year anyway. Like all my friends that are Cowboys fans are kind of tired of the memes and they hate Jerry Jones and they're jaded and tired and worn out. But man, like this is going to be that week 1 game when the Browns smack the livings hard of the Cowboys. It's going to go, whoa. And it's going to be memes all over SportsCenter and Instagram reels.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'm going to have fun, after September 8th, when we record, Sunday, Monday, September 10th, Tuesday night, we'll talk about, it'll come out Wednesday. When we get to talk about that game week 1, it's going to be awesome.
I'll cheers to that. I can't wait.
But I think after that, 11-6 for Cleveland. I don't have much to say really, because it doesn't go anywhere. Like they maybe win a playoff game. I don't believe in Deshaun Watson much. They brought in Naheem Hines. That's cool. Jerry Jeudy is skeptical. Nick Chubb is out at least 4 games because of he's on the PUP list.
Yep.
It's a loaded roster. The defense is unreal. But quarterback's the main question. However, despite the fact I don't believe in Deshaun Watson, like they beat the 49ers last year with PJ Walker again. How much does quarterback really matter? We've had this conversation so many times, but I don't think Kevin Stefanski is the right offense for Deshaun Watson. I just don't know that it makes a huge impact.
It matters for that divisional round or, AFC championship, but it doesn't matter probably in the regular season. Again, like this Browns defense is so good week in and week out. They're going to keep you in games. And then as long as you're doing enough offensively, then you're going to be just fine. Jerome Ford's proven more than capable as a backup to be able to tote the rock. Like, I'm not even concerned about Nick Chubb missing time. And then, you've added Naheem Hines, who has kind of a different, archetype than those 2 backs do. Like, that's interesting. You've added Jerry Jeudy to Amari Cooper. You got the Alabama boys linked up. So there's some potential on offense. It's only going to go as far as Deshaun Watson in his capacity can take it. I don't have a ton of faith in his ability to run this style of offense. So it's just going to be interesting to see what happens in this, kind of third year.
My friend, it is 12:59 in the morning, Thursday night. We both work Friday. I say this to say, A, I salute you for being here. We've made it almost all the way through. We've got 4 teams left. The NFC North is here. Let's be very clear, Nathan. This is literally every year for me. This is the most difficult episode of Strong Opinion Sports. Every single year, I dread it. I've like my family's been mad at me. It's affected my job this week. Like I was sick with COVID. It sucked. Like this weekend, it fucked up my like preparation. I'm just want to say like we're almost done. Like we really have made it through. We'll probably never do an episode like this until next year, like August, whatever, next year when we do the next predictions episode. It's going to suck. I feel bad for you and for me already for next year. But, dude, little round of applause. We're almost done. Let's talk about this will be a quick one. I've got the Minnesota Vikings going 4-13. Look, they don't have a quarterback. JJ McCarthy's hurt. I think he gave them the best chance to win. They got Sam Darnold. They have a ton of weapons. They've got like Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, Justin Jefferson. It'll be fun to see what Sam Darnold does with a Ferrari. I don't think he's going to do much, but it's an opportunity for sure. Yeah, and we'll see. I've got an open mind, but I'm not going to put any faith in him right off the bat. Like he's got to earn my trust and respect before I believe in it, because we've seen him so much and he's done so little. Yes. I'm disappointed we didn't get to see Sam Darnold run the 49ers offense more, because that might have been a better look into what this is going to look like. It would have been a good opportunity to evaluate. We didn't get that. But the D-line's not great. The O-line is weak. The quarterback is Sam Darnold. 4-13. You want to hear my 4 wins?
Let's hear them. I have a feeling they're the same ones.
The Giants, week 1 at New York.
Yeah.
At Tennessee. They beat the Packers actually the week 17. And then I've actually got them beating the Jets. Remember I picked the wild card one. Sam Darnold beats his former team in a crazy storyline. 4 wins is generous, honestly, to me.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I feel like they're more likely to split with Chicago and get to a 5th win, which is what I have. I think Chicago is a better team. I'm sorry, to a 4th win. I don't have them beating Green Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Arizona made me pause the Arizona game, but I think Arizona, you had to give Arizona a win somewhere. So I'm like, well, Arizona's better than, without a quarterback and without not a great defense. I mean, I just don't, the line's weak. Like, there's no reason to have confidence in the Vikings this year at all. I was excited to watch JJ McCarthy and we didn't even get that. Yeah. So it's like, well,
there's that combined with, okay, you've got Justin Jefferson, you've got Jordan Addison, who's not questionable. TJ Hawkinson's hurt. You brought in Aaron Jones. Like, there was so much set up for success offensively this year. And again, like, we'll see what Sam Darnold can do. And I don't think the offense is going to be inept by any means. But yeah, to me, that defense is not great. I know this is the second year, I believe, with Brian Flores. So you'd like to think, that they're going to play a little bit better. Yeah, I have a tough time thinking that with Sam Darnold behind center that they're going to be able to win any more than 4, 5, or 6 games.
I've got the Packers going 9-8, and I know that's really.
Yep.
Why for you?
I don't think that they beat quality football teams at the end of last year. I know that they surprised Dallas, and that was a really, really cool moment for them. I still don't think they're a great football team. I think that the addition of Josh Jacobs is going to be excellent offensively. Their defense to me isn't super stellar. I don't know. I don't fully believe in Jordan Love yet. And, I'd be happy to be wrong, but I think they play some really good teams this year. So Philadelphia, they lose to the Rams, they lose to Arizona. I think Arizona catches them that first time. They lose to Houston, they lose to Jacksonville. They have to split with Chicago. They lose to Detroit. They lose to San Francisco. So I just think that there's still more complete teams on their schedule. And it's going to make it really, really hard for them to win games. And as much as I would like for, Jordan Love to be this $50 million plus guy that he is, we've got a little bit of tape on you. How do you play now? What does it look like? What's this evolution next for Jordan Love? So yeah, we'll see. But 9-8 to me feels good, and it's more so that they're just going to play great teams, and not be able to beat them.
Yeah, I do think that. So first of all, the Packers are solid everywhere. There's no clear, obvious weakness. We're like this is their fatal flaw. I think it's actually really across the board. You ever play Mario Party? How Mario is 7 out of 10 everywhere. He's not great at anything, but he's pretty solid. That's the Packers team. They're not awful anywhere. Sure. What do you mean? Chipotle is amazing. What are you talking about? It's better when you make it at home. Let's be clear. I don't see any big major weakness. I've got some expectations this year about this team, but the problem is their schedule is tougher than last year. So I think they're better, but end up in the same place at 9-8 like they were last year because they played more quality teams. Yeah. I do worry that they're going to get outshined by Chicago. And I know maybe I'm alone in that, but I think Chicago has more high-level talent. I know the Packers are solid everywhere. The Packers have some positions that are more talented and better than the Green Bay. And that's a really interesting matchup to me. The other storyline with Green Bay. So I'm going to make a long list here. Philly with Jalen Hurts, Anthony Richardson with the Colts, Arizona with Kyler Murray, Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff with the Lions, Caleb Williams in Chicago, Brock Purdy in San Francisco, Miami with Tua. The reason I say all this is to say there's going to be a lot of opportunities where I'm going to wonder, hey, who's the better quarterback? I don't care who wins, but is Jordan Love better than Tua or Brock Purdy? Or when these head-to-head matchup quarterbacks, we're going to learn how good is Jordan Love? These head-to-head matchups are going to be really fun. And I wonder, if he's worth the money, and I think he's really talented, does he outshine Jalen Hurts? Does he outshine Anthony Richardson? Does he outshine Kyler Murray, Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy, Tua? These are prime opportunities for him to make a statement. I don't know that he's going to, though. That's my concern. It's just really these are the games to circle and go who's the better quarterback in that game? And if he's worth the money, he will be, but I don't know that he is.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question, right? Is what's that evolution? What's that next step for him? I don't know why my thing's whacking out here. We just want to see the 2023 schedule. But the Packers, to close out last year again, I know it was really fun for everybody, but they played and lost to New York. They played and lost to Tampa, and then they beat Carolina, Minnesota, and Chicago to get in.
Yeah, it's a team that just they surpassed expectations last year, like 1,000,000%.
Yes, and so everybody is so high on that, and like, oh, okay, now that they surpass expectations, now we have to start at that point to go forward. It's like, no. Like, let's go back to last year's expectations and then see, where they should be from there. And I think if they do anything like they did last year, which I think was 9-8, you'd feel pretty good about it. I'm not a Jordan Love believer yet. I think he's incredibly talented with his arm. He made some great throws, but again, when defenses start to know what you like, they start to take a few things away. How do you respond? And I'm curious, and I hope that he's got the answers.
I think you're onto something. That Josh Jacobs is someone to circle. Like, he's someone to draft in fantasy who's going to have a huge year. How do you compare the Packers and Denver? I think they're in really similar positions. They're young, they're growing. They've got a quarterback people are skeptical. I think Jordan Love's a little ahead of where Bo Nix. He's ahead of where I expect Bo Nix to be week 1, I guess. And we'll see how the year goes. But I think the Packers and Broncos are very similar. Like, well coached, they're young, they're growing, they're building new quarterback, a young quarterback at least.
Yeah, I think offensively they're young like the Broncos are. Jordan Love, obviously not necessarily young, given that he's been in the league for a couple years. But that defense in Denver is also young. Like, they moved off a lot of guys when Sean Payton got there. The defense, with Rashawn Gary and Green Bay is a little bit different, more established. I wouldn't compare these two teams apples to apples. I think that the standard for the Green Bay Packers and the standard for the Broncos are two different things this year. The Broncos just need to win, 8 games with Bo Nix, 7-8 games. But again, the Green Bay Packers, now you're a little bit solidified. You've just paid Jordan Love all this money, which I think is the biggest driver. I think the expectations are a little bit different. But yeah, no, again, back to your primary point, I don't think these teams are really in the same situation, if you will.
Jeff Hafley is the defensive coordinator of the Packers. He was the Boston College head coach for 4 years, and he stepped down. It was a weird. I don't know if weird's the right word. I mean, I don't blame anyone who wants to get out of college football and all that noise of the NAL and mess and just move to a job that's more secure and maybe more fun. Probably, honestly, I don't know that I would. I don't know, man. It's a grind being a college football head coach, and I would think I'd actually like it because I think you mix sales and personality and managing people, and like I'd love to be like you, dude. You could pay me. I would be the Hawaii football head coach for free, like for real. Like I would pay me nothing, save some money, use some money to make the program better. I would kill to be the Hawaii football head coach, and I would hire smart people, and I think delegate really well there. But that's about the only program I'd want to be head coach of in college football. Because I believe in the place and think it needs help. Jeff Hafley, I only say this to say, like, I don't know what to make of this, but it's interesting, and I wonder how the Packers defense is going to look and what to make of that. I really think it's fascinating, this story of Jeff Hafley, and I just think it'd be weird to talk about this team and not acknowledge that aspect of, like, we had a coach who willingly left a head coaching position to take a quote unquote lesser job, but probably better lifestyle and a really secure place in a small town. I don't know. We'll see. Like, it'll be fun to talk in January. Like, how did Jeff Hafley do this year? Like, where is he keeping his job? Does he do well? Do people love him? Like, I'm fascinated by that move. It's a story to track.
I think better job, more money, and opportunity to advance in the NFL quicker. You don't make that kind of move unless your plan is to be an NFL head coach. Can you go from a college head coach to a NFL head coach? Yes, but recent history has showed us with Cliff Kingsbury, for example, that it can be kind of tough. So getting into the NFL a little bit sooner is probably his best move if he wants to be a head coach in the NFL specifically. Or even get a head coaching job back in college, right? If you're a defensive coordinator in the NFL, like, a college job opens up, there's an opportunity for you to snag it.
I appreciate what you're saying. I think you're reading it wrong. I'm a guy who
I think it's a career move for the NFL head coach.
So I think it's the opposite. I think it's a career move to find security. Coaches, I know some coaches, man, and it's a. I know a guy who was like the first time South Alabama became a D1 program. He was the offensive coordinator there, and he did really well. They won 10 games, and he got fired. And then he had to leave South Alabama to go to Arizona State. And then Herm Edwards got fired there. And he bounced around the country, and he had a family and young kids. And what I've learned from watching my friends who coach and people I know that coach in college football is it's so unstable. You don't have job security. Like, you really do not. And it's taxing on your family, and it's really difficult. Matt LaFleur is not going anywhere. And if you can be the Robin to Matt LaFleur's Batman in Green Bay in a small town, a good place to live, it's cheap, you collect a lot of extra money, taxes are fairly low. Like, it's a good place to live if you want a family vibe and to be home every night for dinner and not deal with traffic that you deal with in Boston. Cost of living is lower. All this stuff, like quality of life, I would argue, is significantly better as the defensive coordinator of the Packers compared to head coach who travels all the time at Boston College. I think this move for Jeff Hafley was a look at his family, a look at his job security, a look at the future, and saying, look, if I do things right and succeed, I'm the Packers defensive coordinator for 10 years. I make a ton of money and I retire, and I've got job security and happiness. He's not an idiot, man. Being defensive coordinator of the Packers, you're not going to become head coach. Like, just no one wants to hire a defensive head coach right now. It's just not the way the NFL is moving. I think this was a move to say,
it's going to be really hard to get fired.
Yeah. But if you're the Packers defensive coordinator doing well, it's a good life. You save a ton of money. You can retire young, and you've got job security because Matt LaFleur is not going anywhere. Like that. Yep. That's secure. It's the most stable, maybe like, especially with the ownership situation in Green Bay, that's maybe the most stable position in football. Like Jeff Hafley finessed his way into a job that's going to be available almost like a government job. Like you're there for a while if you want to be, if you do well.
A hot minute.
And so I think this was a move for his family, for longevity. I'm in a position where I'm like, hey, how can I have as much stability for my future family as possible? What does that look like? I think Jeff Hafley made a similar move, and I respect it and understand it. And I don't think it was to be a head coach. I don't think it was to get ahead. It was to take care of his family and find job security. And I think we'll see, like January, it'll be really interesting to revisit that topic and go, huh. And then even more, 5 years down the road, where's Jeff Hafley? Is he still there? And then Zach was right, I think, at that point. But if you can be these offensive genius head coaches, if you can be their right-hand man and do it really well and be valuable and succeed, you're going to always have a job, because the head coach has a hard time finding the opposing coordinator. And a smart guy pairs himself to a good coach and never leaves, I think, honestly. So I think it's what's happening there.
Very randomly passionate about this topic.
Fair enough. I don't know.
No, I say that as a joke, but that's a very, very good way to look at it. Why not be more secure versus having to run around like a chicken with your head cut off in college football, paying 18-year-olds $30 bajillion
and traveling all off season, missing your family. Like, dude, fuck that. I've got the Bears going 10-7, having a better record than the Packers. I'm really high on the Bears.
I know you are.
I'm not shy about it, dude. I have high expectations for them. Like, for real. DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Roman Dunze, Cole Kmet. Hopefully they can stay healthy on the offensive line, but a better offensive line. Montez Sweat at defensive end. Coach Matt Eberflus is going to look like a genius now that he's got a good quarterback, Caleb Williams. I love Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams is like, man, he's Mahomes-esque, like, for real. I'm such a believer in him. I believe in Caleb Williams more than I believe in Anthony Richardson, more than almost anyone. I really think it's going to work. He's going to be the best quarterback in Bears history. He's already a franchise quarterback in my mind. I am like all chips all in the table. I slide them all in the middle. I really believe all in on Caleb Williams. I think they win 10 games this year and shock the world. What do you say to all that?
I think their schedule makes it tough for them to do that. Playing the NFC West, I think, is going to be the toughest part of that.
Who? Outside of the Rams, 2 games are tough. Rams and 49ers.
The Rams and the Niners. And I can't count out the Cardinals. They're an interesting team. And like you said, sometimes you win games that you shouldn't. But my point is this. They won 7 games last year, kind of with an inept offense and a good defense. Even 9 wins this year is good. There's a world where 10 wins happens. But to me, 9 wins is like, wow, these guys had a really great season. I don't want to say I'm like not sold on the Bears, because I'm sold on that defense. I'm more excited than anything to see how it develops. I have them at 9-8, so we're kind of in the same area. But again, like 9-8 would be very, very good. Even 8-9 is an improvement because you're likely going to be very, very competitive in all those games that you might lose. We'll just have to see Caleb again play within the confines of football versus doing all the highlight plays, if you will, that we saw in the preseason, where he's rolling out, he's on the run, making the throws that he's known for. I still don't know if he hits his layups. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think you're wrong, dude. So I think they beat the Lions. I think they're more dangerous. They've got more weapons than the Lions. I know that's I think they beat the Lions week 13
more
in
weapons
Detroit
than the Lions.
Hear me out. I think they win at Detroit. It's a game in a dome. I think they're more likely to beat Detroit in Detroit than they are to beat Detroit late in the year in Chicago. Given the way they throw the football, a cold weather game outdoors in Chicago or in a dome in Detroit, I think they win in Detroit. I know that's insane, but I believe that. The defining wins for their season are going to be beating the Packers week 11 at home in Chicago, and then the biggest one, like the one, if they start 3-0, they beat Tennessee, then they beat Houston and Houston. I mean, that would be, I know, like this is me being really aggressive here, but they're not going to beat the Rams probably. They're probably going to lose to Jacksonville, but maybe they beat Jacksonville instead of Houston. But if they beat Houston and Houston, that would be the best win of the year for them. That would be unbelievable week 2. And I think that's like the crown jewel if they win 10 games this year is if they beat Houston and Houston. That would be like him out dueling. I mean, it'd be like insane. It would be 45-42, a fun game, but I think it's possible. And I just think, I don't know why you and everyone else don't believe in this Bears team, but Caleb Williams, man, I think is going to change everything in Chicago. And I really believe in it.
If they win 8 or 9 games, that's an improvement. They got better. He is a rookie quarterback.
But I don't think he's going to play like a rookie.
CJ, do you think he's going to play better or worse than CJ Stroud played his rookie year?
It's a trap question. Here's why.
It's not a trap question.
No, hear me out. I think he maybe, I don't know if he's as sharp because CJ Stroud, like I want to give respect to CJ Stroud. Like, was an incredible decision maker.
I don't want context. I just want to know better or worse than CJ Stroud played last year.
I think it's comparable.
Okay, if it's comparable, then 9 or 10 wins is perfect.
I think like coming out of college, I'm dead serious about this. I think it's Andrew Luck, Joe Burrow, Caleb Williams. I think they're like the best quarterbacks. Like coming out of college, going into game 1, like they're the best quarterbacks we've seen in a long, long time. And I really think there's no adjustment period. There's no like long waiting. It's like he hits the ground running, and from day 1, you're like, whoa, they got their guy. I think really like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it takes 5 weeks, but I think like immediately you're going to go, like when they beat the stuffing out of Tennessee week 1, everyone's going to turn their head and go, this kid can play already.
I don't think anybody's going to turn their head because Tennessee we have with 2 wins.
Sure. But if they beat Houston week 2 and if they start 3-0, it's going to be, and I think that could happen. And like, let's say they lose to Houston, but they beat Jacksonville week 6. Is that not still a massive victory?
It is, but I just don't think they're beating Jacksonville. I would be excited for the Bears to have this stellar season. But again, like even if it is anything similar to the Texans last year, right? You get the rookie quarterback, he comes in and saves your franchise. Still, like 10 wins is a lot of wins and would be considered overachieving.
I think they're better than the Packers. I think they finished ahead of the Packers. They're second in the division. I'm just a big believer in Caleb Williams, man. I think he's a game changer who is going to, like, I'm ready for people to apologize to Caleb Williams. The way they've talked about him, they made fun of the nails thing. They called him a crybaby. Like, I think he's different. And my favorite thing about Caleb Williams, and you might really like this and relate to this, is he's just himself. Like he does it his style, his way. Yeah. I heard someone say once, like, it's like if Prince played quarterback or Queen Prince, like Prince, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck what anyone thinks. He does it his style. And like, that's so rare in today's day and age, like to see a guy who's like, nah, I'm myself. I do it my way. And like, by the way, my way works. Like, that's a pretty like big dick move to be like, here it is, slap it on the table and say like, deal with it. And I really think that's what he does. I just think he's incredible, man. I really, the question really is, how long does it take? Is it week 1 or week 8? Like, does it take a bit of time? but whether it's now or later, at some point, he's going to hit, and he's going to be the best quarterback the Bears have had. And he's got potential to be much. But he'll be in that conversation, I think, very quickly, whether that's this year, next year, I don't know. But with Mahomes and Allen and Herbert and Lamar, like he'll be very quickly in that conversation with the Burrows and the top 8 or 9 or 7 or whatever quarterbacks in the NFL. Like he's going to be in that conversation pretty relatively quickly, in my opinion.
I've got faith that he can get there. But like you said, it's just win.
Do you think they're a better roster than the Packers?
I think they're a better roster defensively than the Packers. Offensively, you probably have to give them the nod also. Yeah, they're probably a better roster than the Packers.
DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze.
I'm out on DeAndre Swift. I'm going to be honest with you. Immense talent, but the dude does not like to see the hole. The guy runs away from holes. That's a different conversation. But look, certainly a talented team.
The Eagles let him go, which is means something. Like the Eagles are not idiots.
The Lions let him go, and then the Eagles let him go for pennies on the dollar both times. The dude doesn't like to square his shoulders and run downhill. He likes to run when it's pretty.
Yeah,
but he doesn't like to get the tough yards.
Do you remember Velus Jones?
I remember him from Hard Knocks.
Well, didn't he play for Eastern Washington? No, Tennessee. I'm totally wrong. Who's the guy from Eastern Washington I'm thinking of? That doesn't matter. Anyway, man, I just think Chicago's good. I actually haven't watched any. I watched like 2 episodes of Hard Knocks, and I just like I've been busy and haven't done it. I keep meaning to. I probably will this weekend, but
it's one of the worst seasons of Hard Knocks.
Really,
it's actually so boring.
Really, I was bored.
They found and dug into no storylines to make you like get hooked. It was just first episode was bad, second was bad, third was bad. I'm just like, they had this weird forced meeting between Caleb Williams and what's his name?
Matt Eberflus.
Coach Eberflus.
I saw that on Twitter.
What are we doing?
Threads.
Yeah, it was all weird. Anyways.
We've reached our final team of the night. Let me first say though, Dolphins Hard Knocks a couple years ago, best season of Hard Knocks.
The best one. That was so good.
A mile, dude. It was so good. Well, because the people were good. It was compelling. They dug into their real lives. Like Mike McDaniel is honest about his struggles. Like it's so good, dude. And then the other one that was like awesome, Aaron Rodgers and the Jets was like a really like epic. They played into it and leaned into like his superstardom, and it was so fun.
But even they dug into like the guys like Gibson and who was the other receiver, and kind of made it like not 2 versus 2, but like these guys are competing for the same roster spot, and they're both making big plays, and they're competing.
Jason something.
And, even that was cooler. Even the one with the Raiders one with Antonio Brown was hilarious. Yeah, but the Lions this year. What do you have them doing? I have them getting back to the NFC Championship. That's all I'm going to say.
Jason Brownlee. I have the Lions going 12-5. The 5 losses are the Rams week 1, at Green Bay November 3rd, week 9, at Houston they lose week 10, so lose back-to-back games there. Then I have them losing to Indy week 12 and then Chicago week 13. And like, look, this if they beat Chicago, I'm really confident they're going to lose to Chicago at home. I just think like the matchup there, the way Chicago throws the football, the style for Green Bay, I think the potential for the Bears to score a lot of points really outpaces the potential for the Lions to score a lot of points. And they run. I really think they run away from that game, and maybe not like run away, but I think they find a way to win. I think the Bears beat Detroit in Detroit week 13. But 12-5, I have them beating the 49ers week 17. I have them beating Green Bay and Buffalo back-to-back. I have them beating Jacksonville. I have them probably beating the crap out of Dallas, running the football all over them. Honestly, their schedule is actually pretty light. If they can win a couple tough games, 12-5 becomes 14-3 pretty easily. They're probably the number 1 seed in the NFC, in my opinion. Honestly, them or Atlanta. But Atlanta's a fraud, and I don't think Detroit is. I think Detroit's really good.
You know, it's funny. I did all that talking about downplaying the Bears, but I have them splitting the game with the Lions. So I have the Lions going 13-4, losing to the Rams, losing to the Packers, losing at Houston, and then losing. I have them losing the second game in Chicago a little bit later in the year. Maybe catch them sleeping, not necessarily resting guys, but just like we've already secured our spot, and then they probably lose that game.
You know, a couple notes about this team, because there's not a lot to say. They're really good. I mean, it's an end of story, but they got a really good backup, Hendon Hooker, who played very well in the preseason. In fact, people were inquiring, trying to trade for him. And they were like, nah, we're not parting ways.
We're good.
If Goff gets hurt and misses a couple games, like, they're okay. They're going to be in a really good position with Hendon Hooker. They've got a great offensive line. They are one of the best teams. They're like, it's the best teams in the NFC are either Detroit, the 49ers, or Philly, and it's probably not Philly. Although I think it's closer than people realize. Just their firepower and offense is so legendary. In fact, I would say that Detroit, of the best teams in football, has the least firepower. That's like their only weakness, really, is that Jameson Williams is someone I'm waiting to see if he can maybe evolve and play well. But like all these teams in the NFL, like they win in the trenches up front with good decision making and timing. Like the way they win is so different than the 49ers and the Chiefs and the Bengals and Houston. Like they don't win with like a number one receiver outside hitting deep balls. Like they win in short bursts, and it's very different to me. Physicality, running the football well, playing good defense. It's less flashy than every other great team in the NFL. It's kind of unique. The thing that I have my eye on is Marcus Davenport, that defensive end, across from Aiden Hutchinson. I am fascinated to see how he does.
I've got my eye on that entire defense, because that defense is. I think we talked about it during the other predictions episode, where they're not great on that back end. Again, they drafted Terrion Arnold to kind of help.
Yeah.
Bring things together, but Brian Branch to me isn't great. Kirby Joseph's not great. And then Anthony Glenn or Aaron Glenn, I apologize, I can't remember his name, the defensive coordinator. Aaron Glenn, just hasn't proved that he can coach this defense to win football games when the offense isn't playing well, or when you need that key stop on third down, or when you need to put the Niners away. Couldn't do it.
Do you feel like they need a number one receiver? Do you like they're missing like that big body outside? I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's just kind of he's Cooper Kupp, I guess. Like he's probably a poor man's Cooper Kupp in like a different world.
Or a poor man's Cooper Kupp, brother. Watch how you speak of Amon-Ra.
Maybe he's a younger Cooper Kupp. He's what Cooper Kupp was a couple years ago. I don't know what I'm saying here, but my point is, like, do you think they're missing? Are they missing something like Khalif Raymond, Jameson Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown? Are they missing like a speedy? Like they don't have.
Are they missing, like a
something
Jamar
downfield?
Chase? Yeah, Jamar Chase might be excessive, but are they missing that bigger body? To me, they're missing that backside X receiver. Now they've done a great job, and Ben Johnson's done a great job of. Again, they run the football so well, and they sprint out, and they're over the middle, and Raymond takes the top off. And Jameson Williams will start to take up the top off this year, as well as he started to do towards the end of last year. I think you're right. They're missing that, typical backside receiver, but I don't think that that's necessarily going to hurt them just by the way that they run their offense. Like they run the football so well. They hit play action hard. Amon-Ra St. Brown frequently having choice routes and always making the right decision, being on the same page with Jared Goff. Like, I just think that I don't want to say they don't need it, because you would certainly love to have it. But I think that they've got more than enough firepower between David Montgomery, between Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams to win a lot of football games again.
What if this team had Jahan Dotson?
Jahan Dotson, Jameson Williams, similar players.
Really? Okay. What about Brian Thomas Jr. or Malik Neighbors? Like that? Is that what they need?
If they had Malik Neighbors, that would be disgusting. Malik Neighbors would be unbelievable for that team. Even a guy like Brandon Ayuk, just that physical, big one-on-one guy. When it's man-to-man, you leave him alone on the backside, and he can get you the catch. That's what they're missing.
Yeah, man. Give yourself like a round of applause, dude. I know you're tired, man. That's a 4-hour episode. Can we end with one thing? Do you mind? There's one thing.
Let's talk about it.
I'd like to end with. Let's just look at the college football games this weekend. It's a come out tomorrow, Friday. It's already Friday now. But we got Clemson playing Georgia in Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Ooh. So number 14 Clemson against number 1 Georgia. That's fun. Penn State, West Virginia is interesting. After that, I don't see much. I see Miami at Florida. That's going to be number 19 Miami. Cameron Ward, my boy, against Florida. That's fun to me. I can't wait for that. Those are the games I'm excited to see.
To watch him hand the football off 50,000 times. And then run vanilla play action to one guy running a route. Can't wait.
The other game, number 7 Notre Dame, number 20 Texas A&M. Who do you got winning, Notre Dame or Texas A&M?
Texas A&M.
How about I have Notre Dame winning that game, but it's interesting for sure. I've got Miami beating Florida. Do you agree?
Nope. I think Miami sucks. I think Cristobal sucks. I think Florida wins.
Right? You really? I think I don't know. Okay.
Miami's doo-doo.
Penn State beats West Virginia. I'm probably the only person interested in that game, but I just like West Virginia. I'm like a weird stand for them. Georgia beats Clemson comfortably, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know who Clemson has a quarterback right
Kate
now.
Klubnik.
That's right.
Crappy
the club.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, they should win comfortably, but you never know.
What's the game of the weekend? Clemson, Georgia, or Notre Dame, Texas A&M?
I think it's Notre Dame, Texas A&M. Those are two of arguably the biggest brands in all of college football. That's easily the biggest game.
No. Hold the phone. We're both wrong. It's actually Sunday. I missed one.
Okay.
Number 23 USC in Vegas plays number 13 LSU. Dude, yeah. I cannot wait. And because we get a holiday Monday, we'd have no work Monday. It's going to be a fun weekend of college football, dude. Like
LSU wins that game, but yeah, it's going to be a good game.
I think so, dude. But that's like that Sunday game, 4:30 West Coast time, 7:30 East Coast time. That's a fun, dude. I don't know. I'm going to be in front of my TV all weekend. I got 4 fantasy football drafts. It's going to be a lot. It's just going to be all football all weekend. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
Same.
Well, my man, I love you. Great job today. You killed it. Go to bed. Get some work done tomorrow. I apologize to your lady for me. I'm sorry to keep you up for so long, but again, great job. I'll see you next time, and I love you so much, man.
Love you, brother. Talk soon.